Testing. Testing. Okay, it's there.
Okay, distinguished delegates, I'll be grateful if you could take your seats because our honored guests are on their way. In the next 10 seconds, please, if you could, I'll be grateful. Thank you. Good morning. Please welcome the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Her Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto. Could you put the mic on? Please be seated. Thank you very much. Our sincere gratitude, for the courtesy. Now, without much ado, may I, on your behalf, welcome our distinguished guests to the second day of the plenary session. And if you allow me, I'll give the floor to the President of the UN Habitat Assembly, President Maya. You have the floor. Yeah.
Good morning. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is such a delight to have the First Lady here with us this morning. Before I get to the focus of the morning's plenary, I hope you all received the communication on the organization of the work for today, namely the Committee of the Whole begins at 10 a.m. in conference room number 1, and the drafting committee begins at 10:30 a.m. in conference room number 10. Madame Maimouna Monsharif, Executive Director of United Nations Human Settlements Program, Your Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Ministers. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, welcome to the continuation of our sessions. We're now continuing with the Women Shaping Cities dialogue. Look, you will agree with me that for many of us, when we look back on what our grandmothers, mothers, sisters, nieces means to us, what is that we don't focus on the role and leadership of women when we discuss multilateralism. I have a grandmother, you have a grandmother. I have a mother, you have a mother. Then there are the sisters and nieces. So why don't we ever remember that they do improve our lives, including with the context of human settlements in international arena when we discuss issues as multilateral fora. First Lady of Kenya, Mama Ruto, you're a very remarkable person. I have just been informed about a long-distance bike ride this morning you made. Your Excellency, today we look forward to listening to your wise words and extensive experience in supporting women and communities. We look forward to hear what can be better, you can do better, and we can do better with respect of human settlements in urbanized world. We are extremely grateful that you accept the invitation not only to join us, but to convene this session of Women Shaping City. First Lady, Mrs. Ruto, thank you for responding for our requests. Now I invite Victoria Rubdavdari, an award-winning journalist, to be with us, and she will be the moderator of the dialogue to take over and lead this session. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Rubadiri. Allow me to observe protocols. Her Excellency, Mama Rachel Ruto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, the United Nations Habitat Executive Director, Maimouna Mohamed Sharif, as well as the United Nations Habitat Assembly President, Mr. Roman Meyer Falcon. We also have with us the Minister for Environment of Botswana, Honorable Filda Kering, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. This, of course, is the First Ladies Roundtable, Women Shaping Cities and Communities. And we seek to do three things over the next hour and a half, and that is to revisit the significance of women's roles in accelerating progress towards sustainable development globally, exploring innovative solutions for more women to unleash their potential in managing and shaping the cities and communities that they call home, and lastly, to consider the strategies of how we can scale up the investment and financing opportunities. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short interlude of a cultural performance, after which we will then have the speech from the Executive Director of UN Habitat. A round of applause for them. I beg your pardon. I understand that we will give them a few minutes, but at this juncture, allow me to invite the United Nations Habitat Executive Director, Madam Maimouna Mohamed Sharif, to address the Assembly.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Thank you so much. Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. A very good morning to all of you, and karibu sana, Nairobi, Kenya. I'm so proud to welcome all of you to the second session of UN Habitat Assembly here in our lovely city of Nairobi. I would like to thank the government of Kenya, our host for our second UN Habitat Assembly, and of course, our distinguished guest of honor today, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Kenya. And I must also extend my gratitude to Her Excellency, Madam Amina Erdogan, the First Lady of Turkey, and also for her very gracious messages, which I was informed that she cannot make it, but she sent video message. As the Secretary General said, we cannot achieve sustainable development goals without the contribution of women and girls. We all know that women are the key to sustainable urban development. As I said the other day at the Business Roundtable, women, we must be at the table. This is because if we are not at the table, we will be on the menu. So let me share with you some data. 50% of the world population are women. 5% of world cities are led by women. 8% of the Fortune 500 companies are women-led. Women earn 37% less than men in similar roles. Women continue to face discrimination through structural and systematic barriers that prevent them from taking leadership roles. This results in unequal access to rights. If we continue on this current trajectory, the political gender gap is expected to take more than 145 years to close. And the economic gender gap will take 265 years to close. I think we have no time for all this. So we have to act now. I think that's the reason why this morning we will have the Women's and also the communities. We must ensure that participation of women and girls decision-making at the community level. We are very fortunate to have with us His Excellency Mama Ruto, a leader who is helping other women to fulfill our potential to be leaders at all levels, either is it local, regional, national, and international. Excellencies, distinguished guests, we have only 7 years left to achieve the ambitious promise of the SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals. We cannot afford to exclude women and girls. Now, more than ever, we need their voices, knowledge, expertise, and creativity. In 2021, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, we learned that an estimated 435 million women and girls are living in extreme poverty. The time for action is now. At UN Habitat, we are taking a gender transformative approach across all of our work. I strongly encourage my teams to not merely respond to the different intersectional experiences of women, but to contribute to transform the structures that continue to keep women far behind. Let me start with women's access to housing, land, and property rights. Women continue to face discrimination around owning, inheriting, and administrating housing, land, and property. For example, in many contexts, women carry out the majority of labor on the land, yet they are unable to audit and effectively make decisions about its administration. This reflects the limited decision-making power within their families and communities. It places women at a far greater risk of losing access to family land, which can result in poverty, exploitation, and sexual violence. I'm very proud of the important work of my colleagues at UN Habitat, together with our partners, are doing to empower women through increasing their access to land and property rights. In Afghanistan, we are able to ensure that women are included in land titles. To the women and children of Afghanistan, we like to say that UN Habitat will stay and serve. I'm equally proud to tell you that one of our participatory planning tools, the digital Her City Toolbox. This toolbox has been applied in over 350 cities in over 100 countries. We know that cities planned with women and girls result in cities that work better for everyone. Participatory planning, particularly public spaces that take into account the needs of women and girls, become more inclusive, equal, and sustainable. Finally, let me briefly touch on our Women-Led Cities initiative, which aims to promote women leadership and economic empowerment through partnership and impact investing. We know that excluding women from urban decision-making has led poor standards of living. By empowering women leaders, the potential for transformative change is massive. Together, we can drive sustainable urbanization. Of course, addressing inequality should be everyone's main priority. This is not a job for women alone. All of us must stand for gender equality and the empowerment of women, girls, and all those discriminated against due to their gender and identity. Together we stand today, tomorrow, and going forward, because our commitment does not end with the UN Habitat Assembly alone. Our commitment to our sisters worldwide, especially to those whose voices have been excluded and silenced, carries us forward until we have achieved cities for all that are truly equal and inclusive. Finally, this session is really for you, distinguished First Lady, and for women leaders everywhere. And I'm excited to hear from you, Excellency Mama Ruto, and I know we have so much to learn from you and so much to learn from each other. Thank you. Asante sana.
Brief concept about the office of the First Lady of Botswana. Since assuming the role of the First Lady of the Republic of Botswana, Mrs. Newa Jane Masisi prioritized the empowerment of women, adolescent girls, and youth. The First Lady deems gender-based violence (GBV) as a key priority which requires urgent action given its high prevalence and devastating impacts, particularly on women and girls in Botswana. During COVID-19, it was evident that GBV cases were on the rise, and the First Lady stepped up efforts through public awareness campaigns to sensitize the communities on this scourge using her advocacy voice. These campaigns are used as platforms to intensify the national efforts geared towards eradicating GBV, including sexual violence among women, youth, and children across the country. The First Lady is the UNAIDS Special Ambassador for the empowerment and engagement of young people in Botswana, and it is through this role that she provides leadership through advocacy, mobilizing action for young people's meaningful engagement. A strategy was developed which acknowledges that to positively change the trajectory of young people's vulnerability and end AIDS by 2030, intentional, meaningful engagement is imperative. The key thematic areas for the strategic framework are HIV and AIDS, social and economic empowerment, and mental health and wellness. Furthermore, during 2023, one priority area that will be pursued is tackling drug abuse among youth. Campaigns geared at raising awareness among youth, parents, and communities on the dangers of drug use are being rolled out. During the youth dialogues, the main objective is mainly to raise awareness on the dangers associated to drug use by young people and to engage with them on possible solutions to this problem. The First Lady has current international partnerships which she has roles in. In 2018, the First Lady of the Republic of Botswana was appointed Merck More Than a Mother Ambassador, and her mandate is to empower infertile and childless women through access to information, education, and change of mindset, to define interventions to break the stigma around infertility and raise awareness about its prevention and management. Merck Foundation also focuses on educational storybooks. In 2018, she also became a Global Hope International Council member, and her mandate is to address childhood cancer and blood disorders with the overall aim to improving pediatric cancer care in Africa. In 2019, the First Lady became a member of the Organization of African First Ladies for Development. Her mandate is to contribute to the health and well-being of children, youth, and women through advocacy, resource mobilization, and strategic partnerships.
achieving gender equity is one of the greatest opportunities for sustainable development. Yet, women who constitute over 50% of global population continue to face challenges in accessing their rights. Discriminatory laws, an uneven playing field, and unequal opportunities have impacted the well-being and economic inclusion of women in society. The Kenya government has made great progress to level the playing field through its bottom-up economic transformation plan, which is anchored on agriculture, micro, small and medium enterprise, housing, healthcare, and the digital and creative economy. The priority interventions put in place include lowering the cost of living, eradicating hunger, managing unemployment, improving fiscal performance, stabilizing foreign exchange, and ensuring inclusive economic growth. On environment and climate change, the government has committed to reduce carbon emission by 32% by 2030 and increase tree cover to at least 30% by 2032. In support of the government's efforts, the Office of the First Lady through Mama Doing Good, the organization that implements the programs of the First Lady, runs various development programs structured around 3 strategic pillars, namely women economic empowerment, environment and climate action, and faith diplomacy.
I believe that when women are given the right skills, tools and opportunities, they are able to uplift themselves, their families and their communities for the better. At Mama Doing Good, we work with women and the wider community in supporting, encouraging and challenging them to start with the little they have.
The Women Economic Empowerment Pillar supports women's ability in the access to and control of productive resources, access to decent work and meaningful participation in economic decision-making at all levels. Its flagship program, Joy for Women, which was launched in 2009, is based on the principles of table banking and enables group members to pool their money, save and borrow for livelihood projects based on their contributions. The women are also empowered via capacity building and trade and market access. Karakana provides the raw materials, pays the members and thereafter takes their handicrafts to the market.
Since hizi vitambaa zikuje, nimejikeep busy, unapata ninashona the whole day, nikienda tu kwa ward, nikienda kwa ward ni kulala.
The programs we run have not only enabled women to realize their dreams, but have also empowered and given them the dignity they deserve. We understand that if you empower the woman, you empower everyone around her. And this is the positive transformation we are working towards for our communities and our nation.
The Environment and Climate Action Pillar, launched in 2020, promotes tree growing initiatives, circular, blue and green economy, nature-based enterprise, the reduction of indoor air pollution through clean energy initiatives, and the uptake of non-motorized transport for physical and mental well-being, as well as environment protection. Forest adoption and tree planting initiatives across all events are aimed at supporting Mama Doing Good goal of 500 million trees by 2032, which is in line with the government's National Tree Restoration Campaign goal to grow 15 billion trees by 2032. The Faith Diplomacy Pillar aims to promote family and national values to preserve the moral fabric of our nation. This is done through prayer, compassion, mentorship and reconciliation. It also facilitates access to education and retention of learners in public schools in marginalized communities through provision of school meals.
Women play a vital role in shaping the ecosystems, how they operate and how they grow. It is therefore important that their voice is heard and that we apply a lens that is woman-sensitive and woman-responsive. Their participation in the conversation and in decision-making will contribute to an all-inclusive, people-centered approach as they are always cognizant of those they care for and about. This will ensure that the spaces created for work, play and living are fit for purpose and serve everyone well. This conversation comes at a time when we also need to include a climate-focused approach on how we create cities. For example, the inclusion of green spaces in our communities and the encouragement of non-motorized transport to reduce the impact of carbon emissions on our environment. This will also go a long way in improving our physical and mental health well-being. Thank you.
Jane Masisi. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to redirect your attention to the screens once more. We're about to hear from Her Excellency Emin Erdoğan, First Lady of the Republic of Turkey.
Değerli hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, saygıdeğer katılımcılar, sizleri sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Daha yaşanabilir bir dünyanın inşasında öncü kuruluş olan Birleşmiş Milletler Habitat'ın bu sene ikincisi düzenlenen olağan kurulunun hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Nazik davetleri için Kenya Devlet Başkanı'nın eşi Rachel Rutto'ya ve dostum Maymuna Şerif başta olmak üzere tüm Birleşmiş Milletler Habitat ailesine şükranlarımı sunuyorum. Dünya nüfusunun büyük çoğunluğunun doğayla ilişkisini kaybetmiş yerleşimlerde yaşamaya mahkum olduğu günümüzde böylesi bir toplantının önemi gerçekten çok büyük. Şehirsel atıklar çoktan doğanın bertaraf edemeyeceği boyutlara ulaştı ve giderek küresel bir tehdide dönüşüyor. Ne yazık ki ortak evimiz dünyamızdaki 8 milyar insanla birlikte bütün canlı yaşamını etkileyen bir tehlikeden bahsediyoruz. Yeryüzündeki tüm canlılar geride varlığının, türünün izini bırakırken biz insanlar medeniyetimizin izlerini bırakıyoruz. Bizden geriye bir yandan muhteşem mimari yapılar ve sanat eserleri kalacak. Ama diğer yandan gelecek kuşaklara çöp dağları ve hatta okyanusta atıklardan müteşekkil 7. bir kıta bırakmak üzereyiz. Oysa doğaya terk ettiğimiz atıkların büyük bir kısmı yeniden kullanılabilecek, ömrünü tamamlamamış ürünlerden oluşuyor. Yeryüzüne bırakacağımız bu izi belirlemek bizim elimizde. İnsanın günlük hayatındaki küçük değişikliklerle, doğa dostu atıksız bir yaşam ile iklim değişikliği hastalığına karşı dünyaya şifa olabiliriz. Türkiye'de başlattığımız sıfır atık hareketinin kısa zaman diliminde ulaştığı üstün başarı, çevre sorunlarında insanın bireysel çabasının önemini tüm dünyaya gösterdi. Bu kazanımlar neticesinde Türkiye'nin liderliğinde Birleşmiş Milletler Habitat'ın değerli desteği ile 30 Mart Uluslararası Sıfır Atık Günü ilan edildi. Birleşmiş Milletler bünyesinde tüm üye ülkelerde sıfır atık hareketine rehberlik edecek bir danışma kurulu tahsis edildi. Doğayı bertaraf edemeyeceği atıklardan kurtarmak için hiç kuşkusuz çok büyük adımlar atıldı. Buna karşın tüketimin amaç haline geldiği bir çağda elbette yolumuz çok uzun. Asıl çarpıcı değişimin kullan at kültüründen uzaklaşarak neredeyse hiç atık üretilmeyen bir yaşam tarzını benimsediğimizde gerçekleşeceğine inanıyorum. Küresel sıfır atık hareketinin ülke ülke, insan insan yayılması o günlerin artık çok da uzak olmadığını gösteriyor. Kıymetli misafirler, elde ettiğimiz başarıyı her şeyden önce halkımızın ve elbette kadınlarımızın projeyi sahiplenmesine borçluyuz. Ülkemizde ve küresel düzeydeki kazanımların kadınların tüm süreçlere etkin bir şekilde katılımını sağlamamız ile gerçekleştiğine inanıyorum. Bir kadın olarak Sıfır Atık Hareketi'nin hamiliğini ve Sıfır Atık Danışma Kurulu'nun başkanlığını yürütüyorum. Yine çevre liderliğiyle dünyaya rol model olmuş başka bir kadın, sevgili dostum Maymuna Hanım ile bu yolda yürümekten büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Türkçemizde çok sevdiğim bir atasözümüz, yuvayı dişi kuş kurar demektedir. Atalarımız bu söz ile kadınların doğasındaki şefkatle merhamet kadar dönüştürücü gücünü, dirayetini, azmini ve güzellikleri çoğaltma yeteneğini de vurguluyor. Her şey gibi şehirlerimiz de kadınların çevreyi ve toplulukları şekillendirmedeki mahareti sayesinde daha yaşanabilir ve sürdürülebilir mekanlara dönüşüyor. Bu toplantı vesilesiyle bir araya gelen öncü kadınlar ve tüm çevre dostu gönüllüler liderliğinde insanlığa ışık tutacak çözümlerin hayata geçirileceğine yürekten inanıyorum. Yeniden doğa ile dost olduğumuz, tüm canlı ailesiyle uyum içinde yaşadığımız, sürdürülebilir bir geleceği şekillendiren bu buluşmalar hepimizi umutlandırıyor. Bu duygu ve düşüncelerle sözlerime son verirken, Birleşmiş Milletler Habitat II. Olağan Kurulu'nun sonuçlarının insanlığa hayır getirmesini diliyor, başta Maymuna Hanım olmak üzere emeğe geçen herkesi kutluyorum. Her geçen gün daha temiz ve sağlıklı bir dünyaya ulaşmak dileğiyle bir kez daha hepinizi en kalbi duygularla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
One more round of applause for the First Lady of the Republic of Turkey. And as she said in her remarks, the Turkish proverb, the female bird builds the nest. It absolutely speaks to the criticality and importance of women in building and shaping the communities and cities that they call home. And that is the perfect segue into our next segment of this program. I'd like to shed the spotlight on two incredible women in this room. They live in our communities here in Kenya, and they're making a transformative change where they are. Allow me to introduce them as they make their way on stage. Rose Njoki Muratetu. She currently runs a table banking group of 12 women named Runji Enterprises. And with the capital garnered from 8 months of diligently meeting to pool funds, they plan to open a cyber cafe and later to start a cereals business. She is also the beneficiary of Karakana, which is an initiative aimed at financially empowering vulnerable members in the community, particularly women who have been incarcerated. We also will be hearing from Beatrice Achieng, and she has benefited from the Joyful Women organization, spearheaded, of course, by Her Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto. And her story is incredible, from washing clothes to support her 4 children, all on her own, to becoming a certified teacher and owning several rental units. Beatrice is a testament to the strength and abundance of the spirit of a woman with a dream. Can we give them a round of applause as they make their way up?
Excellency. Your Excellency, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Ruto, all the protocol observed, hello. I'm Beatrice Acheng, I'm a Kenyan. I am a single mother of 4 children, and I am an ECD teacher, trained and registered by TSC. I am a HIV positive. I don't forget to say that. I'm here to talk about the Joyful Women table banking, how it has transformed my life from where I was and where I am today. But before I reach there, I just want to talk just a brief story about my life background, my childhood life background. I was born in a poor family, extreme poverty, and it was a polygamy family. My mom was a second wife, and we are so many children in our family. So our dad was not able to take care of us. Then my mom passed away in 1994 when I was 9 years old. From that year, I really passed a lot. We walked with torn clothes. We walked with torn uniforms. We went to school barefoot. We sometimes missed to go to school because of school fees. We engaged in hard labors at home to get money. Sometimes we went to school without food. We even stayed sometimes for 3 days on an empty stomach. No food, no hope, no everything. Until there is a time, I remember in 1998, when I was 13 years old, my dad introduced me to a man that was his friend, and my dad was owing him 20,000 that my dad was not able to pay back. So this man told my dad that he wanted to marry me as a second wife, and he was my father's age, and I was age of his children. My dad could not object because that was the only option. So my dad convinced me to marry him, only to find that this man was not ready to marry me, but he had just fishy missions about me. This man started to have sex with me when I was 13 years old and I was in class 7. Because he was sometimes coming to school and see the bills that are needed in school, he can pay. He used even to pick me from school and tell a teacher that he's my uncle. He picked me several times until the teacher suspected, are you sure this is your uncle? And then he was picking me from school. He goes, sleeps with me in the bush in some sugarcane plantation, and then gives me either 200 or 100 shillings. But I really needed this money because sometimes we didn't have food at home. So I was accepting to sleep with him for him to give me this money to take home for usage because of poverty. And when I did my class 8, I did my KCP in 1999. And there was no any hope of going to high school. So I came here in Nairobi to look for a job. The work I got, it was a house girl work. I did the work for 2 years, then I got tired, I went back home. And when I went back home, there's a woman who connected me to another man who wanted to marry me. So I entered in the marriage to the man that I didn't know, I didn't love, we never dated. So I started life, and that time I was 16 years old. The marriage did not work because the marriage was so violent, it was so abusive. I passed through a lot, and I decided to quit because I was almost being killed. And I quit when I had 4 children. Then I came back here in Nairobi, that was in 2011. I went in a slum called Deep Sea. It is in High Ridge Parklands. I didn't have a job to do. I didn't have any hope in life. I started working, I started washing people's clothes. That was the thing that I was doing to earn a living. Because I had children that I had to feed. I had the rent that I had to pay, and the children were supposed also to go to school. It was so hard for me until it reached a time that I could not afford to pay my rent. And the rent at that time, it was only 1,500 shillings per month because it was a Mabati house. I was struggling so much. And I just want to thank God because of Her Excellency, our First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, because of the vision that God gave her about women. Because she came in High Ridge, that was in 2014. She gathered all the women in Westlands, those who live in slums, and she told us about the table banking. And I saw the idea was good, and I joined table banking. I joined the Joyful Women Table Banking in 2014. I joined one of the group, and we started saving 200 shillings per month. That was in 2014. From that time, because I was struggling so much to pay the rent, I got a house, a structure, those Mabati structures in Dipsy. I bought one in 2015 at 30,000 shillings. I bought another one in 2018. So I have 2 structures in Dipsy that today there are some people who are living in and they're paying me rent, that 1,500. Secondly, when I joined table banking, I was enlightened and my mind opened up. When I was a child, I had a dream of becoming a teacher, but along the way, the dream died. So I didn't have hope. I didn't know if I will ever become a teacher. But when I was enlightened, I knew that, I now realized that I can go back to school. So I took myself back to school as a private student in 2015, and in 2017, I did my KCSE, that is Form 4 exam, when I was 32 years old. In 2018, I joined ECD course because the grade I got enabled me to join ECD course. I did my exam in 2020. We did an exam in 2020, October, because of COVID. I got a credit. Last year, I registered by TSC, and today I'm an ECD teacher, though I'm not yet employed by the government. Through Joyful Women and table banking, today my savings are 80,000 since 2015, and I am able to take a loan of about 240,000 because in table banking we take a loan 3 times of your savings. Through table banking, my children are going to school. I got my firstborn in 2002 when I was 17 years old. And I didn't know if they will learn. But today my son is, he finished high school and he's in Pwani University. He's going to 3rd year. My secondborn is in Form 4 and all the rest are learning too. And I also have some other children that I took that I'm helping. They are orphans. 3 children I'm living with, they're going to school and they are learning. And I want to thank God for that. And my vision, my future vision is, I want to continue with my education because I only did certificate. I want to continue to pursue diploma and up to degree. I also, because in Dipsy I was living in a Mabati house, I didn't like that environment because there was no toilet, the environment is dirty. I shifted from Dipsy. I'm living in a block house, though it's a single room, but it's a stone house, it's a good house that there is a toilet, there's water, there's bathroom, and there is electricity. And my plan is also, I want to engage myself into this government housing plan project. I need a good house. I need a good house. So I just hear this argument of 3%, and I want to ask Mr. President, what about us that we are not employed? How can we join that housing plan project? Because you can be able to take loan from our table banking, our chamas, pay the deposit and get a good house. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Ruth Joki. I met Her Excellency when I was in prison, Langata Women Prison, when Madam Her Excellency came there and introduced a project, Karakana, cross-stitch. So that money, she was paying us, actually, and the money helped us a lot to push that. Our children who are helpless, like my children. The father passed when I was still there. They had no education. So that money was pushed us a lot because Madam could put the money to the welfare office, and the children could come and get the money. And the kind of work we were doing for cross-stitch, this is a sample for what we were doing. This is a sample of what we were doing. So the money helped us a lot. I don't know how to explain. Because in prison, there are people who are never visited by their people. So that money for Her Excellence helped us. Even for our children, they could come and get the money, go and pay for the rent, that the mothers are not there. The money also helped us in prison. There are no sanitary towels. Sometimes you want to buy milk, you want to do this and this. And that money pushed us a lot for those who are never visited. I don't know how I can thank Her Excellency, because it is not easy to see Her Excellency coming to prisoners, to prison, to see the prisoners. After that, Madam came back, Her Excellency came back to see how the project was going on. She came, and we had a dinner together, imagine, with Her Excellency. We stayed there, we could talk with her, and she left very late, around 10, which is not usual to prison. I thank Madam for considering a poor person. God bless her. After I was released from prison, that is 2020, Madam, Her Excellency invited us, the ex-prisoners, to her house to have a cup of tea. We went there, we had tea together, talking, and Madam Her Excellency introduced us to Joyful Women, that is table banking. I was interested with the table banking. When I left, I went and started a table banking, where by now I've saved 100,000, and the money has helped me. We meet once a month, we attend. Although I want some more people as we go on. The money has helped me, the money which I came with from prison, and around 50,000. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Her Excellency. God bless you. So that money helped me a lot. So when we went for a cup of tea to her house, when she introduced us about the Joyful Women, I was interested. I went and started mine and opened a company called Roji Enterprises. So I'm doing serious, although it's a bit difficult. I am doing serious, although it's a bit difficult, but I thank God for what I am. So I don't know. I thank God for that. So, Madam, the project which is going on for the government project, we thank you, and if we could be, I could be assisted and get a house, I would be very happy, because even my children are jobless. I'm sick. You can see how I'm working. I have nothing. My children have no job. Madam, Her Excellency, if you consider that, I'll be happy, because Her Excellency, you are a God-fearing. Right, and God bless you. Bless you, I don't know how many blessings I'll give you. God bless you and bless you. Thank you.
One more round of applause for Beatrice and Rose. inspiring stories there. How many of us can say we had dinner, let alone tea, with the First Lady? But thank you so much for your inspiring stories. At this juncture, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to invite Her Excellency, Mama Rachel Ruto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, to make her remarks.
Thank you. We may be seated. President of the Assembly, Honorable Roman Mayor Falcon, Ms. Maimuna Sharif, Under Secretary General and Executive Director, United Nations Human Settlements Program, UN Habitat, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Mheshimiwa Njeru, representatives from national and local governments of Kenya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the inaugural First Lady Roundtable at the second UN Habitat Assembly. And for the visitors, I believe you are enjoying our Kenyan hospitality. Receive warm greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who was here yesterday. Thank you, Executive Director Maimuna and the entire United Nations fraternity for your warm welcome to the United Nations office in Nairobi. I am honored to host the inaugural First Lady Roundtable, a forum to share, discuss, and agree on various approaches that will raise the profile of sustainable urban development through the voice and agency of women. The theme of today's roundtable is Women Shaping Cities and Communities, a topic that recognizes the role of women as enablers of our cities and communities to thrive as a whole. The story of Beatrice and Rose are an example of what resilience and belief in moving forward despite whatever circumstances you are in is important, and the fact that no one else can do it for you but yourself. Think of how the story of Beatrice would be if the city had her in mind. We would have wider streets because she's thinking of what it takes to hold at a minimum 2 children on each side of her as they walk home from school. The city would have paved roads that she and her family can walk on or riding with the kids, especially on weekends as they unwind as family. Beatrice is a teacher in one of the informal settlements in Nairobi, and the children in her class have no playground. How about a walk in the park, and for the learners to play at the swings and run around in green open spaces? That kind of space and activities reminds me of my growing up days. Growing up in Kakamega County, we shared the one broken bike with my siblings on the rural roads. We would have the time of our lives as we went rolling at high speed down the valley, many times with no brakes. The feeling of joy and freedom was priceless. Ladies and gentlemen, such cities are possible if we commit to be inclusive and sustainable. Vienna City is an example we can learn from as we think of how our cities and communities can be more sustainable, especially with women in mind. Vienna's government has made the city safer and a more convenient place for women after incorporating a gender lens into urban design. Improvement of public facilities, including improving street lighting, made parks more accessible to young girls, widened pavements, and designed neighborhoods helped meet the social needs of women. Kenya has made its positive strides through street lighting in conjunction with the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, modernized markets with some having daycare facilities, remodeled public parks, and walking and cycling lanes in some of our major towns. The woman is the mirror of the society. If she is marginalized, the community is oppressed. If strengthened, the community is empowered. Women must be at the table when planning for our cities and communities. A woman in the society atom. Indeed, without her, nothing would exist. I believe that if women are given the right opportunities and tools, they have the power to uplift themselves and their communities. This is the reason why I advocate for and insist that women must be at the center of shaping cities and communities. Ladies and gentlemen, SDG 11 focuses on making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. More than 50% of the world's population live in cities, and by 2050, an estimated 7 out of 10 people will likely live in urban areas. In developing countries, this increase continues to be driven by rural-urban migration in search of employment and business opportunities. Cities are key drivers of economic growth globally and contribute more than 80% of global GDP. A growing younger generation is another key driver for urban population growth. This urban population explosion has resulted in several challenges, such as insufficient housing, the growth of informal settlements, inadequate solid waste management, to name but a few. Green spaces and tree cover are greatly affected in an effort to make room for human settlements. There is an increase in air and noise pollution and carbon emission from motor vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, the local scenario is not different from the global experience. Urbanization is changing how Kenyans live. It is estimated that by 2030, 34% of Kenyans will be living in urban areas. Kenya has a deficit of 200,000 houses annually, and the government is encouraging investments in affordable housing. Affordable housing is a key part of the government's bottom-up economic plan, with a goal to restore the dignity of informal settlement dwellers. It's every woman's goal to own a house and have the security that her family has an assurance of a decent roof over their head. The Kenyan government has a plan to grow the number of affordable mortgages from the current 30,000 to 1 million by 2032. Devolution, for instance, in Kenya has seen urban migration diluted from the capital city to county headquarters by creating opportunities for employment and investment. Government investment in affordable and sustainable transport systems, the upgrade of transport infrastructure are key for better management of urban areas. Mama Doing Good has launched several programs to positively shape our cities and communities. I shall delve deeper into the thematic areas during the roundtable discussion. I'm confident that the outcomes from today's dialogue shall go a long way in supporting and attaining SDG 11, which is about sustainable cities and communities, and through SDG 5, which is equality. We shall amplify the voice of our women through involving them in the pursuit of inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable communities. With those few remarks, I wish to officially launch the First Lady Roundtable and look forward to our engagement towards enhancing sustainability of our cities and communities. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and may God bless you.
One more round of applause for Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto. And as she said in her speech, we are amplifying the voices of women. Our next presentation comes from a Botswana poet. Her name is Changwangwa Dema. She is the author of The Careless Seamstress and the winner of the Sillerman First Book Prize. Can we give her a hearty round of applause as she makes her way up?
Thank you, Victoria, for that introduction and for observing all protocols. Dumelang, good morning. I am honored to be here with you today as you consider these pressing issues around women shaping cities and communities. The poetic text that I have chosen to share with you today is, of course, an occasion poem, rather than a traditionally lyrical or typical poem, but I trust that you will find some measure of music as well as meaning within its language. This is a common interest. 1. What will we tell our daughters when they ask us? When years from now they say to us, where were the women? When the faces staring at them from history books and monuments and fancy phones still look nothing like them, what will we tell them when the word place does not seem to include them? If it is culture which keeps us here, hesitant, shadow-like, tied to less than $2 a day and not some chain of habit masquerading as tradition, then our choices will survive these questions. There are rights gifted to each of us at birth, not least of which should be a life worth living, health and happiness, equal, at least until gravity and DNA's lottery drag forth voice box or breast. Then suddenly, sanity clambers back down between appendage and good sense. Only we who claim the word woman can inhabit this war-torn skin and call it home. I have heard young girls, tomorrow's women, whisper to each other. They say mothers must choose carefully the tongues with which they do not speak to their daughters. The things we do not say often mean and say more than we ever could. This is how we are made invisible, vulnerable. I meant to write you a poem, but there are those who will say that a silent woman is a gift from God, that poems are not meant to be sung out loud like the words women whisper to a young bride about the pride to be found in silence. I say sing, poem. Sing your song any way you know how, any way you know would seem loud in this quiet. Because until it is not one woman plucked, made exceptional, while the rest of her tribe labors under some invisible cloak, until it is as commonplace as the rising of the sun, then we must all stay with the trouble of doing better. If we all say, what trouble I see is not mine, if we are faithful only to ourselves, what shall we tell those daughters when they ask, what of everyone else? 2, the architect must decide, shelter or settlement, play or pause, hurry past or feel lost. She must ask what makes a city livable. Do bricks and mortar without breath, without blood pulsing in giggling childish bodies make a life worth living? When we see a house with large cracks building homes in its walls, we wonder at its foundations. Let us wonder now at our own. Let us ask, what will we tell her? 3, I did not mean to speak so heavily of such matters. Instead, I meant to write you a poem, all of you. I meant to say to you that you have only to look around to know that you have done something well. But the words are their own God. They come how and when they please, and today they choose to leave me with nothing more to say except that if it were enough to stand here and say absolutely nothing, then perhaps we would do away with poems and words and summits such as these. But it is not enough for a life to be called lived and to not show the princes and ourselves that there is no damsel in distress. We are all in crisis. She too is fetching and laying, hauling pen and paper and brick. Tell them that we have always been builders and fire people. We too are the keepers of the realm. It is our hand at the helm, and there is no end to our story. But I really did mean to write you a poem, the happiest poem in the world, to lay it down brick by brick, to set before you a window through which to see your cities, their familiar faces, floors and doors, your marketplaces and hospital corridors. I wanted to write you a poem, but what time is given us is borrowed, precious, and this one earth, this one home given us is where we must name each other, hold each other. For we are not static, we sprawl, transform, we are haulers and diggers, dragging and lifting. Our paths meet and cross, diverge and re-meet at a common interest, to serve, to listen to voices that may not second our own. Here, today, in this room, we are all of us architects of the heart. We must listen to the dirt and the dirge, the cultured and the quirky, to the stroller and the stranger, to the one saying, and me, where do I belong? Like water, our design must take the shape of their desires. For here we are at another beginning, another foundation. So I ask you, what measures and markers shall we put in place? Out of these trenches, our boots and heels knee-deep in mud and making, we must wonder how level our gaze is. What shall we remove and what shall we keep? What string shall we choose? Will it be telling or listening? Who will dig and who will pour? This is where we split open or hold tight. For history should not only remember kings, it should remember all those who dare to tell their story. I ask you now, will you finally give us something to remember, something to tell our daughters? Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, that was Chawangwa Dema, a Botswana poet from Botswana. Thank you so much. We will now get into our roundtable discussion. Allow me to quickly make my way to the front stage. And this discussion will focus on the key role of women. That has been a current theme and recurring theme in the speeches and the deliberations today of how women are shaping the cities and communities that they call home. So allow me to invite on stage with me Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto. As well as the UN Habitat Executive Director, Madam Maimuna Mohamed Sharif. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you both for joining me. You may take your seats. Thank you. Your Excellency, let me begin with you. You cycled over 10 kilometers this morning from State House all the way to the UN complex. And many are wondering, with the elements, because it was raining at that time, why did you do that?
Thank you so much, Victoria. Thank you. Thank you so much, Victoria. So cycling has really been part of my life. I grew up in Western Province. That was the former Western Province, now Kakamega County. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Victoria. So actually, we've cycled this morning about 10.8 kilometers. I grew up, I was born in Western Kenya, and you know, what we do in Western Kenya, in Kakamega County especially, is we love cycling. So growing up, we had a small bicycle. My father had bought, like, for my older siblings, and we kept passing it from one person to another. So I learned cycling, and the passion never left me. So many years later, after I came to the city of Nairobi, I bought a bicycle also, and I continued cycling. But what really happened was during COVID-19, we realized that everybody was locked and there was nothing much that was happening. So I got the community around where I lived, and we started a cycling community with the young people and just the neighbors. And so we have been cycling from that time, and we called it Mama Cycling. And of course, many other things followed because we realized that as we were cycling in the streets or the roads of Kenya, we realized that there was no cycling paths, for the cyclists. We were actually sharing the road with the motorists, and many other times you'd be pushed off the road. And so we thought this will not just be about cycling, but at least it's good so that we can at least become advocates of a just road system in Kenya. And of course, issues of environment, because you realize that when you cycle, there's no much emission, the pollution that we emit into the environment. So we thought, of course, we could continue cycling. And now we have a very big community, and we've just joined other many cyclists in Kenya because already there were other communities cycling.
Before I bring Madam Edie on, let me ask you this. Your video shared a lot about your organization, Mama Doing Good. How did it all begin?
Mama Doing Good actually began with what Beatrice talked about, which is the Joyful Women Organization, a dream that I got about 25 years ago. And I was in the rural areas, and I saw a woman that did not have shoes, yet was very happy. And so I wondered what we could do to really help this woman. And in 2009, through the help of the then Poverty Eradication Commission by the government, we established Joyful Women Organization, which is a table banking program that brings together women to do table banking, like to have a bank on the table. And so from the Joyful Women, we have moved on into the Mama Cycling, and now we are doing environment, and all our programs are under the Mama Doing Good. We just want to do good, Victoria. And in Mama Doing Good, we say we do it the right way, because sometimes you may be doing good that you don't do it the right way. So that is how Mama Doing Good was established in 2021, to bring together all the programs when I was the spouse of the Deputy President and now the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Madam Edie, you mentioned in your speech that we only have 7 years left to achieve the commitments of the SDGs, not a long time. What do you suggest we can do to ensure that no one is left behind, and especially women?
Thank you very much, Victoria, for that question. I think we are less than 7 years left. I remember I even calculated the number of days when in my closing speech during the World Urban Forum in Katowice last year. I think from the example that we have seen just now, from the video, and then from the poet, and also from the life example that Beatrice and another madam who came up and shared the life story, I think what we need is that leadership. Leadership is very, very important in whatever that we want to achieve. Leadership that put people at the center. Leadership that is not in a way that is brave enough to go to the ground and engage with everyone. I think that is what we are here when we look into this UN Habitat Assembly 2. We're also looking into the engagement. That's why the theme is like the sustainable urban future and true, effective, and efficient multilateralism. When you talk about multi-level decision making, it's from the global, from the national, from the regional, and also to the local. Do you have seen the life example from Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, from the First Lady of Botswana, and also the First Lady of Turkey? I think this is very important in terms of, one is leadership and commitment and political will. Second is the engagement, the participation of women in the decision making in every stage, either is at the community stage, at the city stage, or even at the country level and the global level. I think this is the participation of women. That's why the Secretary General want to see that at every level in the UN there must be at least 50-50. At my level, he already reached 50. Now it's on my burden to make sure that at the UN Habitat, there must be 50-50. So that is in terms of participation. And third is that we have to look into giving them the space. What I meant the space here is that for the women to really give the space to share their talent, because as Excellency Mama Rachel Russo mentioned just now, that half of the population will live in cities. And in our studies, more than 50% of the world population will be women. And you can see that if we don't give these women opportunity, is a loss of opportunity, a loss of labor, a loss of knowledge and talent. So I think we need to be inclusive and giving them the space. So my answer is that leadership, commitment, political commitment, and participation, and giving them the opportunity and the space for women. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam ED. Your Excellency, the last 2 days, the conversations have been around shaping sustainable communities and cities. When you talk about the work that Mama Doing Good is actually doing, what does it look like when it comes to making that happen, shaping sustainable cities and communities?
I think it is possible, Victoria, just like the issues we have seen even Beatrice and Rose talk about. We see every woman desires to live in a city and desires to live in a good house. And so if, like my sister Maimuna has said, policies would come, for example, the cycling we have done this morning, just making sure that, we have pavements for cyclists and pedestrians, and issues of what the First Lady of Turkey has said, issues of waste management, then everybody would live in a good environment. Issues of greening spaces in the cities, and, even just our children, the way I talked about, every child, has a tricycle, teaching our children how to cycle. Then I think if we have clean cities, then I think we will shape this conversation we are talking about today.
Absolutely. Madam ED, you talked about having more participation of women at every level and how important it is to have them there and their presence. But can you tell us a bit more about UN Habitat and what it's doing to empower more women leaders in the cities and the communities?
Thank you so much. In UN Habitat, and I personally am a woman and an urban planner, and I believe that a city planned by women for women is also a city planned and safe for men. Do you agree with me? Because if it's safe for women, definitely safe for men. So that is the indicators. So in UN Habitat, we are dealing a lot of urban planning, urban design. We give expertise to the cities, to the member state in terms of planning, in terms of urban design, in terms of guidelines of safe city, or guidelines on resilient city, or a guideline on healthy city, where we work together with World Health Organization, for example, on healthy city. We work together with UNICEF on the safe city for children. We work also together with FAO on the urban farming. So to me is that UN Habitat, we have two ways of looking at it. One is on our normative work. We prepare the guideline. We also give this expertise. We did also sharing and helping the government and the cities to do their city planning. Because what Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto mentioned just now, if you don't design the city for cycling, can you cycle? And if you don't design, I remember that when she mentioned that you would like to hold the hand of the Beatrice want to like to hold the hands of the two children when coming back from school. If we don't have the pedestrian walkways, we cannot do that. So I think this is the work of UN Habitat, and we also would like to share. We have the Her City Tools apps. Maybe you can download Her City 2 apps, where we develop to engage the women how to design and how to plan their own cities. That is one. And second is also we have the program on the public spaces. We engage with community, we engage with the women, how to make the public space, for example, like safe for women. And in our work also in I would like to share with you our work in Afghanistan. When we work on giving the land title, we also managed to convince the government to put in the wife name on the land title. And I was pleasantly impressed when I went to Afghanistan when we want to give to issue the land title. And on the stage, there is one man and there is two ladies walking behind. I said, why there is two ladies there? Because this man have two wives. So even the man has two wives, the two wife name is on the land title. So this is the work on our global land tool network. I can give you many other examples that we are doing at the moment now. And what we would like to do is that in all our program on the ground, I already put the checklist. How is this relate to the women participation? Our program on the ground, we have around 90, served within 90 countries. So during the approval of the program, one of the checklists is how much that we can, how can this program elevate or strengthen or give more opportunity for women, not only to use, but also to be actively involved in terms of social, economic, or even psychology, because now mental health is very, very important also these days. So these are the areas, both normative and also the operational part of our work on the ground. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Madam ED. Let me come to you, Your Excellency, as we wrap up this round table. And how do you leverage your position as First Lady of Kenya to scale up, to enhance the program's outreach across the communities in this country?
Thank you, Victoria. So what we are doing in the office of the First Lady is just following on the footsteps of the President, especially on the bottom-up economic agenda for the country. And that is why you can see in our programs, everything is trying to lift the person that is at the bottom of the pyramid. So when you look at the women economic empowerment that we do, where we have 12,000 groups across the country, you've heard Rose talk about her group, Beatrice has her group. Those are just 2 groups in the city, but we have about 12,000 groups across the country. So we are doing women economic empowerment just to empower that woman, you know, with financial inclusion, financial health, livelihoods, trade, and MSc, and so on and so forth. And the other thing, of course, is on the environment and climate action. So we are teaching the women that they need to take care of the environment. Of course, you know that the President has the restoration program on the trees to plant 15 billion trees by 2032. So at the Office of the First Lady, we are going to be planting 500 million trees, and we have already started planting several of them. In fact, this week, we are going to Kakamega Forest, where I've adapted 200 hectares, about 500 acres, and we are going to be planting 30,000, you know, just to support, you know, the government program. And issues of also just mercy works, you know, working in the informal settlements, you know, helping like children like those ones of Beatrice, because we realize that many children in the informal settlements fend for the family instead of going to school. So we have a school feeding program where we feed public schools. And so we have seen an influx into the schools because now there is food. And in the process of the children getting food, they get an education. And you know, Victoria, they say education is an equalizer. You can see the story of Beatrice just because she has added to her education. Now she's an ECD teacher, and that is the story we want for all our communities. Also in my office, we have what we call the 5 C's, and what we do is to convene, connect, collaborate, catalyze, and celebrate. So I'm working with spouses of our members of parliament, our governors, our senators, our clergy. I'm just working with women in general to be able
to convene meetings for them, to be able to collaborate with them. And one of the things that we are collaborating with all the spouses is actually on environment and climate action, because it's no longer a luxury. It's no longer like, something that we thought we could just do as CSR and just do something on the side. But we are very deliberate, because in Kenya, we experienced the worst drought that we had not had for 40 years. And this is as a result of the environmental issues. So that is what we are doing in my office, and we continue to do the work that we've been doing with women economic empowerment. We have added environment and climate action and issues of faith diplomacy, which has Mercy Works, and working with our young people. So it's an exciting space, and we know that we have many partners that we are collaborating with. UN Habitat is one of them. That is why we are here today, just to be in this conversation of shaping cities, and really telling women to be able to sit on the table in order to shape their cities. So that is what we are doing.
Thank you so much. Can I get a round of applause for my distinguished panel, Her Excellency, Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, and the UN Habitat Executive Director, Maimuna Sharif. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. Wonderful. And at this juncture, I believe we have an intervention from the floor. As I mentioned earlier in the program, we have Honorable Filda Kereng, the Minister for Environment and Tourism from the Republic of Botswana. You may take the podium to make a few remarks.
Thank you so very much, Madam Moderator. May I respect Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, my friend, Executive Director, UN Habitat, distinguished guests, I greet you this morning. Habari za asubuhi. I thought I spoke good Kiswahili. I'm just going to, let me appreciate the opportunity to make some intervention as the Minister of Environment and Tourism, which also is benefiting quite a lot from these discussions, and to also appreciate the presentations and the messages that we have been getting from the First Ladies, just to demonstrate that building cities just requires the right positioning of women. And once we have done that, and they lead it from the highest topmost level of leadership in their countries, we can see we are going the right direction. Let me make a few remarks and say that the women and environment and habitats and settlements and planning for economic, livelihood, social advancement, this assembly is going to help us actually to do much, much better. The issue of housing, ensuring that women at home are safe, they are secure, and they can thrive as mothers, as wives to their husbands, and as community builders. The attention to proper housing is very critical, and we want to appreciate every effort all nations are actually giving attention to ensure that people, first of all, wake up from a safe environment. Then they can go to work, they can lead, they can go and do business, and they can actually live and live longer. The attention of this thematic general assembly on the issue of ensuring that women are, women in trade and livelihood endeavors can actually thrive in those vocations. We see women in poverty, like we've already mentioned, Your Excellencies, that women have to feed their families, they have to get food, they have to get incomes, and thank you for your testimony, Madam, how you managed to actually travel through the hard surfaces for you to be able to be where you are. They go to the farms, they collect farm produce, they need to sell it to get money to buy uniform and to buy food and other things. Are they safe in the spaces where they have to move from one place to the other, go to the bush, some of them to collect veil products, wild fruits in our country, we have a lot of, they have to collect firewood, they have to collect different kinds of products from the veld, from the forest. Are they safe to come home and find their families and provide for them? We're talking about, planning for ease of doing business, ease of trading. We have women in my country who have to travel across the borders to South Africa to buy products to come and sell. Is transportation, is ease of movement, allowing them to do so. And when they come back with those products, they are trading along the streets, in open areas. Climate change issues, rain is coming. Will they trade that day? If they don't trade because the space is not safe for them, it's going to be raining and windy. Will the food that they prepare, along the streets, be assisted by a clean environment where I'll be able to comfortably buy that food, and eat? Are they accessible in terms of the spaces where they trade? Can business thrive for them in the neighborhoods? Or they have to travel kilometers with a wheelbarrow, with a whole load of stuff in their head and a baby just to go and sell the products they have? This is the things that you want to acknowledge, that, what we have been hearing for the First Ladies is that these are things that have to be attended by policy, by strategic intentional programs, and also by support. We're talking about, the importance of women in leadership. When women have the place in leadership, then they plan from their heart and from the proper knowledge, adequate knowledge, full knowledge of what it takes, to be able to bring a family, a community, and a nation to the right standard of living, enforcing justice and speaking out, and be able to be relevant in decision making. So the issues of poverty, vulnerability to gender-based abuse, being excluded from mainstream programming, the weight of responsibility, safety, and sometimes, the conflict between law enforcement, national planning, sometimes when we have to, exact bylaws, evicting people from spaces, do we put attention to the fact that we are evicting women who just have to make a living for that day? So law enforcement policies must also, be in sync with the need of women. I want to touch on very briefly on thematic interventions, just to summarize and to add my voice to it. Cities for all, that are responsive and resilient and adapted to climate change, conditions. Being able to have the right infrastructure, do we have the right roads, the bridges? Can people actually move easily, from one place to the other? Do we have the right connectivity in terms of different settlements where, to come from one area or one side of the city to another, it's with ease? And are they accessible if you need to buy their products, or they have to get their products, to the market? And also to talk about the safety in the trading spaces and living spaces, where we talk about robberies, we talk about, petty crimes, health and sanitation, as I've already mentioned. Inclusive planning, I said, women shaping cities, they will shape it with knowledge, with experience, with a heart and a passion to see life being balanced for all. The importance of research and data, we cannot leave it not emphasized. What do we know about the changing trends about where women and men coexist, and what are the figures in terms of, indicators that we want to achieve, and how can we report on what interventions are able to give us? So we need to make sure that we can attend to the issue of research, data, policy reforms, strategic programs, and investments. I think there was an issue about where should we put investments in terms of achieving, women, gender, a balanced and just society in action for economic development. We need to invest in the health of women and girls, and ultimately of families and communities and the nation. We know that there is rising mental health issues now. We need to make sure that health, attends to building, the health resilience of women. We also need to attend to issues of confidence, self-esteem, the sense of beauty and worth. You can't have a woman thriving if they don't believe they can do it. But us as leaders, we must be able to assist women and girls to understand that they can, that they have it, and they are able, and then we must be able to provide that support. We also need to invest on protection, because, protective environments are key. In Botswana, we have a toll-free line, based only focusing on gender-based reporting. So people are easy, I can easily access, police services, health, and so forth when there are incidences. And we also have invested in specialized courts, just dealing with gender-based violence cases. We also have gender and child protection branches within the police services and standard operating procedures. So investments in institutional reforms, institutional structures, where we have, additional or targeted services that need resourcing like manpower, like finances, and so forth. Also, the issue of gender-based violence as it grew, or it rose during COVID-19, we realized the need for more safe centers, where women or abused or victims can actually be protected while services are being sought out for them. Technology and innovation, how can we leverage into that? Child care centers, resourcing NGOs and CBOs, non-state actors, so that they have the capacity to help us to advocate and also deliver services to others, like the projects we have been hearing about. We also need to invest in economic empowerment programs, because we realize that when we empower women economically, there will be less dependence on perpetrators where the case is like that. So economic empowerment programs like what I heard about the banking thing, access to finance, access to investments, access to, money, pesa, so that people can just be able to thrive in their lives. I think I would want to round up by saying that, leadership and leaders, first ladies and us all, must take it upon themselves to help others to reach where we are so we can influence decisions. So young girls and women are waiting for us to actually help us lead them along and show them the way. And I want to encourage UN Habitat, first ladies, that let's work on programs that can collate documentaries, success stories, projects, those toolkits that can help people to access direction and guidance. And let us also work on programs that can help us, do exchange programs, inspire one another, connect the continent. Within the continent sub-regions, let us rise so that we can be able to work together. Make openings for us as leaders, for you as leaders, to connect with others around the world so that we can enhance this level of influence. We have young girls and women who need to be healed because they have gone through abusive, experiences. So the healing of such, I just want to say that I am encouraged and much inspired, because as the Minister of Environment, the project that the First Lady of Kenya is doing on environment and climate change, I'm going to run after it so that we get help. We are going to get ideas and knowledge from you, and we want to be able to connect with you on that line through our First Lady, so that we are going to start a new campaign on tree planting, and these ideas are just fit for what we want to do. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so inspired, and I think that we are all. We want to emphasize the fact that to build a city with women first takes building the women as cities, because women are cities of life. So if we clean them out of all the things that are not supposed to be, and we empower them, and we make them beautiful, and we make them, strong entities, then they will rise up and build cities with us. God bless you. Thank you very much.
One more round of applause for Honorable Filda Kereng, Minister for Environment and Tourism from the Republic of Botswana. Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, as we come to the close of this inaugural First Ladies Roundtable, a few takeaways that stuck out from the conversations and speeches that we had this morning. First, women's access to housing, to land, to property rights is not a nice to have. It's an absolute necessity. Secondly, cities that are planned with women and girls result in cities that work for every one of us. And lastly, promoting women's leadership and economic empowerment through partnerships and impact investing is a non-negotiable if we are to see cities that are truly equal and truly inclusive. And I want to leave you with a beautiful reminder from nature and the Turkish proverb that it is the female bird that builds the nest. It's been an absolute pleasure to be your host and moderator for this session. My name is Victoria Rubadiri. Have a lovely rest of the day.
I thank all speakers for telling us what to do right in human settlements is in an urbanizing world. Also because it's women's vision what our cities' public spaces need, since public policies on housing, mobility, or infrastructure structure our own communities. Also because they live the cities in a whole different way than men do. I thank Victoria for moderating this session. Our Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, thank you very much, and I wish to express our sincere gratitude for this wonderful opportunity. Madam Executive Director, thank you so much for this brilliant idea. May I, on behalf of UN Habitat Assembly and on behalf of all delegations that have come into Nairobi, thank our honorable guest, Her Excellency Mrs. Rachel Ruto. I bid farewell to the First Lady, and we will resume about in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Distinguished delegates, don't leave the room because we're going to continue immediately. The president comes back, and we're going to continue to finish the speakers list from yesterday. All right, then we take up the next item for the agenda. This way we're able to finish on time. Thank you. We will be continuing with the statements from we'll be finishing the statements from yesterday. So I hope everybody is in the room, you know. So thank you. I know people are on the committee of the whole and also in the drafting committee, but I hope we have people who in the room that will be able to finish. Distinguished delegates, whilst we wait for the president, we will continue with Poland, Russia, Nepal, Libya, Costa Rica, Czech Republic, USA, Japan, Greece, France, Qatar, Kuwait, Turkey, Democratic Republic of Congo, Saudi Arabia, Ukraine. All right. We hope to finish all that this morning. All right, so we will still be back at the 3 minutes stoppage time. Thank you.
Hi, I now move to continue debate at the plenary. We will continue with the speakers list. Before I call the speakers, I would like to remind delegations that interventions must not exceed 3 minutes, except for the chairs of regional and political groups, who will be allowed to speak a time of 5 minutes. Now, I call the first speaker on the list, a distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Malgorzata Jarzonska Sendatsnak, Secretary of the State Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy of Poland.
Is Poland in the room?
Okay. We continue with the next member on the list. Now I call the next speaker on the list, that distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Irek Fenulin, Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities of Russian Federation. Go ahead, please.
It's a video, so could you, Egle, could you put it on now, please? With the permission of Russia Federation, if we could move on to the next speaker so that we cue the video for play, if that's okay.
I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished...
Russia Federation wants the floor.
Okay, so...
Russia Federation.
Go ahead, Russia Federation, please.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Как мы понимаем, возникли технические сложности с демонстрацией видеообращения министра строительства и жилищно-коммунального хозяйства Российской Федерации господина Файзуллина. В этой связи хотели бы уведомить нас, когда технические сложности будут преодолены. Если это будет сделать невозможно, то мы готовы зачитать текст выступления министра с места. Спасибо, господин председатель.
Well, if the representative of Russia can read its introduction, it will be okay, instead of using the video.
Господин председатель, мы предпочли бы демонстрацию видеообращения, и в этой связи, если техническая служба может это сделать в течение сегодняшней утренней сессии, мы предпочли бы демонстрацию видео. Если это будет сделать невозможно, тогда мы зачитаем выступление с места. Спасибо.
Yes, we'll go ahead with Poland before we resume with the technical difficulties of the video. So if there's no problem, we will start with Poland. I call on the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Malgorzata Jarosinka Helsnak, Secretary of State, Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy of Poland. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, dear ministers, dear participants of UN Habitat Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. Poland's government efforts to implement the Sustainable Development Goals and the new urban agenda are strongly present at all levels and dimensions of functioning at the international, European Union or national levels. Already in April 2019, Poland committed to the implementation of the new UN New Urban Agenda to the strategic UN guidelines and documents on urban policy are strongly present in the most important strategic documents on urban development in Poland, namely the National Urban Policy 2030. This document was adopted by the Polish government in June last year and fully presented during the 11th session of the World Urban Forum in Katowice in Poland. Urban areas' challenges interact and influence each other. Therefore, urban development measures should be guided by multi-sectoral and multi-dimensional approach. It would allow to reflect, on the one hand, the complexity and interconnections of problems occurring in urban spaces, and on the other hand, to propose an effective response to the formulated challenges of the national urban policy. In recent years, several projects and initiatives have been developed in Poland to promote sustainable development in cities. One of them is Clean Air Program, which supports thermomodernization and replacement of heat sources in houses, with the aim to improve air quality in the whole country. We were also actively working on the revitalization projects in our cities. As the legacy of the 11th session of the World Urban Forum, we prepared a special project called Action Plan for Cities. It aimed to mobilize Polish cities to take action towards sustainable transformation and implementation of the SDGs at the local level. In conclusions, I would like to stress that throughout 8 years of implementation of the 2030 Agenda, we have introduced many solutions to foster sustainable development in its 3 dimensions: economic, social, and environmental. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Malgorzata Dzierżyńska, Secretary of the State of Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy of Poland. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, the Honorable Mr. Irek Fainsulin, Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities of the Russian Federation. Thank you. This is the video, please.
Yes, Igle, please play the video. Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, Российская Федерация традиционно поддерживает ключевую роль ООН «Хабитат» в рамках системы Организации Объединенных Наций. Данная структура способствует укреплению национального потенциала государств-участников ООН и развитию международного сотрудничества в градостроительной сфере. Россия является ответственным членом Исполнительного совета ООН «Хабитат». Под эгидой совместного с ООН «Хабитат» проекта «Умный город» реализуются инициативы по развитию цифровых технологий в области управления городским хозяйством. Российская Федерация высоко оценивает нынешний уровень взаимодействия с ООН «Хабитат». Мы поддерживаем усилия исполнительного директора ООН «Хабитат» госпожи Шариф по повышению эффективности деятельности программы и ее нацеленность на достижение практических результатов. Благодарим за признание и высокую оценку происходящих в столице нашей страны позитивных перемен. Минстрой России открыт к диалогу и заинтересован в обмене опытом с зарубежными коллегами и применении передовых методик развития жилищного и инфраструктурного строительства. Желаю всем участникам второй сессии Ассамблеи ООН «Хабитат» продуктивной работы и эффективных решений. Спасибо. Уважаемые коллеги, Российская Федерация.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Irek Fainsulin, Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities of the Russian Federation. I now call next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Sita Gurung, Minister for Urban Development of Nepal.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, let me extend my sincere congratulations to the Executive Director of UN Habitat and the team of the convening of the second session of the UN Habitat Assembly and the best wishes for the successful completion of the session. The COVID-19 pandemic impact was intense due to the pre-existing challenges. It has been a pushback in achieving SDGs and our aspiration to graduate from the status of LDC by 2026. We are already witnessing extreme impact of climate events regardless of negligible contribution to the emission of greenhouse gas. Urbanization is rapid in Nepal, with 2/3 of population concentrated in urban and urbanizing settings. It has been brought opportunities and challenges. We believe accelerating the implementation of the new urban agenda is critical to guide sustainable urbanization. We are committed to taking action to ensure adequate housing with the basic service and inclusive planning. Nepal's constitution makes a strong foundation for housing for all. We promulgated the Right to Housing Act in 2018, which opened new avenues of the cooperation to reinforce our commitment to housing for all. After the 2015 earthquake, we showcased the best practice of building back better and built 1 million houses. We are working on planning forward better. Our citizen housing program and safe citizen housing program cater to ending poverty and reducing inequalities. Nepal is graduate from the LDC status by 2026 and is committed to achieve SDG by 2030 and net zero emission by 2045. We have prioritized improving access to the networking of settlement with urban corridor and special focus on the settlement in the Himalaya regions. We co-hosted this year's of the International Special Planning Platform conference with Japan government and UN Habitat. Honorable Chair, I confirm Nepal's commitment of collaboration with the international community to address the global challenges. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Sita Gurung, Minister for Urban Development of Nepal. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Aboubakar Alagui, Minister of Housing and Construction from Libya.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. السيد رئيس جمعية مؤل الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية، السيدة ميمونة شريف وكيل الأمين العام والمدير التنفيذي للبرنامج الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية، أصحاب المعالي، السادة الوزراء، السيدات والسادة كل بصفته، صباح الخير جميعا. يطيب لي بداية أن أنقل لحضرتكم تحيات دولة ليبيا شعبا وحكومة متمنين التوفيق لكم في أعمال الدورة الثانية لجمعية مؤل الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية. إنه لم دواعي الاعتزاز أن أشارككم أعمال هذه الدورة، مجددا لكم إرادة الدولة الليبية لإعادة الأعمار والتنمية وعودة الحياة عبر مبادرة أطلقها دولة رئيس مجلس وزراء حكومة الوحدة الوطنية بهدف استكمال المشروعات التنموية بعد أن دام توقفها لأكثر من 10 سنوات. السيدات والسادة، إن دولة ليبيا تؤكد على قرارات جمعية مؤل الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية والخطة الاستراتيجية 2023، وأننا نتطلع إلى تحقيق مستقبل حضري مستدام من خلال تعددية شاملة للجميع وفعالة، وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة في أوقات الأزمات العالمية. أصحاب المعالي، السيدات والسادة، نتيجة الظروف التي مرت بها ليبيا أثرت سلباً على خطط التنمية الحضرية، والتي بدورها أثرت على عجلة التنمية والبنية التحتية. وقد باشرت الحكومة العمل على إحياء المشروعات المتعثرة ووضع الخطط العاجلة لحل المختنقات التي تواجه قطاع الإسكان والبنية التحتية، منها البرنامج الذي أطلقه رئيس الحكومة عودة الحياة لإعادة تفعيل كافة المشاريع التنمية المتوقفة في ليبيا لمدة أكثر من 10 سنوات، وكذلك الخطط العاجلة لمصلحة التخطيط العمراني والبرنامج الوطني للإسكان الشبابي والأسر المحتاجة، ونتطلع إلى الاستفادة من كل دول الأعضاء لاستكمال مسيرة التنمية والبناء. وأجدد لكم حرص الدولة الليبية على الاستمرار ضمن في تنفيذ خطط التنمية الحضرية وإعادة الأعمار. وفي الختام أتمنى لكم جميعا كل التوفيق والنجاح.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Abu Bakr Al-Gawi, Minister of Housing and Construction from Libya. I now call the next speaker on the list, the representative, Mr. Roy Alan Jimenez, Vice Minister of Housing and Human Settlements from Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Costa Rica se adhiere a los discursos pronunciados por Pakistán en nombre del G77 y China, y reiteramos el discurso pronunciado el día de ayer como presidencia pro tempore del GRULAC. Permítanme aprovechar la oportunidad para agradecer el liderazgo de la presidencia ejecutiva y el trabajo que realiza ONU Habitat en la promoción de un futuro urbano sostenible. Asimismo, Costa Rica agradece al gobierno de Kenia por su gran hospitalidad. Es un honor para mí dirigirme a ustedes hoy en la segunda Asamblea General de ONU Habitat, ente rector llamado a establecer la dirección política para alcanzar el objetivo común de mejorar la calidad de vida en ciudades y asentamientos humanos, centrándose en promover la inclusión, la resiliencia, la sostenibilidad y las estrategias para enfrentar múltiples crisis globales, como lo son las consecuencias de la pandemia, la desigualdad y el cambio climático. Los desafíos que enfrentan las ciudades y los asentamientos humanos son cada vez más complejos y requieren de un esfuerzo concertado de todas las partes interesadas. La urbanización no es solo un problema nacional, sino global, por lo que un futuro urbano sostenible solo puede lograrse a través de un multilateralismo inclusivo y efectivo. Uno de los principales desafíos a los que se enfrentan las ciudades en la actualidad es el cambio climático. Para abordar este desafío, debemos adoptar un enfoque holístico que integre la mitigación y la adaptación al cambio climático en la planificación y el diseño urbano. Como parte de un esfuerzo conjunto, Costa Rica y Colombia presentamos la resolución Ciudades Biodiversas y Resilientes, cuyo objetivo es resolver la desconexión entre las ciudades y la naturaleza, creando conciencia global sobre la importancia de incorporar la biodiversidad y la resiliencia en la planificación urbana. Asimismo, Costa Rica ha realizado un esfuerzo para impulsar la localización e implementación de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible por medio de la creación de la red de cantones promotores de los ODS, que agrupa a 45 cantones de todo el país y se ha logrado registrar la ubicación de los ODS en más de la mitad del país. El reconocimiento de cantones pro ODS consiste en una serie de pasos y acciones claves que los gobiernos locales deben realizar en la implementación de los ODS y cuentan con una plataforma para compartir buenas prácticas con los demás gobiernos locales participantes, fomentando la colaboración mutua y la orientada eficacia. Por último, quisiera destacar el problema creciente del impacto de la desigualdad social en nuestras ciudades. Para hacer frente a este desafío, debemos promover una gobernanza inclusiva y participativa, siempre teniendo como fin último que la ciudad es el lugar común donde debemos convivir. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Roy Alan Jimenez, Vice Minister of Housing and Human Settlements of Costa Rica. And I call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Jan Fluxa, Vice Minister of Regional Development of Czech Republic.
Thank you, Chair, Ministers, Executive Director, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me say that Czechia fully aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union and its member states. We very much welcome the thematic focus of this Assembly and the report of the Executive Director. Czechia is a highly urbanized country. The support of sustainable urban development therefore stands as a long-term and crucial priority for the Czech government. Shortly after the adoption of the new urban agenda in 2016, we prepared a detailed implementation plan to monitor the achievements of individual targets. In line with the priorities outlined in the thematic report, we are currently implementing a number of measures in support of affordable housing or climate protection and environmental sustainability, both on national and local levels. But lately, like other countries in the region, we have been facing a major challenge in terms of managing the vast influx of refugees coming from Ukraine as a result of the unprovoked and unjustified Russian war of aggression against this country. Sadly, we do not need to look any further for an example of the nature of this war than this morning when we heard of the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, a reservoir of potable water for many in southern Ukraine. There cannot be any doubt that Russian forces aimed once again at harming ordinary people and damaging Ukraine's civil infrastructure. And it is just as evident that such unjustified attacks undermine the implementation of the SDGs and the new urban agenda which we collectively strive to achieve. In this context, I also wish to underscore that Czechia continues to support Ukraine and it's ready to assist with its post-war recovery and construction. I would like to stress that we should concentrate on strengthening international cooperation and especially between the already existing platforms. Czechia proposes that UN Habitat initiates the system of permanent cooperation with all 5 UN regional economic committees with their relevant subsidiary bodies, which are directly involved in housing and urban development issues. In conclusion, allow me to express my firm belief that the negative trend of falling behind in SDGs implementation can still be reversed if we all unite and work together. I can assure you that Czechia is fully prepared to actively cooperate towards achieving these goals. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Jan Fluxa, Vice Minister of Regional Development of the Czech Republic. I now call on the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Solomon Green, Deputy Assistant Secretary from the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and stakeholders. I am honored to lead the U.S. delegation to the Second UN Habitat Assembly on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration and the U.S. Secretary for Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge. We welcome the opportunity to engage on the Assembly's timely theme of building and supporting sustainable and inclusive cities in times of global crisis. We meet today emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic and facing unprecedented global challenges. From the growing climate crisis to refugee and food emergencies exacerbated by Russia's unprovoked and unjustified full-scale war in the Ukraine, including its attacks on Ukraine's cities and civilian infrastructure. As these challenges compound a growing trend of rapid urbanization, we need to redouble our efforts to achieve the SDGs. Cities and urban settlements where most people live depend on us. Ensuring urbanization happens sustainably is an urgent priority for the United States. Like our counterparts in other countries, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development serves the most vulnerable of our communities to decrease barriers to upward mobility, create decent homes, promote equitable development, and achieve sustainable communities. The United States also supports communities around the world in the recovery from disaster and conflict. We are committed to building local, regional, and global partnerships that will advance sustainability and resilience and to ensure well-managed cities become powerful engines of economic opportunity and innovation. The United States has a host of programs worldwide to promote transformative change in cities that advances SDG 11. Fulfilling the 2030 Agenda's promise to leave no one behind requires our commitment to foundational principles that support sustainable development: inclusion, transparency, the rule of law, human rights, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, the empowerment of women and girls, climate action and environmental sustainability, and harnessing the power of science, technology, and innovation at home and abroad. In this regard, the robust involvement of stakeholders in UN Habitat's meetings and activities is vital. We also recognize that UN Habitat is running a core budget surplus for the first time in over a decade. This is the direct result of the resolution to establish this assembly in the executive board in 2019. We call on all member states to contribute to UN Habitat, including to the core budget, and thereby enable UN Habitat to realize its full potential. This is especially important given the number of important resolutions the Assembly is poised to adopt. Finally, UN Habitat's commitment to strengthen accountability, including to prevent sexual exploitation, abuse, and sexual harassment, is fundamental.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Solomon Green, Deputy Assistant Secretary from the United States of America. I call on the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Yoshinobu Fukusawa, Head of Delegation from Japan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin with congratulating all of us for the successful organization of the second session of the United Nations Habitat Assembly after the COVID-19 pandemic. The world is facing multiple crises, such as climate change and increasing natural disasters, which make the role of UN Habitat even more important. Japan has been actively supporting UN Habitat since its very beginning. Currently, particularly with UN Habitat Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, ROAP, located in the city of Fukuoka in Japan, we are supporting various projects. In the field of spatial planning, Japan is promoting Spatial Planning Platform, SPP, jointly with ROAP, facilitating stakeholders to share and discuss their experiences and knowledge. In February this year, at the 5th session of SPP meeting held in the city of Kathmandu in Nepal, participants from 14 countries lively discussed the issue in conjunction with climate change adaptation in particular. Japan is also formulating its new national spatial plan in this summer. Drawing upon our latest learnings, we will continue to contribute to sustainable development worldwide. In 2017, Japan established African Clean Cities Platform, ACCP, in collaboration with African countries and international organizations, including UN Habitat, to promote and disseminate environmentally sound waste management systems. Japan aims to contribute to the realization of carbon neutral and circular economies in Africa. In July this year, Japan is hosting G7 Sustainable Urban Development Ministers meeting in the city of Takamatsu in Japan under the theme of Achieving Sustainable Urban Development Together. We are greatly honored to welcome Madam Maimouna Mohamed Sharif, Executive Director of UN Habitat in Takamatsu City, who will also be attending this meeting. It is many, many thanks to UN Habitat ROAP that Japan has been able to work so closely with UN Habitat for a long time in a number of areas. In order to maintain and further this close collaboration, we very much look forward to a smooth recruitment process for UN Habitat Regional Representative of Asia and the Pacific. Japan takes this opportunity to reconfirm its commitment to support and work closely with UN Habitat. I thank you all for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Yoshinobu Fukusawa, Head of the Delegation from Japan. I now call on the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, His Honorable Mrs. Maria Theophili, Head of Delegation from Greece.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, dear colleagues. At the outset, I wish to congratulate all for organizing this timely and important event. In our independent world, effective multilateralism and international cooperation are essential in order to address the global challenges we face, including those related to poverty, inequality, climate, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. Being strongly committed to the implementation of 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, especially SDG 11, as well as to Paris Agreement and EU Green Deal, Greece has promoted a series of action programs and funding for the completion and modernization of the country's spatial planning framework, the completion of urban planning for at least 700 municipal units, urban regeneration through an integrated urban renewal program with a bioclimatic approach for 79 municipalities in the country. In addition, moreover, the Ministry of Environment and Energy supported Greek cities to participate to the project 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030, while at the same time created a green cities network to speed up cities' transition to climate neutrality. In addition, our national framework is being enriched both at the level of national strategies and at the level of legislation on broader urban policy issues. This concerted effort is expected to bring enormous benefits for the sustainable development of the country and urban areas, as well as for the well-being of citizens. More specifically, it will stimulate investment, increase the value of real estate, strengthen commercial and tourism activity, and improve accessibility and daily life for citizens and visitors. Many urban centers are located among coasts. Coastal cities are strongly connected to the ocean and seas since they are on the front line of climate and environmental impacts and play a vital role in blue economy. The 9th Our Ocean Conference that will be held in Greece in 2024 would be an excellent opportunity for coastal cities, along with many other stakeholders, to contribute substantially to the global efforts to address the threats to our ocean and seas and to promote positive action towards the sustainability of the oceans. Greece renews its commitment to work together with UN Habitat. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative, Her Excellency Mrs. Maria Theophili, Head of Delegation from Greece. Now I call on the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Her Excellency Mr. Anouad Saquid, Head of Delegation and Permanent Representative from France.
Madame la Directrice Exécutive, Mesdames et Messieurs les Ministres, distingués délégués, je prends la parole pour la France au nom de Son Excellence l'ambassadeur Arnaud Suquet, représentant permanent de la France auprès d'ONU Habitat. 2023 est une année importante, je dirais même cruciale, pour agir en faveur du développement urbain durable. C'est une responsabilité qui nous honore, mais également qui nous oblige. Malheureusement, les progrès que nous avons accomplis en faveur des villes durables demeurent insuffisants. Aujourd'hui, les défis auxquels nos villes sont confrontées sont nombreux et de taille. Afin de répondre à ces défis, soyons ambitieux. Dans cette perspective, la France est et restera engagée au sein d'ONU Habitat. Je tiens ici à saluer l'engagement courageux de Madame la Directrice Exécutive pour réformer avec succès le programme au cours de ces 6 dernières années. Pour la France, le développement durable des villes et des territoires est une priorité de notre action à l'international. À travers notre aide publique au développement, nous avons consacré depuis 2019 3 milliards d'euros d'engagement pour les villes durables, dont 1 milliard d'euros en faveur des villes africaines. Pour façonner les villes durables de demain, 3 enjeux appellent une action résolue de notre part dans le cadre d'ONU Habitat. Le premier est celui des nouvelles technologies numériques. Le digital est un outil de plus en plus utilisé pour penser et concevoir les transformations urbaines et il constitue un facteur essentiel d'accélération des ODD. Néanmoins, l'absence d'orientation à l'échelle internationale sur le recours au numérique dans ce domaine freine son développement. L'élaboration de lignes directrices internationales sous l'égide d'ONU Habitat permettra de pallier cette lacune. J'appelle ainsi de mes vœux à ce que l'Assemblée adopte la résolution sur les villes intelligentes centrée sur les personnes portée par la France. Le second enjeu est celui du logement, qui figure dans le mandat historique d'ONU Habitat. Il ne peut y avoir d'urbanisation durable sans politique de logement appropriée. ONU Habitat dispose d'un savoir-faire et d'une valeur ajoutée indéniable qu'il convient de préserver et de développer. Ce sujet doit prendre toute sa place au cœur de ses priorités. C'est pourquoi la France soutient la résolution proposée par le Kenya sur le logement décent. Notre priorité, enfin, est celle de la décarbonation et de la résilience des bâtiments. À cet effet, la France soutient l'Alliance mondiale pour les bâtiments et la construction, Global ABC, dont ONU Habitat est partenaire. Nous souhaitons inviter tous les gouvernements présents aujourd'hui à rejoindre ce mouvement dans la perspective de la première réunion ministérielle mondiale bâtiments et climat prévue à Paris en 2024.
I thank the distinguished representative, Her Excellency Mr. Arnold Souaquet, Head of Delegations and Permanent Representative from France. I call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Jabor Al-Dasori, Ambassador of the State of Qatar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الجمعية، السيدة المديرة التنفيذية، الأخوة الكرام، أود في البداية الشهادة بالدور الريادي لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية عبر خططه الاستراتيجية ومشاريعه الهامة على كافة المستويات الدولية والإقليمية والوطنية والمحلية في تطوير أوضاع السكان حول العالم، وخاصة ضمن المناطق الحضرية ولا سيما المناطق التي تعاني من مشاكل كالأحياء العشوائية والمدن المتضررة جراء الكوارث والزلازل والحروب. ولا يفوتني التذكير بالجهد الذي تبذله دولة قطر برعاية وتوجيه من حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني حفظه الله، حيث يتم تنفيذ مبادرات حضرية يضيق المجال هنا عن حصرها، إلى جانب توجيه الدعم لمشاريع تخص تطوير ظروف العيش في العديد من المدن حول العالم، ورعاية اللاجئين ودعم المرافق والخدمات الموجهة لهم في المناطق المنكوبة، إضافة لمبادرات والتدخلات لمساعدة الأطفال لا سيما في مجال التعليم، التربية والتعليم. كما كانت دولة قطر في مبادرات متعددة في مجال التنمية والممارسات الحضرية الجيدة والأنشطة النموذجية في المدن. أكتفي هنا على سبيل الذكر لا الحصر بالإشارة إلى التظاهرة التي قيمت بمبادرة مؤسسة التعليم فوق الجميع بالتعاون مع المنظمة على هامش احتضانها بطولة كأس العالم تحت عنوان اركب الدراجة ودور النفايات. وأود أن أجدد موقف دولة قطر الداعم لكل الجهود وتعزيز التعاون الإقليمي والدولي تحت مظلة المنظمة من أجل تحقيق أهداف الأجندة الحضرية وتكريس الهدف 11 من أجندة 2030 للتنمية المستدامة. كما نعبر عن الاستعداد الراسخ للمساهمة الفاعلة في تنفيذ القرارات بما يسهم في تحسين أوضاع السكان في المدن والمستوطنات، خاصة الدول النامية والمناطق التي تعاني من مشاكل وصعوبات في توفير المرافق الأساسية والخدمات الحيوية. وأؤكد على أهمية توجيه الخطط والتداخلات نحو مجابهة المشاكل والتحديات وتطوير القدرات المدن في تحقيق أهداف التنمية زمن الأزمات. وسنعمل ضمن مجموعة آسيا والمحيط الهادي عبر مختلف الأطر والهيئات لتكريس حق السكان في مناطق العالم في سكن صحي آمن ولا وسط بيئة سليمة. كما سنعمل على توثيق التعاون مع مختلف الدول في سبيل تنمية فرص العمل المشترك وتنفيذ البرامج المدرجة ضمن الاستراتيجية المنظمة وتوجيهاتها التي سير.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Jabor Al-Dasori, Ambassador of the State of Qatar. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Her Excellency Qasai Rashid Al-Farhan, Head of Delegation and Permanent Representative from Kuwait.
شكرا السيد رئيس الجلسة رومان فالكون، حضرة السيدة الفاضلة ميمونة محمد شريف، مدير عام برنامج الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي في بادئ الأمر أن أهنئكم على نجاح عملية انطلاق الجمعية العمومية لموئل الأمم المتحدة الثاني، والذي يأتي في وقت نشهد فيه أثر التغير المناخي العالمي على جميع أقاليم ودول العالم بصورة انعكست سلبيا على حياة البشر والحيوانات والنباتات في المناطق الحضرية والريفية، وتأثرت فيه اقتصادات الدول بصورة تبعث على الحزن ولا تبشر بأي خير. يأتي هذا التجمع العالمي في وقت يتزامن مع اشتعال الحروب والنزاعات على مختلف أشكالها لأسباب عديدة لا مجال لسردها في هذه العجالة. إن إيمان دولة الكويت بمساندة قضايا التنمية الحضرية يدفعها دائما على نحو العمل يدا بيد مع وكالات وبرامج الأمم المتحدة والتعاون بما يساعد على تذليل كافة الصعوبات التي تعترض سبيل تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة والأجندة الحضرية الجديدة بما فيها مصاعب تحقيق التنمية الحضرية المستدامة. ومن هنا انبثق التعاون بيننا وبين برنامج الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية موئل. فلقد قامت دولة الكويت بدعم بعثة برنامج موئل الأمم المتحدة للكويت والخليج العربي منذ توقيع اتفاقية دولة المقر في سنة 2004 بمبلغ 330 ألف دولار في كل عام منذ 2008 وحتى يومنا هذا، وغير الدعم المالي والدعم المعنوي لتنفيذ أعمال المكتب والشراكة في المشاريع التي يعد من أهمها حملة الكويت تزرع التي انطلقت في عام 2019 لتخضير المساحات العامة المفتوحة في مختلف مناطق دولة الكويت بمشاركة كافة القطاعات في البلاد حتى يومنا هذا. وحضرت وشاركت وفود دولة الكويت في المنتدى العالمي WFS ومؤتمرات موئل الأول والثاني والثالث، وكما قدمت تقارير الوطنية الطوعية لدولة الكويت التي ترصد مدى التقدم المحرز في تنفيذ أجندة 2030 والأجندة الحضرية الجديدة، والتي من آخرها التقرير الوطني الذي قدمناه في أبريل 2022. كما قامت بالمساهمة في تمويل مشاريع برامج موئل الأمم المتحدة في أعوام متتالية تهدف لإعادة إعمار المساكن المدمرة في كل من الموصل في العراق وبرج البراجنة في لبنان وقطاع غزة، بما يكفي لساكني هذه المناطق تمهيد العودة لحياتهم الطبيعية بعد أن قاسوه من آلام تركت مدنهم وويلات الحروب ونزوحهم لمناطق أكثر أمنا. كما قامت دولة الكويت بالمساهمة بمبلغ 100 ألف دولار في الجمعية العمومية الأولى لموئل الأمم المتحدة، كانت آخر مساهماتها لدعم أعمال الهابيتات في أفغانستان بمبلغ 250 ألف دولار. أود أن أشير إلى دور دولة الكويت في توفير البدائل الإسكانية للرعاية السكنية من خلال تنفيذ المدن الإسكانية المتكاملة من بنية تحتية وطرق رئيسية والشبكات المختلفة وجميع المباني.
I thank the distinguished representative, Her Excellency Qusay Rashid Al Farhan, Head of the Department and Delegation of the Permanent Representative from Kuwait. I now call on the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Her Excellency Mr. Subutai Yüksel, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellency, Madam Executive Director, distinguished delegates. I'm honored to address, on behalf of my country, to the Second Assembly of the UN Habitat. The organization, since its founding, has answered with increasing ability and success to the need for supporting the development of human settlements in harmony with both the humankind's and our planet's needs and sensitiveness. The human society's urbanization continues at a very rapid pace in most parts of the world. The UN Habitat's leadership has become more needed than it was yesterday, and it will become more urgent and necessary tomorrow than it is today. I would like to state here our admiration for the work of the current administration of this organization in general and of Madam Maimouna Mohd Sherif, the Executive Director in particular. They have beyond doubt displayed their ability to work efficiently, creatively, inclusively, and harmoniously with the member states. Still, admiration for their work is not sufficient for the continuing success of the UN Habitat. It is well known that they had to cope with serious problems, including those of financial nature. We, the member states, have the collective ownership of this organization. Therefore, we have an undeniable responsibility for strengthening the UN Habitat and provided with more appropriate means. I'm glad to state that Turkey is in close cooperation with the UN Habitat, which we want to develop even further. We are ready to, through the UN Habitat, share our experience and know-how with other member states and willing to benefit from theirs. We are honored to host important UN Habitat events. We are certain that increasing the UN Habitat's presence in Turkey will serve not only for our country, but our region in general. Furthermore, we are glad to work with the UN Habitat on the matter of zero waste. As is known, the Zero Waste Initiative has been conducted with success as a national project in Turkey under the patronage of Her Excellency Emine Erdoğan, First Lady of Turkey. It became last year through a UN General Assembly resolution, which was pioneered by Turkey, co-sponsored by the majority of the UN member states and adopted unanimously, a forthcoming UN initiative. In this initiative, the UN Habitat, together with UNEP, has a central role. We will be happy to further our cooperation with the UN Habitat also in this direction for answering the urgent needs of our planet better. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Her Excellency Mr. Subutay Yüksel, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Turkey. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Her Excellency Mrs. Naikeruk Kalunga Yun, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, au seuil de mon propos, j'ai l'honneur de souligner que la République démocratique du Congo s'aligne à la déclaration générale faite par la République du Sud-Soudan au nom du groupe africain. Monsieur le Président, en vous remerciant d'avoir accordé la parole, je commence par joindre ma voix à celles qui m'ont précédé pour féliciter le Mexique ainsi que les autres membres du Bureau pour votre élévation à la tête de cette deuxième Assemblée de l'ONU Habitat. Permettez-moi de vous rassurer que la République démocratique du Congo se tiendra à vos côtés afin de vous accompagner dans l'atteinte des objectifs de votre mandat. En outre, je saisis cette occasion pour féliciter à nouveau Son Excellence Madame Maïmouna Moud Sharif pour sa réélection comme directrice exécutive de notre organisation, autant que je salue les travaux préparatoires menés en prélude de cette Assemblée sous son leadership et qui ont conduit à la production de rapports complets et détaillés tels que repris dans le document sous la cote A/74/8 et HSP/HA.1. Ces différents documents donnent aux États membres un aperçu général et précis sur l'évolution des conditions des établissements humains à travers le monde, ainsi que les futures perspectives. Pour ce faire, ma délégation se félicite avec les autres États membres du thème spécial choisi pour cette deuxième Assemblée, à savoir un avenir urbain durable grâce à un multilatéralisme inclusif et efficace, atteindre les objectifs de développement durable en temps de crise mondiale. La pertinence de ce thème réside en ceci, qu'il concentre notre attention collective sur le rôle d'un multilatéralisme renforcé dans la promotion des priorités politiques clés et des catalyseurs associés dans la mise en œuvre du nouveau programme pour les villes en tant que feuille de route pour la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable en temps de crise mondiale. Monsieur le Président, les inégalités multidimensionnelles continuent de se creuser aussi bien à l'intérieur des pays et des territoires, alimentant ainsi la rupture croissante du contrat social entre les populations et les États, d'une part, d'autre part, l'instabilité et les conflits. Le multilatéralisme, quant à lui, est efficace lorsque les États qui en sont les acteurs clés œuvrent dans le sens de percevoir les défis et l'ère comme étant un danger collectif et que, par ailleurs, nul ne pouvant se suffire en effet.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Nyakeru Kalunga Jun, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of DRC of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Fahad Al-Jubair, Mayor of Eastern Province of Saudi Arabia.
سيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة المشاركين، يشرفني أن ألتقي بكم اليوم متحدثاً عن النهضة الحضرية في بلادي المملكة العربية السعودية التي بذلت جهداً كبيراً في التخطيط الحضري. في عام 2016 شاركت المملكة في مؤتمر الموئل الثالث بوفد ترأسه معالي وزير الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان. عرضت حينها العديد من المبادرات المهمة في المملكة إبان تلك الفترة والتي تلائم رفاه العيش وتحقق الاستدامة الحضرية وكانت بمثابة مرحلة مختلفة للتنمية. في العام نفسه أطلقت المملكة رؤية 2030 التي حددت تطلعات ومستهدفات مهمة لبلادنا وشكلت نقلة مهمة في تحديد الأفق الذي نسعى إليه والأحلام التي نريد تحقيقها. وجاءت الرؤية لتؤكد على تنويع الاقتصاد والتركيز على قطاع الثقافة والترفيه ومبادرات وخطط تسهيل تملك الإسكان والانفتاح على السياحة والاستثمار الأجنبي والاستفادة من التقنيات الجديدة وتمكين المرأة والشباب، كل ذلك من أجل التحسين والارتقاء بجودة حياة مواطنينا وجميع زوار بلادنا من مقيمين وسياح. لقد عززت رؤية السعودية 2030 من تسارع خطط التنمية المستدامة وبدأنا نشهد قفزات غير مسبوقة في كافة المجالات، كما زادتنا طموحا بعمل مستمر نستمده من دعم وتمكين وعمل قيادة رشيدة، ما مكننا في المجال الحضري أن نحول مدننا إلى منظومات عمرانية متفاعلة تعزز القيم المشتركة للعيش والشمولية والاستدامة. ومنذ انطلاق الرؤية واعتماد الأجندة الحضرية الجديدة أصبح لدينا الكثير من قصص النجاح والدروس المستدامة في التنمية الحضرية التي يمكن أن نشاركها مع العالم. فعلى سبيل المثال مشروع الرياض الخضراء وهو جزء من مبادرة السعودية الخضراء يهدف إلى زيادة المساحات الخضراء في المناطق الحضرية من 1.5% إلى 9% وزراعة 7.5 مليون شجرة بحلول 2030. مشروع وسط جدة الذي يهدف إلى الاستفادة القصوى. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، منذ بداية برنامج الإسكان وهو أحد برامج رؤية المملكة 2030 فقد خدم ما يزيد عن 1,400,000 أسرة سعودية، وذلك في إطار خلق مدن ذات بيئة عمرانية متميزة تليق بساكنيها وسعيا إلى رفع نسبة التملك لتصبح 70% بحلول 2030 عبر إطلاق العديد من المبادرات وباقات الدعم وتنوع المنتجات السكنية وتعزيز المعروض العقاري. والقطاع البلدي الذي يقدم 40% من الخدمات في المدن السعودية وبتضافر الجهود الممكنة في بلادنا وخصوصا فيما يتعلق برفع جودة الحياة أطلق برنامج جودة الحياة، وكذلك تطوير وتزيد تفاعل المواطنين والمقيمين مع المجتمع. أخيراً يسعدني التأكيد على تقدير المملكة العربية السعودية للجهود التي يقدمها برنامج الأمم المتحدة للمستوطنات البشرية في دعم كافة الدول من خلال مشاركة التجارب الرائدة وتقديم الدعم الفني.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Fahad Al-Jubair, Mayor of Eastern Province from Saudi Arabia. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Sergei Komanji, Chairman of the Board, Member of Delegation from Ukraine.
Mr. President, distinguished participants, thank you for the opportunity to speak and brief you on the current state of Ukrainians' housing policy in the context of the war. The full-scale armed aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine continues. This leads to extremely grave consequences for many Ukrainian families and the nation. Ukraine is suffering enormous losses of human life, destruction of housing and infrastructure, and a decline in the country's and citizens' economic situation. Hundreds of Ukrainian towns and villages have already been razed to the ground by Russian soldiers. Millions of my fellow citizens left their homes. Thousands of schools, hospitals, as well as critical and civilian infrastructure facilities have been damaged or completely destroyed. Only this night, insane Kremlin regime has launched 35 cross attack missiles with only one purpose: to kill as much Ukrainians as they can. While we are discussing draft resolution and ministerial declaration, Russian terrorists have destroyed Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant. This dam was 30 meters tall and 3.2 kilometers long. Destroying the dam would mean large-scale disaster. The government of Ukraine has already started the evacuation of around 19,000 of civilians who are expected to be affected. It is expected that half of Kherson city will be flooded. Many citizens on the country will be left without drinking water. We call upon all member states of UN Habitat to condemn this barbaric attack on the civil population and infrastructure of Ukraine. Despite all the challenges, my country has a vision and understanding of its life after the war. Several plans and measures have been developed and are being implemented to recover and rebuild our nation. Developed on the initiative of the President Zelensky and presented last year in Lugano, the National Recovery Plan of Ukraine envisions modernizing the state housing policy and is consistent with SDGs. As I have already mentioned, the recovery of our country is only possible by modernizing in the housing policy. In this regard, the government of Ukraine is developing several housing legislation amendments that require experience from international organizations such as UN Habitat. I want to emphasize Ukraine's interest in bolstering cooperation with UN Habitat, including the launch of the Ukrainian Habitat.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Serhiy Komanty, Chairman of the Board, member of the Declaration of Ukraine. First, I want to tell that, Russia has asked for a right of reply. I will do so before the ending of the morning. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative from the Honorable Mr. Carlos Bonilla, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure from the Dominican Republic.
Buenos días, honorable presidente de la Asamblea, distinguida directora ejecutiva de ONU Habitat, distinguidos delegados. Es un honor dirigirme a ustedes en esta segunda Asamblea de ONU Habitat en representación de la República Dominicana como Ministro de la Vivienda. En este importante encuentro deseo resaltar la promoción de la cooperación internacional como elemento fundamental para abordar los desafíos en el ámbito del hábitat y la vivienda. Es mediante la colaboración y el intercambio de experiencias que podemos lograr avances significativos en este campo tan crucial para nuestras sociedades. La economía dominicana ha crecido sobre un 5% durante los últimos 30 años, alcanzando un PIB per cápita de $10.733 al cierre del año 2022. La República Dominicana reconoce la importancia de trabajar en conjunto con los países de renta media para alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y reafirma su compromiso con el desarrollo inclusivo y resiliente de nuestros países. En este sentido, hemos venido trabajando en el Plan Regional para la implementación de la nueva agenda urbana desde distintos espacios como son Minurbi y Cisca, los cuales han demostrado ser espacios útiles y estratégicos para la formulación de políticas de vivienda y merecen ser fortalecidos para progresar en la implementación de la nueva agenda urbana. El gobierno dominicano ha establecido como pilar su política pública la promoción de viviendas asequibles. En el año 2021 creamos el Ministerio de la Vivienda para consolidar nuestros esfuerzos en este ámbito y garantizar una gestión eficiente de los recursos. A través del Ministerio de la Vivienda hemos implementado programas específicos para reducir los déficits cualitativos y cuantitativos de viviendas, así como para urbanizar terrenos estatales con el fin de mitigar los asentamientos informales. En 2 años de gestión hemos construido y mejorado más de 45.000 viviendas en todo el país, mejorando la calidad de vida de 150.000 ciudadanos. Además, hemos fomentado la construcción de viviendas a través del sector privado, brindando facilidades fiscales y otorgando permisos más ágiles para la construcción de nuevas viviendas de bajo costo, los cuales pasaron de 15.000 anual a 55.000 en apenas 2 años. Es necesario un mayor incremento del financiamiento bilateral y multilateral para nuestra política de vivienda, que se traduciría en menores costos de financiamiento y mayor acceso a créditos blandos. Apelamos a los países miembros y las organizaciones internacionales presentes en esta Asamblea para que fortalezcan su apoyo financiero, lo cual nos permitiría acelerar nuestros esfuerzos y alcanzar resultados aún más significativos. La República Dominicana está comprometida y confiamos en que a través de nuestro esfuerzo colectivo podemos construir un mejor futuro. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative, el señor Carlos Bonilla, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure from the Dominican Republic. I now call on the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Celestina Getcha, Minister of Housing and Urban Development from Cameroon.
Thank you, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. Dans un élan de solidarité planétaire aux côtés des pays membres des Nations Unies, Son Excellence M. Paul Biya, président de la République du Cameroun, s'était engagé dans la mise en œuvre des ODD 30, de l'accord de Paris sur le climat, du cadre de Sendai, du nouveau programme pour les villes, en tenant compte des orientations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, pour l'Afrique que nous voulons. Pour accélérer ces engagements, le Cameroun, à la suite du document de stratégie pour la croissance et l'emploi, a adopté en 2020 sa stratégie nationale de développement 2030, SND 30, outil, mesdames et messieurs, de coordination des interventions multi-acteurs qui traduit la volonté du chef de l'État d'éradiquer la pauvreté, de favoriser l'avènement des sociétés pacifiques et de préserver la planète sous le prisme du multilatéralisme, objet du thème principal de cette rencontre. Les réalisations du système des Nations Unies et des partenaires techniques ou financiers dans nos villes, les établissements humains et des communautés sont guidés par cet instrument. Les 7 années restantes pour faire le bilan des ODD seront pour le Cameroun et ses partenaires, dont l'ONU, avec qui nous travaillons beaucoup, d'accélérer la localisation des ODD dans les villes, communes et régions en s'appuyant sur les initiatives en cours. Ceci aboutira à un modèle national de promotion de la paix et de la prospérité des peuples, adossé aux exigences de la gestion durable des forêts et de la biodiversité pour la planète plus verte. Dans l'optique de soutenir les efforts d'ONU Habitat dans la sous-région Afrique centrale, qui a un déficit de plus de 15 millions de logements et une prédominance des habitats précaires, le Cameroun entend lancer la première conférence des ministres en charge de l'urbanisme pour repenser, harmoniser et rendre plus applicables nos instruments de planification spatiale concertée et de mise en œuvre plus coordonnée de l'urbanisation, puis du développement immobilier en vue de soutenir le libre-échange prôné par l'Union africaine. Une telle démarche soutiendra non seulement la synergie entre nos institutions publiques et privées, y compris la société civile, les populations, pour un développement durable. Je voudrais saluer le leadership de Maïmouna et prier ONU Habitat de s'associer à nous, ministres de l'Afrique centrale, pour rendre plus visibles ces actions dans cette région laissée pour compte. Par ailleurs, j'implore mes pairs à soutenir la démarche de l'Union africaine visant à lancer le premier forum urbain africain et vous êtes tous invités du 23 au 25 octobre au premier sommet Climate Change au Cameroun. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Celestine Ketcham, Minister of Housing and Urban Development of Cameroon. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Kari Congo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development of Zambia.
Madam Maimouna Sharif, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. I wish to convey congratulations to you and the UN Habitat for holding a second session of the UN Habitat Assembly. Best wishes for a successful engagement. 4 years into the UN Habitat existence, Zambia looks forward to participating in progressive engagements of the second session of the Assembly under the theme Sustainable Urban Future through inclusive and effective multilateralism, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in times of global crisis. This theme resonates with our endeavors towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and New Urban Agenda, particularly the SDG number 11, aimed at making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, and resilient. Zambia recognizes a better future for our cities and human settlements requires us to overcome the crisis that we face today arising from climate change, impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the resulting into inequalities through systematic and collaborative local action. Zambia has embraced and mainstreamed the New Urban Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals in the country's 8th National Development Plan, and over 80% of the SDGs are aligned to the plan, improving urban settlements while strengthening adaptation measures and resilience to climate change is among the key focus in our plan. We have developed the National Urbanization Policy, whose vision is prosperous, inclusive, and resilient urban settlements, has progressed in form of a backdrop for the sustainable urban planning, development, and land use management. Zambia has accelerated the decentralization, promotion of multi-level governance as a way of enabling inclusive development and access to basic services by devolving key functions to the local authorities and strengthening their sub-district structures and contribute to service delivery. The government has also increased the allocation of resources to the local level to encourage local-driven participation in the development agenda. We in Zambia are implementing the National Housing Policy to facilitate sustainable, decent, affordable housing for all. The policy embraces participatory housing development initiatives such as housing cooperatives, public-private partnerships, models promoting innovations and enhanced resilience and lower construction costs. We are also implementing the participatory slum upgrading program number 3 PSUP3 in collaboration with the UN Habitat and Social Housing Program to provide decent housing for all. Zambia promotes deliberate access to land for women, youth, and those who are living with disabilities and also other vulnerable groups. Security of tenure is also assured through the National Systematic Land Titling Project through the issuance of title deeds.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Gary Kombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development of Zambia. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mrs. Sherry Rahman, Minister of Climate Change from Pakistan. In this case, it will be a video.
Good afternoon and greetings from Pakistan. Let me begin first of all by commending the government of Kenya for hosting the UN Habitat 2023, a vital platform for shaping a sustainable urban future and advancing the sustainable development goals, which are so important to all of us. In these challenging times, embracing inclusive and effective multilateralism is crucial for tackling the global challenges we face together. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change, as you know, is making its accelerated impacts resonate worldwide, leading to devastation, impoverishment, conflicts, and migration. It is also exacerbating inequalities and risks to stability, particularly in developing nations where managing predictability is a serious challenge, especially with the resource crunch that climate disasters inflict on fragile ecosystems as well as economies. As you know, again, Pakistan has experienced unprecedented devastation from record-breaking floods in 2022, which resulted in staggering losses and damages amounting to $30 billion and over. We had over 33 million people affected, including nearly 8 million displaced, and the destruction of over 1.5 million homes, and with 1/3 of the country literally underwater, we now continue to face a socioeconomic crisis of monumental proportions, as well as an exogenous shock to our economy. The consequences of such climate crises are also forcing alarming rates of rural to urban migration as households grapple with the loss of agricultural yields and livestock deprivations due to current flooding, droughts, and rising sea levels. Among the most vulnerable are agricultural communities and fishermen, women and children who are in the front lines of fragility, as they are all disproportionately affected by the multiple traumas of displacements, health emergencies, homelessness, and loss of livelihoods. Over the past few decades, more than 18 million people in South Asia have been compelled to migrate due to climate change, and these are only the numbers that we have with us. A great deal goes unrecorded. Projections indicate that by 2050, this figure could soar to a staggering 63 million climate-induced displacements. Alarming climate models also suggest that by 2050, Pakistan alone could witness nearly 2 million climate migrants seeking refuge within our borders, not including those displaced by sudden climate disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a sobering moment. Local governments, as the first line of response, bear an immense burden in dealing with the ramifications of these cascading crises. Yet they often find themselves ill-prepared, under-resourced, and unwarned, lacking the necessary capacities to build resilience to the ravages of extreme weather and serial climate shocks. In this context of human tragedy that climate emergencies impose on large swathes of populations, our existing systems of multilateral or even local and national support often fails people by falling short in times of acute stress. Why? Because despite the surge in climate migrations and the generational suffering,
I thank the distinguished representative, Mrs. Sherry Rahman, Minister of Climate Change from Pakistan. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Sharif Abshanian, Minister of Land, Regional Government and Religious Affairs from Gambia.
Excellencies, other UN bodies represented here today, the Executive Director of the UN Habitat, Deputy Director of the UN Habitat, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly and respectfully observed. I first of all applaud the United Nations Habitat Assembly and the government of Kenya for organizing and hosting the second session of the United Nations Habitat Assembly of the United Nations Human Settlement Program here in this great nation and capital city where everybody lives. We also have special recognition and appreciation of the government of the people to register to the United Nations General Assembly for its foresight and democratic thinking in the resolution which, among other things, sought to develop or to dissolve the Governing Council of the United Nations Human Settlement Program and replace it with a wider participatory and open universal membership. The government and people of the Gambia are more hopeful and delighted with such comprehensive structural reforms as it brings to practice the goal and aspirations of the United Nations Habitat Program. This resilient, efficient urban settlement can be rapidly developed under universal level of comprehensive involvement of all members and stakeholders in the global community. In essence, challenges that come with urbanization as experienced in the Gambia includes extreme poverty, land scarcity, pollution, waste, coastal erosion, floods, and migration. These situations pose several challenges that will require global approach and global attention. And we also take the opportunity to applaud the support we already gained from the United Nations Habitat Program in the provision of support to the participatory slum upgrading program and remained loyal to the passionate for her role in enhancing urban cities for the betterment of inhabitants and the world population at large. We would want to re-echo this to the United Nations gathering here that Gambia's urgent need includes the development of the national urban policy, the high degree of decentralization process, improved sanitation system and the better management of solid and waste, and improving the urban mobility, improving the expansion of the drainage system in urban settlements, low-cost housing and environmental management, and also development of the housing policy. Planned city extension in relation to land policy development is also a problem in the Gambia as we speak. We want to re-echo our voice to this gathering that UN Habitat needs to also strengthen their efforts and involvement in Gambia's participatory and development programs. On that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Sharif Ab Sanyang, Minister of Land, Regional Governments and Religious Affairs from Gambia. I will now allow the right of reply. As per the practice of the United Nations concerning the right of reply, and keeping in mind we only have 3 more days to discuss our substantiated agenda, I wish to recall the following. 1. Delegations should use restraint in the exercise of the right of reply, and the exercise of the right should be as brief as possible. 2. Delegations should exercise the right of reply at the end of the morning or the day, or at the end of the considerations of the item. 3. The number of interventions in the exercise of the reply for any delegations at given meeting should be limited to per item. 4. The first intervention in the exercise of the right of reply for any delegations on any item at a given meeting should be limited to 3 minutes, and the second intervention should be limited to 2 minutes. Russia Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have taken the floor in order to respond to the statements made by the delegations of the Czech Republic and Ukraine. We stress that we have to answer to allegations which have nothing to do with the agenda under consideration today. We have assembled here in order to discuss the achievements of SDG 11, and what we have witnessed is nothing else but a political show with one and only aim to divert attention of this high-level meeting from problems of the Global South to the Ukrainian case. The EU countries, including Czech Republic, are not in a position to lecture anyone on destruction of infrastructure and unprovoked aggression. They have a serious historic background of inhumane, brutal, and unjustified military invasions in more than 30 countries for the last 70 years, which caused loss of millions of human lives globally. If Western countries really want to stop the bloodshed in Ukraine, they have to stop supplies of arms and ammunition to the ultra-nationalist Kyiv regime. We are convinced that the Ukrainian delegation understands that current events in their country are the direct outcome of the Russophobic policy against Russian-speaking population of the illegal Kyiv regime, which came to power as a result of unconstitutional violent coup d'etat in 2014. Thousands of people were killed or disappeared without any traces for all these long years. After exhausting all possibilities for a peaceful solution of the conflict, Russia started special military operation to save ethnic Russians from genocide by the Kyiv regime. The aims of the operation will be achieved despite all the attempts of some delegations to divert the attention of UN Habitat from implementation of its mandate. Today, the Kakhovskaya hydroelectric dam in Russia's Kherson region, was significantly damaged as a result of the attack by the Ukrainian armed forces. Our government has repeatedly warned the international community of the devastating consequences of the dam shelling by the Ukrainian armed forces. Its destruction today will cause death of civilians and flooding of vast areas. The Russian Federation has no reason to attack the dam, because it would affect mainly the territory of the Kherson region of the Russian Federation and its citizens. Let me assure you that this barbaric act of the Kyiv regime will not be left unanswered by the Russian armed forces. And just to make it shorter, the exchange of the rights of reply, as you requested, Mr. Chairman, our delegation is leaving this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the Ukraine the floor. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, our delegation never had an intention to raise political issues which goes outside the mandate of UN Habitat. We respect the unique technical nature of the program and our common important mission to promote socially and environmentally sustainable human settlement development and the achievement of adequate shelter for all. However, the ongoing attempts of the Russian delegation to politicize our important work require us to respond. They again disseminated fake news and propaganda before this respectful forum. We consider the intervention of the Russian delegation as nothing else but the attempt to spread their false propaganda and lies. As usual, their statements and requests have no legal grounds and are worth nothing. Again and again, the minions of Kremlin regime try to disturb our extremely important work. For 608 days, criminal authorities in Moscow have been trying to destroy my country. The scale of damage inflicted by Russia to Ukraine is unprecedented and can be compared only to during the Second World War. The intervention has shown that the legal Kremlin regime, as well as its representatives present in this room, do not care about our common future. They are worried only about politics, about justification of their illegal actions, but it is clear for everybody that there is no place for forced changes of boundaries and imposition of someone's vision to sovereign nation in the modern world. Ukraine will never give up. Very soon the truth will prevail, and all those who support the illegal Kremlin regime will be brought to justice in The Hague. Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue the right of reply at the end of the afternoon since we don't have interpretation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have now come to the end of the morning deliberations. We should resume this afternoon at 15 hours sharp. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome, a very warm welcome to, of course, the UN Habitat Assembly. You've already had a day and a half here, and a very warm welcome to our special session on housing. A hugely important priority for UN Habitat. You've probably already seen it, you've heard about it. We have an assembly that has an extremely important emphasis on housing, so it's my absolute pleasure to be moderating this special session today. My name is Shipra Narangsuri. I lead the Urban Practices branch at UN Habitat, which is the home of most of the normative work of UN Habitat, as well as the home of its global programming. Welcome again to this discussion on adequate housing. We have only about 60 minutes, so we will try and keep this very focused. From me, just a few remarks to frame our conversation today, but we have a keynote that will go much more in detail. For UN Habitat, and you've probably seen some of those little signs that are in our corridors as you walk along to the assembly, which says housing is not just a roof, housing is a right. And that really encompasses our commitment and our approach to housing at UN Habitat. Beyond physical structures, adequate housing is far more significant. It encompasses a far broader meaning that goes hand in hand with health, safety, dignity, opportunity. And that is really the basis. Housing is fundamental to ensuring that individuals and households and communities can thrive and can make the best of the opportunities that cities and human settlements have to offer. However, we are not making enough progress on advancing the right to adequate housing. We have seen this in the SDG reports. We are seeing this in all the data, all the numbers. Housing, the failure to advance enough on the right to adequate housing is seen by many as a crisis. I see it as a structural failure of our systems to deliver on the most fundamental promise to humanity. And that is why this discussion is very, very important today. At this assembly, and some of you may have already heard about this, several member states, including several who are around this table, have tabled, co-sponsored and tabled a resolution on adequate housing for all. And this is quite important. The rights framework for adequate housing exists, but there is a need for a stronger and more inclusive multilateral platform to operationalize it and to fully exploit its potential. This mechanism will allow us to share experiences, to provide and to engage in mutually supportive activities, and to bring a wide range of stakeholders together, led by governmental strategic frameworks, but not only. Housing has been placed as at the center of a renewed social contract, new social contract by our Secretary General, and we take this task and this responsibility as the UN agency responsible for adequate housing very, very seriously. So today's session, very quickly, has two objectives. First, we want to showcase how adequate housing is central to socioeconomic development and to environmental sustainability and to addressing the big questions of our time. By adopting comprehensive approaches, we can unlock a range of benefits that particularly focus on lifting up low-income, marginalized, excluded, and vulnerable communities, ultimately benefiting everyone, because that is the promise of leaving no one and no place behind. We will also look at how policies can be coordinated, how stakeholders can come together, and we'll hear experiences from different countries on this. But then the second objective is to go beyond this moment of experience sharing, to explore and discuss how to develop a multilateral mechanism for advancing evidence-based structural solutions to the housing challenges that we all face. And it's not a challenge that is specific to the developing world or the global south. Housing is a challenge that manifests maybe in different ways, but manifests absolutely everywhere. From the extreme manifestations of lack of adequate housing, such as slums and homelessness, to unfit dwellings, to not enough, to overcrowding. There are different manifestations of the absence of adequate housing, and we want to understand how this multilateral platform can help us advance this agenda together. How can we have better data collection? How can we have better benchmarking? How can we measure success? How can we report success? This is fundamental. Today's session is only the beginning, as I was just saying to the minister here today. We hope to take this conversation forward through to the high-level political forum in New York, through to the SDG summit also in New York in September, and through eventually to the Summit of the Future, which will be held in 2024, next year in September. So welcome to the conversation. Please join in. Please bring in your partners, your experiences, your knowledge to this conversation, and we hope to have each and every one of you in this journey with us as we go forward. Let me now invite our keynote speaker, Professor Ricky Burdett, from the London School of Economics, from the Council of Urban Initiatives. Professor Burdett is not a stranger to anybody who has been working on housing or urban development, and he will have about 10 minutes to give us some framing for the discussion today. Please, the floor is yours. Works.
Okay, is that any better? Yes. Okay, right, thanks very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. If there's one line, I guess, I would like all of you to remember is that housing is so important that it must not be seen alone. Housing is part of making cities, and everyone in the room here knows that, and I think the discussion today is very much a part of how to make inclusive and integrated housing and how that has to be seen as part of a much broader discussion of cities. As has already been mentioned, I represent not only the London School of Economics, but also a group which is 3 organizations. You can see them under there. It's UN Habitat, it's my group at the LSE, and it's the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose run by Mariana Mazzucato, who will be giving you also one of the keynotes tomorrow. So this is a sort of story in 2 parts about cities. The Council of Urban Initiatives is a group of mayors, of thinkers, doers in many senses from around the world who are interested in making cities more just, more green, and more healthy. But just that word, cities, it's worth reminding ourselves, are not always the same. You all represent cities from different parts of the world. This map, probably you're on it, shows the number of people moving into each of these cities or being born in each of these cities per hour. So every second, every minute that I speak, someone in your city or one of the cities there has actually moved into. The pressures of growth are enormous. Therefore, even the question about housing, the chair already alluded to this, it's not just a global south problem. It's also about dealing with global north, retrofitting, and all that. And I think the nature of that housing, how you engage in it, how you retrofit it, I think just as important as building new things, is as important in Bogota, in Freetown, even in Barcelona, where the mayor is viciously fighting for a new housing policy in a city that has, set the standard around the world for some time. Whether it's in India, in Mumbai, and I'll show 1 or 2 examples, or even in my city, London, at the top end, let's go to the scale, in terms of unaffordability, there are attempts to sort of deal with that issue. And of course, Singapore, which I'll talk about in a second, is important to dwell on. I mentioned that the Council of Urban Initiatives is co-chaired by Mariana Mazzucato, an economist, who tomorrow will talk about how important it is to shift the debate. I think everyone here and in the room understands that. We've been talking about housing for many, many years. What do we need to do that is different? And her argument with Liliane Farah is that we need to refocus the discussion around missions, around making housing a mission, and it has to be human rights approach. I mean, her main argument, really, you'll hear it tomorrow much more forcefully than I can put it, is that the creation of value at the center of a common good approach is reshaping the market that makes housing. My argument today is really that we need to reshape cities at the same time. These are not separate arguments. We are not going to go through this, don't worry, but this is the message that I want to give. But most importantly of all, I think for this debate, in terms of multilateral engagement, governance matters. Who decides to build housing? Which level of national government, state government if it exists, city government? These are two examples, interesting. The Indian system and the Colombian system in South America have completely different levels of engagement in terms of blue, the central government, or green, the local level of community, which in fact in some Indian cities are actually not involved in the provision of housing. So these questions of who decides and what is built is fundamental. So with our council, we've been studying a number of examples. These will all be published in the next weeks or so. But what is so interesting is that the housing question is a big question. It's a question of human rights, sort of belief systems that our society or these institutions really stand for, but also it's quite micro. What do you do with a building? What's it like actually living in a place? So inclusion is also about making spaces accessible. And Barcelona has been very powerful, A, at setting this agenda which reduces evictions, provides housing for those who can't afford it, but also creating new buildings, and you see it on the right, for people who have not had access to housing can live together. And shared resources is just as important a part of housing, not just the bedroom, but also how do you live together and how do you make society and community, I think, is central. We've learned a lot over the years from various mayors in Bogota, most recently Claudia Lopez, again a member of the Council of Urban Initiatives, of how to deal with tens of thousands of units that have been built badly for people at the bottom end of the scale. What do you do with it? Do you knock it down and start again? Of course not. You can't do that anymore, and it's not irresponsible from the point of view of climate change, of course. And therefore, there's a very strong program of retrofitting not just the buildings, but the spaces in between the buildings. Because I think one of the arguments I would want you to keep, in a way, today is that it's the housing unit is as important as the space in a way in front of it, where people come together, whether it's elderly or younger people or people who are disadvantaged. Interestingly, in Melbourne, one of the fastest growing cities, in fact, in Australia, but sprawling like mad. I hope there's no one here from Melbourne. I don't want to offend you, but you know, it's not good news and it's all car dependent. So there are initiatives about co-living where private sector have got together and actually enabled new forms of co-living where there are shared spaces, which means what? That people do want to live in central areas and not in suburbia. These are totally about the issues that UN Habitat is pushing around multilateralism and sort of multi-stakeholder arguments. I want to show two examples in the last minutes that I have in talking about this initiative. How nice to see you. Lovely to see you. We've been plotting together for some time. So, and the two projects I want to show you are one in Mumbai and the other in Singapore. Now, the one in Mumbai, which I'm going to show you, started many years ago, in fact, in the 70s and 80s, when the provision, of course, of housing, particularly in that city, was very, very severe, and of course it still is in many ways. And it's an initiative that was funded by the World Bank and then delivered by one of the housing agencies. Now, many of you will recognize this sort of picture. This was another project, it's not the one I'm going to show you, where large amounts of money, I mean hundreds of millions of dollars, were spent on the sort of social housing that you see on the left-hand side. In a few months after occupation, it became a vertical slum. I don't have time to go into that. But the key point I'm making here, and this is where with the executive director of UN Habitat, we've talked about this, design matters. You can create slums overnight. You can create ghettos. So you don't actually solve the sort of housing problem just by providing a roof. The project, which is called Charkop, is a large area, nearly 180,000 people actually live there. And these are pictures of what it's like now, 15, 20 years. Now, many of you are saying, why is this guy from the LSE showing us pictures of rather messy cities? Because that's where we want to live. That's where we want to be. We want to be in housing where you have shops nearby, where you have access to jobs, and much more. And what was interesting about this project, I say, started nearly 25 years ago with World Bank investment. It was designed to be adaptable. This is something I think we've forgotten in our sort of commissioning or briefing about projects. Not enough time to go into it in detail, but if you just look at this plan, you can see that the project was designed to have larger units and smaller units for richer people and poorer people next to each other around a courtyard. It's that simple, but also to have schools, to have playgrounds, to have places of worship right next to where people live. So this is, I think, a sort of an ideology. I know the chair may say, well, we've heard about this before, but we forget about it when we come to actually making the decision. So this simple idea of having a courtyard means that women, men, mothers, and children can actually be together. The second key point of this project, again, I think a lesson for all of us to learn, is the adaptability. Housing does not remain the same. You don't put someone in a box and keep them there forever. People have needs and differences, and here we are, a little bit messy, but what does it mean? That the units that you see here were designed to be extended, amplified, to have shops below, to have tailors and others right in the middle where people live. Therefore, the creation of a genuine piece of city, Chair, is what I think is important. The final project I want to show is in Singapore. Now, you might say Singapore has a model which is unbeatable or irrepeatable. Why not? Why couldn't it be? Why shouldn't this discussion, exactly the agenda that is being set by UN Habitat, not be replicated in the countries that are represented here? Again, something that has been happening for at least 20, 30 years. In the case of Singapore, you can see the area I'm talking about up in the red top sort of square. It's an enormous part of the city which has been planned for generations. You all know that Singapore has something like 80% of its housing, actually a form of public housing. That's because of a whole series of relatively rich and complex forms of also financial provision through the Central Provident Fund. But just in terms of design, without public access to public transport, housing doesn't work. You create isolated ghettos way out on the edges of the city with commuters, say, in some of the cities represented here, spending 4 hours a day, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon to get to work. That's a form of exclusion which housing itself needs to address. So this project has, as you can see, with the M's spelt out where public transport is. There's an integration of nature, both in terms of green but also in terms of water. And each project, each part of this enormous site is actually thought about at different scales. The scale of what's it like in your front door? What's it like in the garden for children or teenagers, or most importantly, in the case of Singapore, where people are getting older and living longer and well, for people of a certain generation. There's an integration between transport and activities. These are right in the middle of the housing projects. It's not a shopping center somewhere else, and it's designed in that way. I don't think there's anyone in the room here who couldn't be thinking about projects which deal with elderly people. Here we see an elderly people facility on the bottom left. And I want to end, if I have 1.5 more minutes, with the London example. It's not just a problem around the world. We, in 2012, had an Olympic Games. I was quite involved as working with the mayor and with the prime minister at the time. And the idea was very simple. Why am I showing it to you? Because it brings together the discussion about housing and inclusion probably more strongly than others. This is a map that you don't need to focus on, but in red, it shows you where the most deprived people of London are. And we do have very deprived people in London. We're talking about unemployment, loss of education, pregnant teenagers, etc. So the decision was to spend $15 billion of public money there. And as a result of that, there's now housing of which 48% is affordable. It's an approach towards adequate design to create inclusive and integrated housing. There are many ways to actually measure that. You were saying, Chair, before, how does one actually process and understand what is being done. And I think all of that is to be shared and is available on our website of the Council on Urban Initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Burdett, and thank you for flagging that shaping cities is as important as shaping the market. I think I take that away. And the fact that you focused on building cities for all, and the question of governance. Who decides and for whom? I think those are big questions. On that note, we now have 2 ministerial interventions. It's my pleasure to welcome our Executive Director, Madam Maimouna Mohammed Sharif, but she has graciously said that she would like to speak after the ministers, so she wants to hear what you have to say before she speaks. So it is my pleasure now to give the floor to the Minister of Housing and Urban Planning of Bahrain, Your Excellency, Madam Amna bint Ahmed Al Rumaihi. Minister, you are also an economist, so you will tell us a little bit about how we can advance housing policies to shape inclusive and prosperous communities. What is the experience of Bahrain in this regard?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Your Excellency, Madam Maimouna Mohammed Sharif, the Executive Director of the United Nations Human Settlement Program, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Housing is a key factor of our welfare system in the Kingdom of Bahrain. A quick background. We have started the Housing Development Program since the 60s, and this reflects the early awareness of the Kingdom of the importance of such services towards stability and security of the communities. Upon the direction of His Majesty the King in 2013 to deliver 40,000 units to citizens, Bahrain started building 5 new sustainable towns in various governorates in the Kingdom of Bahrain, with modern, inclusive, and sustainable urban planning design with complete quality of life components, which includes waterfront and public beaches, and as well as providing lanes dedicated to walking and cycling, as well as open spaces and green spaces, and other services such as health, education, and commercial facilities. Almost all of us share the same challenge with rapid increase of population and the association needs for urban communities, and the resources challenges that comes with it, be it the availability of lands or government budgets. The key solution to overcome this issue is by expanding our relationship with the private sector and making them part of the solution. Bearing that in mind, we had to think outside the box in order to meet the expectations of our people. So we put a strategy that contains 3 pillars. Pillar number 1, innovative and immediate solution through unique financial schemes. We have launched a new financing scheme to give citizens more options to accelerate the pace of having their home, which have enhanced the Kingdom's long-term sustainable development. The Kingdom allocated the biggest budget toward the housing agenda in Bahrain's history, around $1.6 billion, in association with the private sector for the years 2023 and 2024. We have doubled the minimum financing amount from $55,000 to $106,000, and the maximum financing amount from $159,000 to $186,000. Pillar number 2, Government Land Development Program, which was launched in 2019. It represents an opportunity to strengthen an effective relationship between the government and the private sector through the participation of real estate developer companies in the implementation of housing units, which will be directed to the citizen benefiting from the financing scheme at a prices close to the value of the fund. This diversification in housing services is aimed at handling the ever-growing demand on steady increase of the population rates. Pillar number 3, continue to build modern and sustainable housing towns. Bahrain is one of the pioneering countries in the region to establish 8 sustainable housing cities in the various governorates in the kingdom, participating in the international community by implementing the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, especially Goal 11. The Ministry will continue to build modern, typical, and sustainable housing towns that feature modern architectural design and provide modern facilities and serve to cater the health, education, and social need as self-contained communities. As a national agency, the Ministry works closely with other local and regional stakeholders to achieve its objectives, namely Scan Bank, other local commercial banks, real estate developers, other government regulatory body, and civil society organization. Moreover, we conduct annual GCC ministers' meetings to discuss laws, strategies, and exchange experience and unify policies and regulations. Besides that, Bahrain and UN co-signed the Strategic and Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2021 and 2022 in March 2021 to work together to achieve Bahrain's national vision, a society where justice, security, stability, and prosperity prevail. The Ministry and UN Habitat also joined effort to develop and launch important reports such as Housing Profile 2012, National Housing Policy in 2019, and Bahrain National Report achieved progress in implementation the New Urban Agenda 2021. This all focusing on SDG 11. On top of this, we are proud to join forces with Kenya, France, Jordan, and Malaysia to draft a resolution on adequate housing for all to make sure leaving no one behind. Last but not least, efforts continue to formulate innovative and immediate solutions to accelerate the achievement pace to provide adequate and affordable housing services to all citizens. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for sharing your approach, as well as for flagging the strong and long-standing partnership between UN Habitat and the Kingdom of Bahrain, which we hope will go from strength to strength, also following our resolution on housing and its implementation. Thank you very much. May I now invite Mr. Henry Yap, the Undersecretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development in the Philippines. Undersecretary, you will talk to us a little bit about how you're ensuring inclusive, affordable, and adequate housing for all through land planning and pro-poor policies. Please, the floor is yours.
Honorable Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Philippines is one of the members of the United Nations Habitat Assembly, is one in commitments promoting adequate and affordable housing, inclusive human settlements, and well-planned communities for all. We acknowledge that housing is not only a basic right, but an important basis for stability and security for us individuals and for our families. We recognize the transformative power of housing in empowering and inspiring our individuals to better themselves and to contribute to our communities. As such, the Philippines has declared housing as among its flagship program of the current administration. Recently, we have adopted what we call the Pambansang Pabahay para sa Filipino program, or the National Housing Program for Filipinos. We target to make housing affordable and available to all, to make a significant reduction in our housing deficit, and to eradicate informal settlements in our cities. This program, while new, addresses the same issues that previous governments tried to address, including access to financing and housing units delivery. Today, given the limited housing budget allocation, we are looking towards accessing financing through engaging both government and private sector financial institutions to fund and develop housing in our new settlements. Moreover, we're looking at the development of affordable housing units by leveraging on idle government lands, utilizing innovative housing construction technologies, and providing interest support to the poor. In addition, we look forward to integrating settlements by developing vertical housing in highly urbanized areas, developing strategic locations within urban centers, complete with basic utilities and services and opportunities for livelihood and employment. We also are pushing for in-city resettlement for our informal settlers by transforming slums and blighted areas through urban renewal projects, programs, and mixed-use development. And lastly, we are making sure that we can include in the empowerment of our local governments, whose main responsibility is towards developing participatory or community-led housing projects and settlements. The Philippines is committed to implementing all these policies and strategies embodied in our new Philippine Urban Agenda through a whole-of-nation approach in line with our vision for a building better, greener, and smarter cities in an inclusive Philippines by 2040. In support of the implementation of the Philippine New Urban Agenda, we have prepared the National Housing and Urban Development Sector Plan, a 20-year roadmap for the housing and urban development sector to ensure the continuity of policies and programs towards resilience building and sustainable development. This coming October, we will be playing host to the first Philippine Urban Forum with the theme Transforming Our Cities and Building Resilient Communities. This is to encourage the participation and support of various urban sectors and shareholders to the policies, strategies, and programs contained in our Philippine New Urban Agenda. We are very grateful for our international development partners, such as the UN Habitat, for continually providing us invaluable support in the development of these policies, programs, and projects. However, our work has only begun. Our country is one of 3 countries that are consistently impacted by most extreme occurrences affected by climate change. We are experiencing devastating effects of climate change with frequent and catastrophic typhoons that ravage our communities and set us back in our economic gains. In fact, more than 50% of our cities and municipalities are threatened by inundation and sea level rise. As such, we urge all nations to enhance the international cooperation and mobilize resources towards the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and pursue policies and programs that support climate change, climate justice, and equity. Thank you, and we look forward to the success of this interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary. Thank you for those inspiring words and also for sharing your multi-pronged strategies around housing and urban renewal. Without further ado, let me now invite our Executive Director, Undersecretary General of the United Nations, Madam Maimouna Mohammed-Sharif, to give some remarks. The ED is not a stranger to this audience or to this room, but let me just reveal a small story while introducing her. A few weeks before the Assembly, a couple of months before the Assembly, as we were having a conversation on the outcomes of the Assembly, she called me and she said, Shipra, that if there is one significant outcome of this Assembly, it must be on housing. And that is a testament to her commitment on housing and to this room that is here in attendance for this special session. Please, Edie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Shipra. But I think she forgot to add another sentence. It said, that is your KPI. Housing must be one of the outcomes of the resolution. Your KPI must be, must be there to achieve here. Ministers, Excellencies, honorable guests and speakers, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be together with here. CS Zakaria is here from the Ministry of Housing and Infrastructure, Republic of Kenya. I have Mr. Henry Yap from Philippines. I have also my sister Amna, just came back from Bahrain. And I really beautiful work that in Bahrain. I went before that is under construction. When I went for the second time, people is already moved into the housing scheme. And also have my friends all the way from Kitchener, and also Richard, that is also our colleagues. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and an honor to welcome you today to this special sessions on housing within the second UN Habitat Assembly, focusing on realizing a sustainable urban future through inclusive and effective multilateralism. What I would like to share with you is that we would like to transform shelter, roof above the head, to a house, then from house to a home, and from home to a communities, and from communities to a livable cities and human settlement. That's the reason why UN Habitat put adequate housing, affordable and accessible housing as one of our priorities, and there is one resolution now being discussed by the member state on adequate housing. So I hope by Friday we will get that endorsed by the member states and during the assembly. Excellencies, friends, since its foundation, UN Habitat has worked to promote access to adequate housing as one of the transformative forces that can lead the world to overcome challenges related to climate change, poverty, exclusion, and inequality. Adequate housing has shown its potential as an engine of inclusive and sustainable development with linkages to most of the other SDGs, and beyond 4 walls and a roof. Adequate housing is a home that is secure and connected to services, employment opportunities, and urban life. Without a holistic consideration of the contribution of adequate housing to social protection and welfare system, crucial opportunities to meet social policy goals through housing program are lost. Safe, affordable, sustainable housing is a fundamental element of poverty reduction. By providing access to shelter, basic services, and urban opportunities at an affordable cost that does not compromise other fundamental needs, housing is key to build resilience to economic, social, health, and environmental shocks. Safe, well-located, and affordable housing allows people to access stable education, health and services, employment opportunities, public amenities, and green spaces. You have seen it in the presentation of Richard this morning, and which is turn increase well-being and reduce inequalities. Housing also plays a catalytic role in urban economic development and employment generation, as housing sector touches every single aspect of the economy of a country. Quality and sustainable housing is central in addressing climate change and reducing pollution. The building and the construction sector is responsible for nearly 40% of the global greenhouse gas emission and consume large shares of resources. So with the building stock set to double by 2050, emission, energy, and resource consumptions are set to increase unless we sensibly improve the sustainability of building materials, the design of households and of urban expansion, the way we consume energy, water, and manage waste. At the same time, it is critical to ensure that climate mitigation and adaptation are anchored in a strong human rights framework to avoid producing additional inequalities and loss of housing due to displacement, land grabbing, and lack of participation by affected communities. While the world continues to urbanize, the demand of adequate housing increases rapidly. Designing and building adequate housing means shaping inclusive and prosperous cities and communities. The spread of COVID-19 has demonstrated once again and with undeniable strength that adequate housing is the cornerstone of people's and communities' health, dignity, safety, inclusion, and well-being. As such, it needs to be equally fully recognized as a pillar of a new social contract based on the coordinated action of different stakeholders. The effort must be led by government interventions to respect, to protect, and to fulfill the fundamental right to adequate housing as a component of an adequate standard of living. While it is true that the COVID-19 pandemic and a relative disengagement from housing policies in the last decades have reversed many earlier gains, as indicated by the ongoing review of the SDG 11 to be presented at the High-Level Political Forum 2023 session next month. We must remain committed to addressing urban poverty, homelessness, slums, and inadequate housing. Current trends, including aging population, spreading of online platforms for short-term rentals, financialization and commodifications of housing, as well as the urgent need for a just and fair transition to energy efficiency and reduced emission, are increasingly calling for rethinking of the current system to strengthen coordination under the strategic leadership of governments. I sincerely thank all the distinguished speakers, distinguished guests who make a point to come here and listen to the program and to the event on housing, who will be contributing to this critical discussion today and provide example how advancing holistic and coordinated housing policies can shape inclusive and prosperous community. And we also would like to bring the outcome of this Habitat Assembly, especially on housing, to the high-level political forum, to the SDG Summit, to the Summit of the Future, to the Summit of the World Social Summit, and also all the other global platforms, not only to discuss, but we also need to come up with a plan, because discussion without plan, without action, without financial, is also doesn't work. So we would like to look into this. How can we implement whatever that we discussed today with the clear work plan, with the clear areas of intervention, and with the clear policies and implementation. So together, we have the opportunity to create a better future where every individual has access to adequate, safe, affordable, and sustainable housing. I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Edie. Thank you for your remarks, and thank you for your commitment. I do know that you need to leave for another meeting, but thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us today. We will now move into a panel discussion. I believe we can go a little bit over our allocated time of 2:30. So we now have a panel of 4 eminent speakers. We have His Excellency Mr. Zakaria Njeru, the CS for Lands, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Housing and Urban Development in Kenya. We have Ms. Audrey Guiral-Naples, the Deputy Head of Urban Development, Planning and Housing Division from AFD, the French Development Agency. Welcome. We have the Mayor of Kitchener, Canada, and co-president of UCLG, Mr. Barry Verbanovich. And we have Mr. Carlos Martinez Velasquez, Director General Infonavit from Mexico. Thank you very much for joining us today for this discussion. You've heard the keynote and you've heard the ministers. Perhaps we get into a bit of a conversation at this point. Let me start with you, Cabinet Secretary, if I may. We have heard His Excellency the President yesterday. We know the commitment of your government to the provision of adequate and affordable housing. How do you see this contributing to the economic growth and social development of Kenya and the welfare of Kenyan citizens? What are the key learnings from the implementation of this huge agenda that you might want to share with your peers and colleagues in the room today?
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate all of you as a host minister and welcome you to Kenya. And also on matters housing in Kenya, those who were there yesterday, the president really talked about it, and it's one of the key agendas of the government of Kenya. The urbanization in Kenya is very high. It's about 4.2%, and that means that in the next few years, we'll have many people living in the urban areas. As a result of this, as a result of that fast growth of urbanization, which is not matching well with the housing and other infrastructural developments within the urban areas, we have had a lot of sprawling of slums and informal settlement. And that's why the government has taken keen interest in making sure that provision of affordable housing is done. Currently, we have a deficit of 2 million units in Kenya. And this has been accelerated by the fact that housing in Kenya is a problem. Many Kenyans their earnings are below 20,000 Kenyan shillings, and that makes it very hard for them either to rent or to get a mortgage for a house. So that's why there is that deliberate and intentional effort by the government to make sure that we build 200,000 units every year, which are affordable, are meant for the low cadre in the society. As a result of this, there will be job creation because we are not just looking at houses with the four walls and the roof. We are also looking at the impact these houses are going to bring to the society. We have come up with 69 standardized components that will be used in these houses, and as a result, the medium and the MSMEs have come together and have been doing a lot to make sure that they come up, they build, they manufacture those components. So as a result of these buildings, these houses, we will have job created, we will have businesses sprouting up, we will also have local materials being used. So to us, we are seeing a change in our economy and providing jobs to the millions of Kenyans who are creative and who are willing to work but lack such opportunities.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I think putting housing not just as a roof, as a right, but also a sector of the economy and a mechanism to drive employment and the economy is an absolutely a fundamental element that I think many governments would identify with. May I turn now to you, Audrey, from the AFD, from your perspective, how do you see housing policies shaping inclusive and prosperous communities and cities? And as the Cabinet Secretary also just talked about, how does it contribute to larger socioeconomic objectives?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. We have something in common, everyone today in this room, is that we all have a house. And we know that outside, not only here, but in every country, it is not the case for everyone. And it is not the case even in France, where after 1 year of involvement in housing policies, we are still facing homelessness. And that's why we consider that the housing sector and housing policies is a very, very important subject, a key issue That's why France was very pleased to support the Kenyan resolution on housing. And at AFD, we are also very happy because we have signed yesterday our first memorandum of understanding with UN Habitat in order to join forces on this subject. Let me tell you a few words about AFD and the housing sector. Just to tell you that we've been working on this subject for over 20 years, even over 30 or 40 years, because it is one of AFD's historic area of intervention. Over the past 10 years, we have supported 34 projects that represent over 2 billion euros. This is good, but obviously this is not enough regarding the needs. We are working with a wide range of partners, state, local authorities, housing banks, private and public developers. And for us, housing is an extremely important sector because we consider it as a cornerstone for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, not only the Goals 11, but many other, and that it has a key role to play in terms of reduction in inequality, as well as the low carbon transition of territories. Just to highlight one subject about the link between housing and the development of sustainable cities that have been very well developed, just wanted to tell that at AFD, housing is a part of the sustainable housing strategy because we consider that it is absolutely necessary to consider housing production as a major component of urban planning and urban development. As you said, building housing is about building cities, and the production of housing must be considered with a conjunction of production of public facilities and infrastructures. And we know that it is not a simple issue because most of housing programs today are designed at the national level. Sometimes, while authorities are not competent or not involved in their definition. Or, in other cases, housing units are produced by the initiative and by opportunities by the private sector, which is good, but which in many cases doesn't involve local authority, and it is not linked to urban planning. That creates a huge problem in terms of sustainable cities. And you have shown it with your example of empty buildings just after being built. So that's one point that is very important for us. And you asked me about the social and economic impact, and I will focus maybe on the economic impact, just to share with you some figures, because according to a study recently realized by Habitat for Humanity, the housing sector represents between 8 and 18% of GDP, with an average on 13. For instance, in Morocco, the housing sector represents 15% of GDP and 1 million employees. Another example, we have made a study a few years ago in French overseas territories, which are small territories but with huge issue in terms of economic development. And according to this study, it is estimated that the construction of one housing unit creates 3 jobs. This figure highlights a strong link between housing supply and economic development at the national scale. But we know also that it is very hard to build affordable and sustainable housing units quickly and massively. But it is where, in our opinion, the public sector has a role to play. Because national programs, by giving visibility to the private sector in terms of public investment and financing, can play a key role to help structure and develop the construction sector. In France, we managed to do that in the 60s with a large public planification. It has not been a complete success in terms of urban development, but it has been decisive to structure the construction sector and make it able to respond to big production objectives. And last point, economic development of cities is directly linked to the capacity to offer housing units to their workers close to their jobs. In Europe, we have seen that historically, with the first initiative in terms of housing production came from private companies that needed to provide house to their workers as a condition to develop their activity. And today in France, private companies are still contributing to the financing of social housing through a dedicated fund. I will stop here, but please to continue.
Thank you very much, and thank you for flagging both the role of the private sector. We never think properly about the role of the private sector in providing affordable or social housing, but workers' housing is something absolutely central to that conversation. Thank you also for highlighting the question of competencies and the role of local authorities and how it relates to the role of national governments. Perhaps on that note, I turn to Mayor Barry Verbanovich, the mayor of Kitchener. Mayor, what is the role of cities in addressing housing challenges? Very often you don't have competencies in that area. How do you work in the realm, in the framework of multi-level governance to advance the right to adequate housing in your city?
Well, thank you very much, Shifran, and Excellencies, Ministers, esteemed colleagues. It's an honor to join you today and bring both the perspective as co-president of United Cities and Local Governments, as the representative of the local and regional government constituency, as well as the Mayor of Kitchener, Canada, an intermediary city of about 270,000 people near Toronto. UCLG, as the voice of the world's local governments, is committed to ensuring that all populations have access to adequate housing as a right and necessary precondition for the fulfillment of other human rights and the right to the city. Ensuring access to adequate housing for all is also a catalyst for sustainable socioeconomic progress, ensuring that no place and no person is left behind. Housing is thus a central priority for local and regional governments, and as such, we're working at different levels and often in alliance with other orders of government and organized communities to advance the right to adequate housing and leverage its potential to transform societies. As reflected in the UCLG Pact for the Future, advancing housing systems capable of caring for their populations, particularly for those who are overlooked at present, that protect the common practices that sustain the social production of housing and that advance the human well-being of all. This work on housing as a human right, both at UCLG and amongst Canadian cities like Kitchener, has included working with Leilani Farha, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to housing. However, we cannot have this conversation today without acknowledging that events of recent years, specifically the COVID-19 pandemic, shed light on the inadequacy of current housing systems to protect populations around the world, aggravating the pace at which global progress on ensuring access to adequate housing is knocked off track. The number of people in informal settlements is growing, and the proportion of urban populations in inadequate housing is also increasing. This is also true in intermediary cities whose population growth is not being matched by infrastructures. In order to respond to these global dynamics, local and regional governments have been leveraging their global networks to jointly advocate for more capacities to respond to these challenges, as put forward in the 2018 Municipalist Declaration of Local Governments for the Right to Housing and the Right to the City. This has been true in both my own city, Kitchener, and my own country, Canada, and I want to acknowledge the Deputy Permanent Representative of Canada to the UN in Nairobi, who's here today, Robert Bunbury. This journey began before the pandemic, where working with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Canadian Cities and Communities, our government approved its first ever national housing strategy in 2019. Shortly after that, Canada, like the rest of the world, saw the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on housing for the residents we serve. As a result of the realities of the economic impacts of COVID-19, Canada and its cities and communities have stepped up to tackle these challenges. From new funding programs introduced by our Canadian government, like the Rapid Housing Initiative Phases 1, 2, and 3, and the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund, to new policy initiatives from cities to tackle issues like encampments and inclusionary zoning. The efforts by all orders of government, national, provincial, and territorial and local and regional governments, have put people at the forefront, working to ensure that housing is part of building cities and that nobody is left behind. In closing, achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals and tackling the housing challenges of our planet requires localizing the housing agenda, acknowledging local and regional governments as political actors that beyond implementing national policy should have enough autonomy based on the principle of subsidiarity to design and implement local housing policy. Because in fact, with innovative and bold local actions, local and regional governments are not only implementing housing policies, but redefining what local housing policy entails, showcasing how it can be a lever for social inclusion and equitable human development, and for co-creating more just and sustainable futures. This needs a coordinated effort by all spheres of government, and in particular, we need national governments to pay closer attention to the needs of communities, regardless of administrative status, placing people at the center of urban policy making. We also need a multilateral system that has to be based on trust, peace, and sustainability from the bottom up, forming the base of a new social contract driven by local action, and guaranteeing local and regional governments and civil society are fully engaged by holding a permanent seat at decision-making tables. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A very clear call for a stronger role for local and regional governments that are at all levels, including in the multilateral system, where these conversations are had and decisions are made. So thank you very much. Let me now turn to our last panelist, Mr. Carlos Martinez Velasquez, who's the Director General of Infonavit, the Institute of National Housing Fund for Workers in Mexico. Carlos, your institution has been described as the main Mexican state institution working for families to exercise their constitutional right to dignified and decent housing. This is a very tall order. This is a very huge ask. Tell us a little bit about how is housing being leveraged as an instrument contributing to poverty reduction, addressing inequalities, and advancing socioeconomic development.
Of course, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me. And I want to talk about how home ownership and the actions we do in Infonavit can contribute to poverty reduction, because we think that housing policy it's linked with poverty in two folds. Poverty has a great impact on housing circumstances, and housing circumstances can have negative impact on poverty and other dimensions of well-being. On affordability affects disadvantaged social groups, many of whom find it difficult to afford a housing, even more so in areas close to jobs. So when affordable housing options are available, people can allocate a smaller portion of their income to housing costs. And this, a lower share, frees up resources from other essential needs such as education, healthcare, and food. So Infonavit is the biggest social housing funder in Mexico and provides sufficient funding for housing needs for all private sector workers. Infonavit attends 22 million people who are in private sector in Mexico, and actually the fund is from the 5% of national payroll. And with that funding, we can create this credit system that is aimed to lend former workers home ownership, but also we offer credits aimed to facilitating home repairs, retrofitting, and expansions. And then, with these credits, we believe that we have incidence in providing adequate housing through cheaper and easily available credit. We can improve some poverty dimensions through its activity on housing mortgages, land mortgages, and home improvement credits. There are impacts on decreasing housing with inadequate quality or insufficient space, and decrease the lack of basic housing services. Actually, Infonavit is spending 1% of Mexican GDP each year in this credit program. I think it's one of the biggest credit programs around the world. And now, since 2020, we adopted the new urban agenda in all our credit programs. For example, since 2021, all loans from Infonavit are evaluated with urban criteria. So every house we finance must have all basic services, like water and energy, and be placed in a neighborhood with primary schools, health facilities, public spaces, access to effective mobility solution, and in a radius of 2 kilometers. So every loan is evaluated with this criteria, so we can grant for all workers, especially low-income workers, that they are buying a good located home. Because in Mexico we have a paradox, because we have, of course, a housing deficit, but also we have now, right now, Infonavit have 615,000 units abandoned, because that's a negative thing of sprawl urbanism, because many of these homes are built like 20 years ago and have no services, and people spend more of their income in water or transport than the mortgage payment. So they abandon the homes. So now we have the problem that we need to retrofit that homes, but actually to impulse new buildings around the country. So it's important to know that these panels, this kind of multilateral discussions can help us to understand each other, to listen each other, and of course not replicate the mistakes that we do in the past, and we can do something good for a better future.
Thank you very much. And learning from each other's mistakes is a very important part of this proposition. Indeed, if you've gone down that way before, we don't need to repeat, the mistakes you've made or the experiences you've had which haven't worked. Thank you very much. I believe we are running out of time, so there will be no time to take questions. But I want to perhaps try and synthesize some of the key messages from the conversation today. First of all, the universality of the housing agenda. We've heard experiences from all continents today, and it's very clear that housing is an agenda, is an issue, is a challenge, is a priority in all parts of the world. As I said at the beginning, it manifests differently. But the fact is that there is no country that has really cracked it. There is no region that has cracked it. And it's very important to go as a collective looking for the right solutions. Second, and again repeating a little bit, but the lack of advancement globally on the right to adequate housing is a failure of markets as well as an abject failure of public policy. We have to acknowledge that before we move on to solutions. It's a failure of public policy at international, national, regional, local levels, and some things need to change in order to be able to transform from where we are today to where we want to go. We have at the same time heard some fantastic examples of approaches, multi-pronged approaches that work. Approaches that put cities at the center, that put housing at the core of city planning. You talked about the housing towns. Professor Burdett talked about housing being at the center of urban planning and design as a central element. We just talked about accessibility and connectivity being fundamental to housing units being used even after they are provided. We've heard about urban renewal and how that relates to the question of housing, provision of infrastructure. And we've heard of approaches that combine these to talk about renovation of existing housing stock with public-private partnerships to build more stock, with the work of a company like a state company like Infonavit to advance the access to housing, with improving access to loans at reduced rates, at affordable rates. And we've heard the question of multi-level governance, extremely important because no sphere of government can deliver adequate housing on its own. National governments need to set policy in consultation, in discussion with other spheres of government, with local government, as well as with other actors. Listening to stakeholders, listening to the private sector, understanding where the needs are, and also understanding where the opportunities are. I think these are the important and fundamental elements that we need to have at the center of any conversation on housing. We're very happy and very pleased to be able to advance this discussion today. We're very grateful for each one of you to have taken the time in this assembly when we know you have important intergovernmental business to address on the other side as well, to put this on your agendas, to talk about housing to us. We're very grateful that several countries, not just Kenya, France, Bahrain, but also several others have joined forces to co-sponsor the resolution on housing. And I hope that those and many others will be our partners in taking this resolution and what it offers forward. The central piece of this resolution is the establishment of a collaborative platform of an expert intergovernmental working group where governments can exchange their views, pool their expertise, reflect on the latest data, set strategy, talk about where changing course is required, harmonize standards, and ultimately develop more impactful housing policies, housing strategies, and action plans for all of us, for their own countries, but for all of us as a global community. Thank you very much once again, and thank you all for joining us today.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Before we proceed to agenda item 10 and 11, may I invite the distinguished representatives to revert to agenda item 4, credentials, which, as distinguished delegates will recall, was earlier deferred to enable the Bureau to complete its examination and credentials. Under Rule 17.2 of the Rules of Procedure of the UN Habitat Assembly, the Bureau of the UN Habitat Assembly should examine the credentials and submit its report to the Assembly. Pursuant to the foregoing rule, I am pleased to confirm that the Bureau has examined the credentials of representatives and alternate representatives submitted by the members of the UN Habitat Assembly at its second session and has recommended their participation in the session. We have thus completed the consideration of agenda item 4. I now move to agenda item 10, dialogue on the special theme of the second session of the United Nations Habitat Assembly. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my great pleasure to give the floor to the Executive Director, Mr. Medina, to give his remarks to introduce agenda item 10, namely dialogue on the special theme for the second session of the United National Habitat Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the dialogue on the theme Sustainable Urban Future through inclusive and effective multilateralism, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in times of global crises. The dialogue takes place in a global context of cascading crises. Without radical and dynamic action, we will not be on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. None of us can achieve the goal of a better quality of life and leave no one behind without renewed multilateral commitments. This Assembly is a key opportunity for Member States to discuss how inclusive and effective multilateralism can support transition to sustainable urbanization pathways. To do this, the dialogue examines the connections between enhanced multilateralism, setting policy priorities, and developing enabling frameworks in the implementation of the new urban agenda. It is the position of UN Habitat and the United Nations that well-planned, safe, accessible, affordable cities provide the 2030 agenda with a transformative opportunity of sustainable urbanization. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity, especially when rapid urbanization continues and more people and places are being left behind in the aftermath of interlocking crises. The United Nations continues to elevate sustainable urbanization as the basis for multilateral collaboration. This means recognizing viable cities as a public good. This means focusing on local action to close the gaps in progress towards a sustainable future for all. Within this compelling context, allow me to introduce the priority topics of this special theme dialogue, for which the report HSP/HA2/7 on the special theme provides more detailed considerations and which all delegations have at their disposal. The outcome summary by the President of the General Assembly of the high-level meeting on the implementation of the new urban agenda in April 2022 affirmed the Member States' commitment to the new urban agenda as a framework to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and other global agendas. The member states specifically committed to advance actions on the following 5 areas: adequate housing with basic services and inclusive planning; secondly, climate mitigation and adaptation and environmental sustainability; thirdly, urban crisis reduction and recovery; fourthly, localization of the Sustainable Development Goals and multi-level governance; and lastly, sustainable financing for infrastructure and urban basic services. What follows today is an examination of the concrete opportunities of inclusive and effective multilateralism in furthering these critical policy priority areas, and especially with the important question of what more can we all do. We must all invest in critical enablers to support the implementation of these priority areas, as argued in the special theme report about the opportunities that we must seize. As you know, these enablers include data and knowledge, advocacy and communications and partnerships, capacity building, and digital transformation. To coherently collaborate on these priorities and to use the enablers effectively, we need inclusive and effective multilateral platforms to discuss, make decisions, and collaborate to finance the implementation. In his report, Our Common Agenda, the Secretary General of the United Nations called for a stronger, more networked, and more inclusive multilateral system to ensure that multilateralism remains relevant and effective for future solutions. Amidst the multiple crises, his vision reaffirms the role of states as key actors in the multilateral system, but equally emphasizes that complex crises cannot be overcome by states alone. Therefore, our common agenda suggests that open, participatory, and transparent system, inclusive, and all the relevant actors can be realized through the participation of local, state, and non-state actors in global affairs. As key local actors, cities and local governments have the potential to transfer multilateral actions into concrete change towards greener, more equitable, and productive and healthier environments. This dialogue encourages member states to explore the 8 concrete pathways recommended in the special theme report for achieving sustainable urban future amidst the multiple crises. Let me briefly remind you of the 8 concrete pathways without necessarily going into details on each and every one of those, which, as you know, are more specifically characterized in the theme paper. First, right to adequate housing, mechanisms to advance and share experiences on evidence-based structural solutions. Second, integrated urban climate and biodiversity action that needs to be strengthened. Third, inclusive urban recovery frameworks and support to national recovery efforts. Fourth, financing to urban development. Fifth, vertical coherence, horizontal integration, and temporal continuity, and also focus on localization and effective multi-level governance and empowering local and regional governments. Sixth, regional territorial cooperation and focus on strengthening cross-border urban corridors. Seventh, increased fiscal space, policies and mechanisms to enhance cities' potential to accelerate sustainable development. And last but not least, recognizing the increasing centrality of cities in the globalized world, member states are encouraged to identify which key multilateral forums could benefit from a stronger and more network engagement of cities, local and regional governments. What principles and structures could enable such engagement, and what their specific role in these forums could be. All participants of this Assembly dialogue, along with Member States, are invited to consider how some of these topics could be highlighted in key multilateral meetings in 2023 and 2024. And as you know, in July of this year, there will be the high-level political forum in New York, focused also on Sustainable Development Goal 11, followed by SDG Summit in September of 2023. And then in September of 2024, the Summit of the Future, with a view of also preparing for the World Social Summit in September of 2025. Voices from cities must be heard in each and every of these important summits and gatherings. I hope Member States can encourage local and regional governments to undertake voluntary local reviews, as well as support the SDG Cities initiatives, which UN Habitat is proud to host and to catalyze. Join the World Urban Campaign, for we are aiming to reach 1,000 cities to improve 1 billion lives. I'd like to note that this year, the multilaterally negotiated Sustainable Development Goals have reached the halfway milestone towards 2030. Their implementation is deeply challenged by the recent major global shocks and the triple planetary crisis. This dialogue asks us to identify, agree, and commit to advancing transformative pathways for multilateral collaboration, multi-level governance, and financing mechanisms for urban development to contribute to leading people and planet out of the present unsustainable trajectory. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we believe that this dialogue will offer inspiration and accelerate action towards a sustainable future of cities and communities. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Mr. Mika Miner for his remarks. It being understood that tomorrow during the high-level segments we will hold a dialogue on the special theme of the Assembly. I now move to agenda item 11, Strategic Plan of UN Habitat. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I give the floor to Mr. Mika Miner again to give his remarks to introduce agenda item 11, namely the Strategic Plan of UN Habitat.
Thank you again, Mr. President, I commit to being briefer in the introduction of this important agenda item. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, you are aware of the current strategic plan covering the period of 2020 to 2023, approved by the first UN Habitat Assembly in 2019. It has been a milestone shifting UN Habitat's focus towards outcomes of global relevance and impact. It has allowed UN Habitat to much better identify its added value amongst a wide variety of stakeholders and build much more strategic partnerships. As you deliberate the proposed extension of the current strategic plan until 2025, allow me to first share with you some highlights of the impact of our work in implementing the current strategic plan in the previous years, covering the period of 2020 to 2022. The implementation of the strategic plan over the past 3 years have showed that the plan has proven to be a robust framework for recovery and a roadmap to accelerate the implementation of the new urban agenda for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It has proven to continue being relevant also as we move next in our work for the upcoming 2 years, 2024 and 2025, before we meet again in the envisaged resumed session of this meeting in 2025. We have achieved so far quite remarkable impact, even though our implementation period was significantly marked, in particular by the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is well established repercussions, among them the catastrophic increase of inequality and poverty in countries around the world. I would like to share with you the following highlights. First, 1.6 billion people globally are living in inadequate housing, of whom 1 billion are living in slums in highly deprived conditions. Through UN Habitat work in more than 45 countries, more than 3.4 million people in slums and informal settlements now have access to basic services, including water and sanitation. Second, lack of quality public spaces reduces urban quality of life, increasing crime, social tensions, health, and congestion. UN Habitat has enabled more than 2.32 million people to enjoy safe access to more than 137 upgraded public spaces in 90 cities through the Global Public Space Program. Third, with UN Habitat's support, 30 local governments have adopted people-centered smart city strategies and benefited from innovations addressing the digital divide. Fourth, through the Waste-Wise Cities program, 68 cities have improved municipal solid waste management. During the last COP27 in Egypt, ministers from 47 member states gathered for the first time to discuss the contribution of cities to climate action. And as you already know, the same type of a meeting is envisaged also during the upcoming COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. And last but not least, over 89 community centers in 6 countries have facilitated participatory and co-creation processes towards enhanced integration of refugees and migrants and vulnerable host communities at neighborhood level. The extension of the current strategic plan for 2 more years will help us to consolidate this work and ensure even greater impacts. We are ready to start the preparations of the strategic plan for the period 2026-2029 if it will be so decided. And of course, we are ready to work very closely with all member states, in particular with the executive board, to focus on that important task. As you know, we will be achieving also the alignment with the quadrennial comprehensive policy review by shifting the cycle towards 2025, which is something that all UN agencies are required to do. The Committee of Permanent Representatives, at its first high-level midterm review of the current strategic plan in June 2021, had already noted that the plan was robust enough but could be further strengthened in its implementation. The report of the Executive Director to the Executive Board at its second session in 2021 provided guidance on the way in which the implementation of the strategic plan for the current period could be strengthened based on the 3-lens approach. The use of this 3-lens approach have helped UN Habitat to rebalance investment and establish a better connection to available knowledge, as well as its own assets and capacities. The three lenses are ensuring that all programming responds to new vulnerabilities and risks in cities. Second, pursuing more integrated programming to adapt the function and form of cities to respond to current and future crises in terms of resilience and climate change. And third, creating conditions for all programs to support long-term socio-economic urban recovery that helps to overcome spatial inequality and address the climate emergency. The extension of the strategic plan will be further guided by three policy priorities and two drivers that emerged from the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda and recent intergovernmental meetings that were held. They are anchored in the four domains of change of the strategic plan and will allow the organization to focus its activities for achieving greater impact in priority areas, creating better integrated solutions, while creating co-benefits across the 12 outcome areas of the strategic plan. Let me briefly remind you of the three policy priorities and two drivers. First, universal access to adequate housing. Second, urban and local climate and biodiversity action. Third, preventing and responding to crises and contributing to sustaining peace. Localization and finance are key drivers or means of implementation for all three policy priorities. Localizing the SDGs is truly a powerful tool to mobilize communities and local stakeholders in pursuing sustainability locally, where it matters the most. In addition, it supports participatory and inclusive decision-making processes, giving people and those at risk of being left behind a voice. And I have to add that also actually the recent pandemic has taught us some lessons in this particular context. But all this requires stronger focus on local finance. Local governments can be given greater capacity to generate revenues from indigenous resources. It is also key that financing sustainable urbanization is integrated into national economic development and budgeting. Lastly, facilitating private investment remains key also to local action. Following the approval of the extension of the current strategic plan, the Executive Board is mandated to start preparations for the next strategic plan for the period 2026 to 2029. To this end, UN Habitat Secretariat recommends that the next strategic plan will take the following four elements into consideration. First, UN Habitat will draw on a stronger evidence base gathered from the quadrennial report on the implementation of the new urban agenda, the report on the progress made towards SDG 11, the outcomes of this UN Habitat Assembly, and other key intergovernmental meetings, such as the high-level meeting convened by the President of the General Assembly last year, the upcoming high-level political forum, which will cover SDG 11, and, importantly, SDG Summit this September. Second, we will carefully review and integrate lessons learned and recommendations from various assessments and evaluations of our work, both at project level and globally. Third, consultations with a wide range of urban stakeholders will be key. This will include a more in-depth outreach to the UN system so we can collectively advance the UN system-wide strategy on sustainable urban development, and listening carefully to all actors through national urban fora worldwide and the World Urban Forum, which, as you know, will be held in Cairo, in Egypt, next November. And lastly, at the center of all this, there will be a stronger focus on monitoring and reporting, not just on project delivery, but also on long-term impact of policies and interventions. We will need to ensure we have the capacity to do so through the scalability model. This is an important framework where we invite all of you, the member states, but also all the relevant stakeholders to join forces with us to develop a truly substantial and strategic document for the next period. Excellencies, allow me to end here, and we look forward to continuing our engagement with you in this context. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. This is an item that will go to the Sessional Committee of the Whole for the full and detailed discussion of Agenda Item 11. If I hear no objection, I shall take it that the Committee of the Whole should proceed accordingly. I hear none, so it is decided.
Thank you, Mr. President. In that respect, I wish to announce that the Committee of the Whole will meet at 4 o'clock in Conference Room 1 to take up Agenda Item 11. Thank you.
Thank you. I now move to continue the debates at plenary. Before I call to first speakers, I would like to remind delegations that interventions must not exceed 3 minutes, except for the chairs of regional and political groups, who will be allowed to speak time of a maximum of 5 minutes. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, the Honorable Mr. Guilherme Chusmon, Vice Minister of the Periphery of the Ministry of Cities from Brazil.
Boa tarde a todos, a todas.
Good afternoon to everyone. Let me first talk in my language just to reinforce the Brazilian government at the city of Fortaleza. I'm here with the Vice Mayor, and now I will read the message that we have in English. I ask all of you.
First of all, I would like to say that President Lula gave us a mission to return the dialogue with the world. Brazil is back. This assembly is about the future, and we must worry about it because there are not two planets. Therefore, we must face the structural problems, and nowadays the main problem of the world is social inequality. My country still bears the marks of almost 400 years of slavery. President Lula told us that it was necessary to put the poor in the public budget. More than half of my country's population lives in peripheries, slums, or precarious settlements. That's the reason the Brazilian government is returning the investment in urbanization of Islam and risk prevention after 10 years apart. Moreover, our government creates a national program of public housing that intends to construct more than 1 million houses in the next 4 years. In these territories, inequality is multiple, so it is necessary to have multidimensional and multilateral solutions implementing an integrated policy to combat inequalities. Sustainable cities are, above all, cities where the poorest live with dignity. Thanks.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Guilherme Simões, Vice Minister of the Periphery of the Ministry of Cities from Brazil. I now call on the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Amna Bent Ahmed, Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning from Bahrain.
Is Bahrain in the room?
We go next to the next speaker on the list. It will be the Honorable Mrs. Maria Gabriela Aguilera, Minister of Urban Development and Housing of Ecuador. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, authorities, members of delegations, I come from a country that almost 7 years ago approved the new urban agenda. The Quito Declaration has become a guiding instrument for our administration. Based on this common ideal, which is seeking out a better and more sustainable future, last October we submitted the National Urban Policy of our government. This policy is an unprecedented instrument in Ecuador, and it was built to participate in a co-participative fashion with the entire territory, bringing into account the climate, gender, and interculturality approaches. The goal is to ensure the right to a safe habitat and a healthy habitat, the right to decent housing and city. And currently, through the implementation of the National Urban Policy, we are improving the living conditions of the most vulnerable population adapted to multiple contexts. We are also promoting the sustainable growth of human settlements through a compact, dense, diverse, and accessible model. Furthermore, we are pushing forward good governance through intersectoral, multi-level, multi-stakeholder coordination, participation, and articulation. Thanks to the leadership of President Guillermo Lasso, Ecuador was the first country in Latin America and the fourth in the world to adopt a cross-cutting policy for the ecological transition. We will surely all agree that cities are playing a major role when it comes to climate change. It is cities where the actions to consolidate the actions necessary for sustainable development must take place. This is why UN Habitat is working in implementing the SDG cities policy in coordination with municipalities and in coordination with the local governments. From the ministry side, we believe that we can strike a balance between social development, environmental concerns, and economic concerns. We reaffirm our commitment to the new urban agenda. Ecuador is one of the UN member states that has submitted its national progress report, which has allowed for us to have a baseline for decision-making and also highlight that we are guiding our efforts towards promoting trace and monitoring mechanisms in order to have a precise view of the implementation process. We ratify our commitment, and the microphone cut out.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Maria Gabriela Aguilera, Minister of Urban Development and Housing of Ecuador. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Salem Mohamed Al-Badi Al-Haris, Minister of Public Work and Highways of Yemen.
سألقي الكلمة نيابة عن معالي الوزير. السيد رئيس الجمعية، السيدة المديرة التنفيذية، أصحاب المعالي الوزراء، السيدات.
Chairman, Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of Kenya for hosting this conference. I would furthermore like to thank you for the efforts made when it comes to urbanization. Indeed, the growth of the urban population in the backdrop of economic degradation and the decline in public services and the failure to offer basic services to citizens after the crisis, all of this has had a negative impact on development progress. In fact, we are also facing a conflict which has also degraded housing, electricity, access to drinking water. And this conflict has led to the displacement of 1 million citizens who are suffering from living difficulties. In fact, cities in Yemen have greatly suffered from failings in infrastructure, electricity, and drinking water. Housing was also destroyed. And citizens are also suffering from a lack of jobs and food. The big cities affected by conflict have been massively destroyed, including government facilities. And this has had an impact on access to services such as water and electricity. We are nevertheless committed to meeting the SDGs despite our difficulties and our trying economic situation. We support the efforts deployed by the organization, UN Habitat, and we hope to receive the necessary support for strengthening service capacities and other capacities in other sectors. In conclusion, I would like to thank UN Habitat for the projects executed and the projects scheduled as part of the programs underway. And I would like to wish you the best of success in your work, and I hope that your efforts will help us to improve the living conditions of our populations. Thank you.
Mr. Salem Mohamed Al-Bodi Al-Haris, Minister of Public Work and Highways of Yemen. Now I call to the next speaker on the list, the distinguished Mrs. Amna Ben Ahmed, Minister of Housing and Urban Planning of Bahrain.
سيدي الرئيس، السادة والسيدات الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. The Kingdom of Bahrain has taken tangible steps to sustain the provision of demographic services to citizens with limited means. There have been efforts agreed upon by the government to implement, and therefore 400,000 housing units were provided in 2021, and there are over 10 demographic projects underway. We are also going to launch the innovative housing program and also provide immediate services for citizens. Indeed, we were able to launch funding mechanisms with the commercial banks and also development banks in order to allow for funding offered to citizens subsidized by the Kingdom of Bahrain. This has been a major success to the extent that in only 10 months, more than 7,000 applications have been received and 60% were accepted. This is in the context of a growing demand for housing in the kingdom. there has been a launch for a program on land rights, and it is meant to allow for assistance when it comes to housing from the government in order to build housing projects which are then sold at a level that is in phase with the level of funding requested. We are also ensuring that cities are given the necessary structures and services as part of the 2030 agenda, which requires to ensure inclusive, resilient, sustainable provision of such services. In conclusion, the Kingdom of Bahrain is taking the necessary steps in order to allow for sustainable housing for its citizens. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Abna Bent Ahmed, Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning of Bahrain. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Mahdi Al-Saleh, Minister of Local Government of the State of Palestine.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، أسعد الله مساءكم في ظل التحديات التي يواجهها العالم اليوم من أزمات.
Good afternoon. In light of the challenges the world is facing today of multiple global crises and the threat to the future of cities and to the achievement of sustainable ever development, we recognize the importance of international cooperation in achieving sustainable development goals, and by unifying our efforts in the face of these challenges. Efforts are needed to address climate change and increasing migration as a result of conflicts, humanitarian crises, poverty challenges, and achieve social justice. That's why we have to be innovative. We have to adopt new approaches together to ensure sustainable urban future. Mr. President, countries that were liberated from colonization decades ago are still suffering and stumbling in the implementation of development goals. Imagine our situation in Palestine. The occupation of Palestine is like no other. It is an occupation of replacement and settlement building. It is a racist occupation that embodies all forms of colonialism. I'm talking about expulsion, uprooting, displacement, settlement building, and racism, and above all, the denial of the existence of an occupied people. I put before you this fact. In the occupied territory, Israel controls 80% of our land and natural resources for the service of a few dozen colonial settlements and outposts, and only 20% of these resources remain to serve more than 5 million Palestinians living in more than 700 cities, villages, and camps. These criminal measures are the main obstacle to achieving the two-state solution and a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace, destroying the prospects of development of the Palestinian state in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. At the same time, I call on the international community to join efforts to compel Israel to comply with relevant United Nations resolutions so that our people can exercise their rights and meet their international obligations. And on behalf of the State of Palestine, we affirm our full commitment to our international agreements and our readiness to join international efforts aimed at reducing natural disasters and climate change and achieving developing goals. From this rostrum, I would like to thank the Executive Director of UN Habitat, Ms. Maimouna Sharif, and all members of the Secretariat for their continuous efforts in developing the program and its activities, enhancing its role as a focal point for international action in the field of urban development. We also thank UN Habitat for supporting the priorities of the government of Palestine related to spatial planning, local government, and in the implementation of our national urban plan. We would like to thank you very much for all your efforts, and thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative, the Honorable Mr. Mahdi Al-Saleh, Minister of Local Government from the State of Palestine. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, the Honorable Mrs. Angeline Sylvester Mabala, Minister of Land and Human Settlement Development of Tanzania.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates,
At the outset, let me present the warm greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who could not join us due to the extent of her other commitments. Let me present her compliment to His Excellency President Ruto and the people of Kenya for hosting this conference. We express our appreciation to UN Habitat for organizing the assembly. Tanzania's urbanization trend is growing at a very fast rate, currently 4.8% annually, with 35% of current population of 61.7 million living in the urban area. The government is putting every effort to put the needed infrastructure, housing, and service to accommodate this rate. Climate change impacts are constraining the capacity of the government to meet the needs. To address the challenges, the government is focusing on conducive housing financing, promoting low-emission transport system, floods management system, greening the city initiative, building resilience to sea level rise, and a clean energy technology for power generation. Furthermore, out of 3,400 informal settlements, 61% have been transformed. The mentioned programs are part of the implementation of our NDCs under the Paris Agreement. The increased impact of climate change, accelerating the urban immigration and the associated costs that cannot be met by the government alone. At the minimum, Tanzania needs $19 billion to address this impact by 2030, including in urban areas. Lastly, on behalf of Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, I wish to invite the African Food System Summit, AGRAF, to be held from 4th to 6th September 2023 in Dar es Salaam. It will be an opportunity for the reflection of Africa's ambition to move forward the transformation of the food system within the changing climate and the urban immigration. We welcome you all to Tanzania, the land of Kilimanjaro, Zanzibar, Olduvai Gorge in the eastern Serengeti Plain, the only source of early human evolution. Thank you and God bless you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Angeline Sylvester Mambula, Minister of Land and Human Settlement Development of Tanzania. And I call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Afretan Isoufa, Minister of Spatial Planning, Town Planning, responsible for land affairs and land transport of Comoros. We will move to the next member state on the list. I now call the next speaker, the distinguished representative, the Honorable Mr. Dayut G. Sutherland, House Minister of House and Land Minister of Barbados.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an immense pleasure to address the second Assembly of UN Habitat. Barbados extends our sincere appreciation to the government and people of Kenya for their warm hospitality and graciousness. We established a permanent mission in Nairobi with a view to deepening Barbados-Caribbean relations with the African continent and to fully engage in the work collectively of achieving the SDGs with our key partners, UN Habitat and UNEP. The Barbados delegation reiterates its support for the work being undertaken by UN Habitat and congratulates the Executive Director and her management team, with the support of the Executive Board, for the sterling work it has undertaken in turning the fortunes of this organization in a more positive direction. As we gather here to discuss sustainable urban future, Barbados is mindful that we do so at the start of this year's Atlantic hurricane season. Indeed, Barbados is still in recovery mode from the impact of Hurricane Elsa in July of 2021. The forecast of a 6-hurricane season, 3 of which are likely to be major hurricanes, causes us alarm. As with one powerful hurricane, it can utterly devastate our highly vulnerable SIDS communities and delay our development trajectory by a decade or more. As we move into the deliberations of this week, with our focus on effective and inclusive multilateralism, we are convinced that the 6 key principles of the Bridgetown initiatives are as relevant to these discussions now as when they were first announced in 2022 ahead of COP27. They are: provide immediate liquidity support by rechanneling at least $100 billion of US SDRs. restore debt sustainability today, and ultimately support countries in restructuring their debt with long-term low interest rates. 3, dramatically increase official sector development, lending reach of 500 billion annual stimulus for investment in the SDGs. 4, mobilize more than 1.5 trillion per year of private sector investment into green transformation. Transform the governments of international financial institutions to make them more representative, equitable, and inclusive. And 6, create an international trade system that supports global green and just transformations. We must also continue to collaborate and exchange best practices as we strive towards our common goal of achieving the SDGs and successfully implementing the new urban agenda. We see Barbados' selection as one of the 10 pilot cities of the Integrated Urban Resilience in SIDS and Coastal Cities Initiative as an opportunity for integrating commitments under the new urban agenda, the Paris Agreement, and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And we look forward to positive results. Barbados is already underway with the implementation of National Coastal Risks Information and Planning Platform, NCRIP, and providing a holistic and integrated national initiative for resilient development. We are hurtling towards a dreaded 1.5-degree temperature increase. It's our hope that we can slow and ultimately halt this trajectory. Even as we build resilient and sustainable biodiverse cities, it is hoped that the deliberations of this Second Assembly of UN Habitat would see the realization of these hopes in the not-too-distant.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Daity G. Sutherland, Minister of Housing, Land and Maintenance from Barbados. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Abni Abdi Aden, Minister of Cities, Urban Planning and Habitat from Djibouti.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale,
Mr. President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, distinguished delegates, it is a pleasure and an honor for myself and my delegation to participate in the second session of the General Assembly of UN Habitat. We would like to convey our gratitude to the host country, Kenya, for the warm welcome we received in this also beautiful city of Nairobi. We would like to thank and congratulate the Executive Secretary of UN Habitat for the smooth running of the second session of the General Assembly. In a world that is becoming increasingly urbanized as a result of galloping demographics, cities are dynamic areas where transformations are taking place continuously. They are therefore formidable providers of economic and social progress, but unfortunately, they are also places of poverty and exclusion. My country, the Republic of Djibouti, has adopted a development strategy called Djibouti Vision 2035, which aims to act as a catalyst for public policies, especially urban development policies. President, in line with its commitments to the Republic of Djibouti, which has an urbanization rate of 80%, has taken major steps to consolidate its urban development by inter alia controlling the development of the capital by implementing our new master plan to make Djibouti a modern, sustainable and innovative capital and consolidate its position as a regional hub for international trade. There's also the controlling of the urban development of secondary towns, but at the same time, there's a need to reduce precarious and unhealthy housing for an initiative spearheaded by our head of state called Zero Slums Program. And then, of course, increasing the supply of serviced plots of land. However, knowing full well that public policies cannot meet the needs of people without the resources to access land ownership, the President of the Republic has created a foundation to build decent housing. These are actions which are accompanied by a number of reforms. President, the Republic of Djibouti intends to continue its actions. My country is resolutely committed to meeting its commitments to implement the new urban agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Mrs. Amina Abdi Aden, Minister of Cities, Urban Planning and Habitat of Djibouti. Now I call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Richard Chimwedo Banda, Minister of Local Government, Unity and Culture of Malawi.
President of the Assembly, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to address this gathering on behalf of the Malawi government. From the outset, allow me to indicate that Malawi is striving to attain targets for the Sustainable Development Goals despite various existing challenges. Malawi committed to implement the new urban agenda and the SDG during Habitat 3. As such, Malawi has placed priority on urbanization in our National Development Plan, the Malawi 2063, by embarking on creation of modern urban city centers and tourism hubs with requisite socio-economic amenities for high-quality life of communities. Work has commenced for the development of a secondary city along the Lake Malawi, with fisheries as the anchor industry activity. Malawi recognizes the critical role that sustainable urbanization plays to attain the targets of the SDGs. We are committed to creating inclusive and resilient cities that provide a high quality of life for its communities. However, we are also acknowledge that we cannot achieve this ambitious vision without international cooperation with relevant stakeholders and embracing inclusive and effective materialism. Distinguished delegates, Malawi in March this year experienced Tropical Cyclone Freddy, which led to many fatalities, injuries, and caused extensive damage. The total effects are estimated at $506.7 million. The total recovery requirements are estimated at over $680 million. I would like to thank our international partners for the financial, material, and technical support provided during and after the cyclone, including rebuilding efforts. Without doubt, this highlights the importance of effective materialism in tackling humanitarian challenges. In conclusion, Malawi will continue to align its national strategies and policies with SDGs, improve urban planning and management, build resilient infrastructure, and enhance disaster risk management to reduce the vulnerability of communities, infrastructure, and the economy. As I wind up, let me thank the Kenyan government for warm hospitality and you, our President, for chairing this wonderful summit. I thank you all and God bless you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Richard Chimwendo Banda, Minister of Local Government, Unity and Culture of Malawi. I now call the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Sevenini Tomawo, Minister of Infrastructure of Tonga.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address this assembly on behalf of the government of Tonga as we partake the second session of the United Nations Habitat Assembly 2023. We are deeply grateful for the constant efforts of the United Nations Human Settlement Program for organizing this vital event. The recent unprecedented global crisis COVID-19 pandemic and accelerated actions of the climate changes highlighted the importance of the cooperative and united efforts to address these challenges in a smarter and sustainable manner that will help deliver timely strategies to uphold United Nations goal to support sustainable urban future. We must unite to find a way forward in an equitable multilateral system and a cooperation fit for purpose, fit for the future, and respectful of our differences, but united us in our shared desire for an inclusive and sustainable urban future for all. Tonga strongly supports the United Nations Human Settlement Program. Tonga had embedded into our national priorities through the Tonga National Development Framework, the priorities of the United Nations Human Settlement Program. Priority development areas include the urban and rural development, human development with gender equality, infrastructure and technology, land and environment, and climate change. There are the key challenges that are impacting the housing issue in Tonga, such as housing affordability, access to suitable land, security of tenure, access to quality building materials, and skilled laborers. Additionally, Tonga established the Housing Recovery Resilient Policy building a resilient housing sector for Tonga to improve the housing standards, resilience and environment-friendly building materials as roadmap for addressing these challenges. Mr. President, we conclude by reiterating Tonga's support for your important work. We are confident that the recommendation and outcome documents of this Assembly will lead to more robust partnership to address the challenges before us, to hope for present and future generations. May God guard and bless this United Nations Habitat Assembly and all our members, observers, staff in our shared journey during this session to the destination of finding solutions through solidarity and sustainability. Malo.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Sevenitini Tomoa, Minister of Infrastructure of Tonga. I now call the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Afreiten Insoufa, Ministry of Spatial Planning, Town Planning, responsible for land affairs and land transport of Comoros.
Now, before I take the floor, sir, and Madam Executive Director, distinguished guests, Salam Alaikum to all of you. Now, before I take the floor, I would like to convey my gratitude to the Kenyan authorities for the very warm welcome which has been extended to us since our arrival in this beautiful country. I'd also like to thank UN Habitat for the very effective organization of this second assembly, whose main topic is on a sustainable urban future as a result of inclusive and effective multilateralism. Distinguished guests, allow me to take a few minutes of your time to talk to you about the situation of urbanization and housing in my country. Indeed, the people of the Comoros have experienced a great many problems as a result of the precarious situation in housing and sanitation, and a great many people live in precarious housing. Our capital attracts an increasing number of countries from rural areas seeking economic freedom. And this is why, as part of its fight against poverty, the government of Comoros have granted pride of place to the development of housing. Distinguished guests, the sector of housing is an important sector in our country's economy. It can contribute to economic growth and the creation of jobs, but it is faced with a great many problems in a context of galloping demography. And as a result of verification of resources, it is closely linked to the socioeconomic condition of the country and the capacity of its economic system to come up with the necessary public resources to meet needs. Public resources play an important role in regulating the sector by setting up financing mechanisms which mobilize both public savings as well as private savings, which should serve as the resources which will develop the sector over the long term. We therefore have an initiative in the field of housing, which we believe will meet our needs in housing. To face down the situation, we believe that issues of access to affordable housing should be part and parcel of a comprehensive approach to urban development and should be based on strategies which are tailored to the socioeconomic conditions of the country. And this is why we would like, through our statement, welcome the support of our partners, which has enabled the Ministry for Urbanization and the Territory to launch a capacity building process of the sector of housing for the elaboration of different strategic documents in the field of planning. As a result of this project, we will be in a position to update the Urbanization Code and include
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Afreiten Insoufa, Ministry of Spatial Planning, Town Planning, responsible for land affairs and land transport of Comoros. I now call the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Mamoloko Kubai, Minister of Human Settlements of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the South African delegation is grateful for the excellent organization by the Government of the Republic of Kenya, United Nations Human Settlements, and the Secretariat. South Africa aligns itself with the statement of the African Group as is delighted to participate in this assembly. We are also pleased, like other African Group members, that the issue of adequate and affordable housing, urban climate action, urban crisis recovery, localization of the SDGs, finance and prosperity are top on the agenda of the Assembly. All these issues are issues that are important to Africa and the world. Therefore, it is also our expectation that the Assembly will apply its collective wisdom to the set challenges of the modern world and come up with key decisions and concrete actions to address these issues. South Africa believes that the second session of the United Nations Habitat Assembly will examine major trends, deliberate on norms and standards related to human settlements and sustainable urbanization, review progress, and advise on the implementation of the new urban agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the other global agenda scheduled to be held here during this session. South Africa has been championing the issue of the urgent need to accelerate transformation of informal settlements as a crucial entry point and catalyst for sustainable development. The South African government hosted an international meeting in October 2022 to launch a process for a global action plan to accelerate the transformation of informal settlements and slums by 2030. The main objective of the South African delegation to the UN Habitat Assembly is therefore to obtain global support for this initiative during the Assembly. In this regard, South Africa, supported by the member states of the SADC, initiated a resolution on accelerating the transformation of informal settlement and slums to be considered during the Assembly. The resolution speaks to the core dimension of the new urban agenda with social, economic, environmental, spatial sustainability translated into the reduction of spatial inequality towards spatial justice, fostering social inclusion and integrated governance, reduction of poverty towards economic prosperity, and environmental sustainability and protection. South Africa is of the view that member states will continue to be the source of funding for the implementation of this resolution. On that note, my delegation acknowledges with appreciation the commitment by member states to global action to accelerate efforts for the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 11 and its target 11.1. Other resolutions being considered, which my delegation is ready to support, include the resolution on adequate housing.
Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Mamoloko Kubayi, Minister of Human Settlements of South Africa. I now call the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Boutu Bateriski, Minister of Head of Delegations of Kiribati.
Your Excellency, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, I bring warm greetings to you from people of Kiribati, the President and the Government, and the President of Kiribati, on whose behalf I am honored and delighted to address this Assembly. Kiribati is very privileged to participate in this second UN Habitat Assembly, and I express my gratitude for extending the invitation to my Government. It is gratifying to see the arrangement to Assembly. In particular, the agenda has allowed the member states to interactively and constructively deliberate on the activities of UN Habitat, including coordination matters, progress made for the new urban agenda for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, dialogue on special theme of the second UN Habitat Assembly, UN Habitat Strategic Plan, and other matters that are relatively important to be considered in this Assembly. The UN Habitat Assembly is a very significant platform bringing together representatives from member states, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to discuss formulate strategies for sustainable urbanization of the world. It is also a great opportunity for us to deliberate on ways forward to make further decisions to respond to what I have encountered in relation to urban crisis. In light of this, Mr. Mrs. Chair Lady, I therefore would like to congratulate everyone, especially to those who have put in the effort making this assembly a success. Kiribati is a very small nation with a total population of 119,000, according to the census 2020 census. It has 3 Hepburn Council and 20 Island of Rural Council. As a small island developing state, we continue to face a serious challenge posed by climate change, as well as the growing urbanization, mostly in the capital city of South Tarawa, causing the proliferation of informal settlements, squatters, and the frequent dispute over the land. All those challenges are creating pressures on our land use and security challenges that undermine our effort to achieve sustainable development. Your Excellency and distinguished delegate, I wish also to reiterate the government's strong support and commitment to the resolution recent meeting on climate change, urban crisis, and endorsement on the UN Habitat Strategic Plan 2023 at the first session in 2019. However, Your Excellency, I wish to share a few progress made since the UN Habitat Assembly convened in 2019 that also contribute to accelerating the implementation of the new urban agenda. The completion of the Kiribati Development Plan 2020 to 2023, this is a national blueprint document that guides the national government intervention to implement the Kiribati 20 vision, a national and overarching plan for a period of 20 years. Completing and approval of the Kiribati National Waste Management Resource Recovery Strategy, and the completion of the Kiribati Joint Implementation.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Bautu Batariski, Minister of Head of Delegation of Kiribati. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Maisobu Laval Amadou, Minister of Town Planning and Housing of Niger.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President of the Assembly, Madam Executive Director of UN Habitat, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is for me an honor and both a pleasure to take the floor on behalf of the delegation of Niger upon the occasion of the second session of the Assembly of UN Habitat to meet the challenges which Niger is facing within the framework of its urban development and habitat and the measures which we have come up with to meet them. But before I do this, I would like to convey my gratitude on behalf of the Republic of Niger to UN Habitat and to the government of Kenya for the arrangements that they have made to organize this session so successfully. Furthermore, Niger wishes to align itself with the statement made by the Vice President of Botswana on behalf of the African Group. Mr. President, when it comes to the challenges and measures to meet them, there is a need to note, amongst others, a high rate of demographic growth with which has increased the population by a factor of 7, moving from up to 24 million inhabitants. This extreme situation, of course, presents a burden on our agricultural land and promotes the migration of rural population towards the urban centers. A number of actions have been implemented with the assistance of our technical and financial partners. Secondly, a low rate of urban planning. This has led His Excellency Mr. Moassi Mohamed, head of state, to come up with a plan, which is part of his political plan, to have an updating of all urbanism-related documents, as well as the launch in June 2022 of a new program, including 11 urban programs which were implemented with international cooperation and financing. We have also launched a number of programs with financing from the African Union. We also have to note a recurrence of flooding related to climate change. There's also the insecurity from a number of nefarious groups and its negative impact on the development of the urban population, which leads to excessive urban concentration. The implementation of actions aimed at meeting these challenges through the participation of various international and national partners is in line with the topic of this UN Habitat Assembly. a sustainable urban framework through inclusive and effective multilateralism and achieving international objectives in times of global crisis. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Maisobu Laval Amadou, Minister of Town Planning and Housing of Niger. And I now call the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Judith Nabakova, Minister of Land, Housing and Urban Development of Uganda.
President of the United Nations Assembly, Your Excellencies, heads of delegations, greetings from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Government of Uganda. My delegation and I extend our gratitude to the Republic of Kenya for the warm hospitality extended to us since we arrived in Nairobi. I thank the UN Habitat Executive Director and her team for the excellent arrangements for the meeting to take place. Uganda would like to associate itself with the report presented by the Executive Director. Uganda has continued to focus not just on sustainable urbanization and housing in cities, but also on secondary towns and rural growth centers. As such, Uganda is implementing the Uganda Support to Municipal Infrastructure Development Program since 2013. The program supports cities and municipalities in delivering urban planning, infrastructure development, and institutional strengthening of urban systems. I invite you to visit our exhibition center. Government approved 15 new cities in 2020. The expectations of these cities is to see that we have regional spread growth in the entire country, and with the UN Habitat support to Uganda, we are implementing projects like participatory slum upgrading, enhancing land tenure security, preparation of the urban and regional profiles, implementation of the urban planning studios, implementation of the national urban policy, and also reporting and monitoring of SDG indicators. Uganda is in advanced stages of agreeing on a contributional agreement with the UN Habitat that will see the latter support us in establishing a vibrant urban observatory to help improve our monitoring of urban indicators. Finally, Your Excellencies, I reiterate Uganda's unwavering commitment in implementing SDGs, including SDG number 11 and the new urban agenda. We invite you, friends from the international community, to enhance your good support to Uganda in this regard. Thank you so much.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mrs. Judith Nabakova, Minister of Land, Housing and Urban Development of Uganda. I now call the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Daniel Garwi, Minister of National Housing and Social Amenities of Zimbabwe.
Mr. President, the Republic of Zimbabwe subscribes to Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, and as a result, the domain of human settlement development is guided by the Sustainable Development Goal number 11 for sustainable cities and towns are being driven accordingly. Coordinative efforts are also underway to develop all marginal communities, all in line with the mantra, no one and no place will be left behind, and also as enshrined in our National Vision 2030 of becoming an upper middle income economy by that year. Our National Development Strategy 1's objective of delivering a total of 220,000 housing units by 2025 has seen 186,000 units built within the 2 years of its implementation. The country is establishing sustainable smart cities where people can live, work, and play, and the use of new building technologies which enhances effective delivery of houses at half the time and half the cost is being implemented. New building technologies will ensure that delivery of settlements are sustainable, modern, and affordable. The rapid urbanization in Zimbabwe has given rise to the proliferation of informal and irregular settlements that require regularization, sanitization, and the subsequent issuance of title deeds as a way of ensuring that there is land tenure and security. Our government is also working on urban regeneration of derelict housing units, replacing them with high-rise flats, which are in conformity with the densification policy. In terms of financial resource mobilization, engagements with private sector institutions is underway as we are exploring mortgage systems that are consistent with the prevailing economic environment as caused by the sanctions imposed upon us by the West. Pursuant to Vision 2030, the government is championing a program on rural transformation which ensures that clean water, sanitation, and decent houses are provided to all rural communities with the mantra that no one will be left behind and no place will be left behind, and our philosophy that a country is only developed by its own citizens. I thank you all for attending.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Daniel Gerv, Minister of National Housing and Social Amenities of Zimbabwe. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Henry L. Yap, Undersecretary and Head of Delegation of Philippines.
On behalf of the Republic of the Philippines, we would like to express our gratitude to Your Excellency for your exceptional leadership, to the Government of Kenya for being our gracious host, as well as the UN Habitat led by the Executive Director for the dedicated work and unwavering support. The Philippines wishes to reaffirm its commitment to the development of affordable and adequate housing within inclusive, resilient, and livable cities. As urbanization continues to rise, we recognize the transformative impact of cities in driving economic growth and improving the quality of life. However, we are acutely aware of the challenges brought about by rapid and sometimes unplanned urbanization. As a country vulnerable to natural hazards and intensified by climate change, the Philippines has undertaken efforts to promote resilient and sustainable urban development through policy reforms, institutional capacity building, and community engagement. The national development plans, including the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 and the National Housing and Urban Development Sector Plan 2040, prioritize the establishment of livable cities and resilient communities as fundamental pillars in inclusive growth. Further, we have recently launched the Pambansang Pabahay para sa Filipino program, or the National Housing Program for Filipinos, aimed at significantly reducing our housing deficit, address housing affordability, and providing access to housing finance in partnership with our local government units and the private sector. Mr. President, the Philippines reiterates its unwavering commitment to the goals and objectives of the UN Habitat Assembly, and we highly appreciate the UN Habitat programs in our country. The Philippines welcomes more projects aimed at enhancing the capacity of our local governments, as it plays a crucial role in implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We urge all member states to strengthen international cooperation, exchange best practices, share capacity building programs, and mobilize resources to support the implementation of the new urban agenda. The Philippines stands ready to collaborate with the UN Habitat and partners in creating a better future where no one is left behind and where cities are hubs of innovation, inclusive development, and shared prosperity. Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po and mabuhay.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Henry L. Yap, Undersecretary and Head of the Delegation of Philippines. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Matas Katan, Vice Minister of Syrian Arab Republic.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to participate in the works of the Second Assembly of UN Habitat. We would like to reaffirm our government's commitment to the agenda of the United Nations 2030 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which constitutes a general framework for development, which is in line with our plans and strategies. In this connection, we have made tremendous efforts to achieve these Sustainable Development Goals and targets, as well as indices. We have mainstreamed these development goals in our post-conflict programs and strategies until the year 2013. Well, this has been the case despite the tremendous challenges that the government of Syria is facing, including those challenges related to providing a favorable environment to achieve development. One of those challenges is to achieve peace and stability across the territories of Syria. There are also challenges related to unilateral coercive actions that have been adopted by some entities and some states that undermine our sustainable development efforts and our efforts to rebuild the country. Not to mention the challenge of the destructive earthquake that hit the country earlier this year that left tremendous losses that I'm not going to get into the details of. This earthquake, with all its impact, has been a particularly devastating challenge over a short period of time, over a vast area that included 4 governors. The government of Syria, since the first moments of the earthquake, made tremendous efforts to bring humanitarian aid to the victims and to provide temporary shelter to all victims of the earthquake in cooperation with the United Nations and many brotherly and friendly countries. Hundreds of committees have been established to assess the damages and provide compensation. We have organized a number of workshops to study ways to implement the recommendations of these committees. Interruption.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Matas Katan, Vice Minister of Syrian Arabic Republic. I now call the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative, Honorable Mr. Mohamed Al-Mansouri, Undersecretary of Housing of United Arab Emirates.
سيدي الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الإخوة والأخوات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والامتنان لحكومة وشعب جمهورية كينيا الصديقة على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة، مؤكدين دعمنا لكافة الجهود الهادفة لخدمة.
We are determined to serving the interests of our people. Mr. President, in light of the global challenges due to COVID-19 pandemic, we have come to the conclusion that we have to work together in a continuous way with a view to alleviating the impact of the COVID. We in the Arab Emirates have achieved full complementarity and cooperation among the 7 emirates of our state with a view to achieving recovery after COVID-19. We are continually making efforts to achieve the sustainable development goals and to live up to the aspirations of our people. Thanks to our decisive action, we have been able to address many COVID-19 related challenges at all levels. Our country has fully recovered from the COVID pandemic disaster, and we are now on the right track. We also organized a number of international exhibitions such as Codex 2020, and we are now preparing for the holding of COP28 in the United Arab Emirates later this year. We have adopted a number of strategies with a view to improving our human resources and implement our urban and housing plans. We have made tremendous strides in this field that placed us first in the world in terms of providing decent shelter and providing decent housing and providing housing with affordable prices. Mr. President, in conclusion, we would like to express our support for all your efforts in guiding our meeting towards success, and I am sure that you will not spare any effort to bring about a successful meeting for this meeting. Thank you.
Representative Honorable Mr. Mohamed Al-Mansouri, Undersecretary of Housing of the United Arab Emirates. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished Representative Honorable Mr. Jorge Bosch, Vice Minister of Urbanism and Habitat of Paraguay.
United Nations Conference in Sustainable Housing and Urban Development, Habitat 3, Paraguay assumed the commitment to address the guidelines arising from this important event. Later, through a resolution of the then National Secretariat for Housing and Habitat, CENAVITAT, in 2018, the National Housing and Habitat Policy was approved. In the same year, CENAVITAT became the Ministry of Urbanism, Housing and Habitat, MUP, thus acquiring competence in urban planning. Then a process began, widely participation, updating and adaptation of the policy with the important collaboration of UN Habitat and the National Habitat Committee, a national instance of intersectorial convergence created as an advisory body. As a result, consensus was achieved for the new national policy on urban planning, housing, and habitat of Paraguay, which is currently awaiting the formalization of its entry into force through a decree of the executive branch. This instrument reflects the effort to build a long-term public management strategy based on political will, comprehensive technical planning, and intersectorial collaboration. Now it is constituted in a state policy which promotes and articulates a systemic perspective between all the actors related to urban planning, housing, and habitat, including the powers of the state, local governments, the private sector, civil society, and academy. The National Urban Planning, Housing, and Habitat Policy is the main framework for the development of plans, programs, and projects that are currently being executed on the country. The goal is being fulfilled through strategies that promote development and facilitate access to decent solutions and adequate housing in a quality urban environment. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Representative Honorable Jorge Bosch, Vice Minister of Urbanism and Habitat from Paraguay. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished Representative Honorable Mrs. Micael Villaverde, Vice Minister of Habitat from Argentina.
En nombre del Ministerio de Desarrollo Territorial.
On behalf of the Minister of Territorial Development and Habitat of Argentina, Santiago Maggiotti, we thank the organizers of the Assembly. Argentina is firmly committed to the new urban agenda to address the challenges of the 21st century and contribute to sustainable development across the territory. Our programs and projects have a comprehensive vision aligned with the SDGs. Argentina changed paradigms. Decent housing instead of social housing, understanding it as a basic right, working together with provincial and municipal governments to face the different demands of habitat and housing by contemplating each population and territory in particular to improve the quality of life for Argentine families. Over the last 3 years, 106,000 homes have been delivered and there are more than 130,000 underway. The local dimension of sustainable development is essential to achieve the 2030 Agenda and bring its benefits to all people. We highlight the work and effort of dozens of cities that, through the localization of the SDGs, have contributed to Argentina being a leading country in submitting local voluntary reviews. Urban development must go hand in hand with human rights. Hence, our implementation of inclusive habitat policies with a gender perspective that guarantee the participation of women, children, young people, elderly people, LGBTIQ people, indigenous people, people in vulnerable situations, and other stakeholders. Among the most significant programs that the ministry operates, we can mention the program for affordable housing with its sub-programs for the elder, for indigenous peoples, and the women and LGBTIQ people, the sustainable housing process, the National Urban Land Plan, and the neighborhood improvement programs, among others. The needs of the Global South requires special mention. Achieving the SDGs and addressing the social, economic, and environmental problems facing humanity will require more efforts in cities and developing countries where most urban growth will occur in the 21st century. We call upon developed countries to increase cooperation efforts to achieve a sustainable development that leaves no one behind. Environmental problems are also problems of cities. Risk management and disaster response are an essential part of urban planning. Hence, Argentina, as president of MINURVI, urged the adoption of the Buenos Aires Declaration in April 2023, where financing mechanisms for mitigation and adaptation to climate change in urban settlements are promoted. In an increasingly urban world, the results of this assembly are urgent and necessary. Argentina works actively for this meeting to be successful and therefore contribute to equal opportunities through sustainable, inclusive, and fair development for all. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative, Honorable Mrs. Micaela Villaverde, Vice Minister of Habitat from Argentina. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Kaupo Einma, Deputy Secretary General, Minister of the Environment of Estonia.
Honorable President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to all who were involved in the preparation of the second UN Habitat Assembly. Unfortunately, we have been hit by a real cascade of crises in recent years, starting with a much longer than expected coronavirus pandemic, which was added by the energy and food crisis. Today, the security situation has changed dramatically across Europe. All of this has significant impact on both natural and urban environments, as well as on our activities. We will, through the multilateral system, including UN Habitat, seek solutions to help rebuilding countries affected by natural disasters or by war. In this respect, we condemn the violation of the UN Charter and express our unwavering support to Ukraine, its independence and its full territorial sovereignty. However, despite the crisis, we cannot put aside our daily responsibilities, including the implementation of the new urban agenda. On the contrary, we believe all these crises better mobilize our communities in order to build greener, healthier, and more resilient cities. Cities and local governments play a pivotal role in achieving progress on the new urban agenda as a pathway to the 2030 agenda. In my opinion, the circular economy offers a new perspective to build a more sustainable, carbon-neutral, and resilient society. Along with the energy transition, waste and pollution are designed out. Efficient material and resources management in cities is increasingly becoming a priority. For instance, Estonian capital Tallinn conceives the circular economy as a means to contribute to environmental goals while creating opportunities for jobs and stimulating innovation through a systematic approach. Awarded the title of the European Green Capital this year, the Tallinn city aims to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. Everyone is welcome to Tallinn to participate at the European Green Capital 2023 events throughout the year. I am convinced that collaboration is the power and the core of lasting change. That is why Estonia submitted a resolution to the UN Habitat Assembly to proclaim 20th September as an International World Cleanup Day. The World Cleanup Day is a well-established international civic movement that engaged more than 73 million people from 191 countries in cleaning up litter and mismanaged waste. Marking it in the UN calendar will directly contribute to the achievement of the SDGs and work for a cleaner planet. I invite you all to support the movement by co-sponsoring this resolution. To conclude, I would like to highlight that if we would like to see greener, healthier and more resilient cities, it is necessary for everyone to fulfill their role. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative Heinma, Deputy Secretary General Minister of the Environment of Estonia. I now call the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative Mr. Moing-Woo Gil, Head of Delegation and Director General for Urban Policy Bureau, Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport from the Republic of Korea.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my great honor to speak at this General Assembly on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Korea. We highly appreciate the UN Habitat for its effort and contribution to the better world. Due to global warming, the world is experiencing heat waves earlier than ever before. In May, the World Meteorological Organization published a report showed that global temperature is likely to rise by more than 1.5 degrees Celsius over the next 5 years compared to pre-industrial level. Today we are here to unite and respond to an accelerating global crisis. As a city model for creating sustainability, Korea proposes a carbon-neutral city and a smart city. The Korean government has declared carbon neutrality in 2050 and is striving for carbon neutrality of cities, including means of transportation. As a first step, we made a national carbon space map to diagnose how much carbon is emitted and observed in each city. And we support cities to establish urban planning for carbon neutrality based on the carbon space map. In addition, the Korean government is actively pursuing a smart city policy that utilizes advanced technologies to respond to the global crisis at the city level. We are combining our experience in developing new cities and cutting-edge ICT technologies to establish a unique Korean model for smart cities. Korea has been promoting the K-City Network program since 2020 to share Korean experiences and knowledge on smart cities with other countries and explore collaborative projects between governments. Korea officially supported and pledged contributions to the National Urban Policy Program of the UN Habitat during the Habitat 3 in 2016. Since 2017, we have been providing support for the formulation of national urban policies in collaboration with UN Habitat. The Korean government is prepared to expand sustainable city models to cities worldwide, and we welcome the active participation of nations interested in carbon-neutral cities and smart cities. During the Assembly, I hope that our cities can benefit from a diverse range of insights and knowledge to continue maturing and progressing by sharing policy experiences implemented globally. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Byung-Woo Jil, Head of Delegation and Director General for Urban Policy Bureau, Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport from the Republic of Korea. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Santi Ender Paul Singh, Head of Delegation and Secretary of Ministry of India.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be part of the second session of the UN Habitat Assembly. The Assembly assumes significance as all member states are deliberating for the first time after the global crisis of COVID-19. India stands committed to engaging with the UN Habitat, international organizations, and other stakeholders to address the challenges of urbanization and global crises in a sustainable manner. India has embarked upon a journey of the most ambitious and comprehensive program of urbanization ever undertaken by initiating a range of policy interventions under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Under the Housing for All Mission Urban, up to May 2023, 7.5 million affordable houses have been completed and delivered. The Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, Amrit 2.0, has been launched in October 2021 with a focus on making the cities water secure through rejuvenation of water bodies, urban aquifer management, and reuse of water. India is successfully implementing the largest sanitation and hygiene program in the world. The Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0, launched in October 2021, aims to transform urban cleanliness by making all cities garbage-free by 2026. The Prime Minister's Street Vendors Scheme was launched in June 2020 to facilitate microcredit to street vendors in urban areas so that they can restart their businesses which were adversely impacted during the COVID-19 pandemic. India recognizes and fully supports the role and expertise of UN Habitat as a focal point for sustainable urbanization and human settlements in collaboration with member states, local authorities, and other United Nations system entities. To achieve a sustainable urban future, the role of UN Habitat is crucial. It needs to globally engage with all relevant stakeholders to identify innovative approaches and priorities which can address the integrated development of human settlements on a sustainable basis. India strongly feels that the UN Habitat should be strengthened with regard to its roles of capacity building, advocacy, and engagements on the ground. We reiterate our commitment to stand by all the efforts towards promoting sustainable development of human settlements for the welfare of citizens at large. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Sati Ender Paul Singh, Head of the Delegation and Secretary of Ministry of India. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Joani Damski, Head of Delegations and Permanent Secretary of Finland.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Finland appreciates the location of the UN Habitat headquarters in beautiful Kenya. Thank you so much for hosting us here. The world is facing unprecedented challenges that extend beyond national borders. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution affect us all and have a significant impact on particular groups of people living in urban areas. Solving the crisis requires multilateral cooperation, science, knowledge sharing, and capacity building, in addition to actions taken on the national and local levels. The time to act is now, and it is time to act together. The focus of UN Habitat's work is extremely important to implement the new urban agenda and to help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In the second UN Habitat Assembly, Finland is pleased to see a strong environmental focus in the resolutions in front of us, for example on biodiversity, climate change, and the SDG localization. At the same time, the resolutions related to housing, slum upgrading, and urbanization address very important key themes for UN Habitat and require solutions. When implementing these resolutions, it is important that we work across sectors as well as between governments and engage all stakeholders. In particular, I would like to highlight the importance of including the youth in these efforts, as they are the ones that will live in the planet that we leave behind. We also need to engage the private sector and work together with the non-governmental organizations. It is equally important to ensure broad participation, and therefore Finland is pleased to be able to support developing country participation to this assembly. Finland highly appreciates its ongoing cooperation with UN Habitat under the Finland UN Habitat Strategic Partnership on the SDG localization. Our successful partnership started last year. We look forward to continuing this partnership, which we had the pleasure of presenting today in a side event. Finland also collaborates with UNEP and UN Habitat in the field of sustainable buildings and construction. The work continues in the framework of Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, with circularity as a new priority. I thank the Executive Director and the Deputy Executive Director for all the support to date in preparing for the open-ended meeting of the Committee of Permanent Representatives and the second session of the UN Habitat Assembly. We look forward to achieving a successful outcome from the Assembly, including the ministerial declaration that will help us move the urbanization agenda forward to ensure that the current and future generations will have a sustainable, resilient and healthy planet to live in. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Juhani Damski, Head of Delegation and Permanent Secretary of Finland. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Firas Kouni, Head of Delegation and Permanent Representative of Jordan.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. It is my pleasure at the outset to express my heartfelt appreciation for being with you in this international forum. Jordan has reaffirmed its commitment to international conventions and the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, in particular, Goal 11, that calls for making cities more safe, more sustainable, and therefore our country places tremendous importance to this goal. Jordan is facing many urban challenges, like, for example, the increasing slums, increasing rents, dwindling water resources, and dwindling housing capacities, let alone environmental degradation, pollution, and many other challenges, some of which is the increasing and consecutive waves of refugees and migration. Despite our dwindling resources, our urban development is one of our goals. It is mainstreamed in our strategies and economic plans that are in line with our capacities with a view to developing our society. Nationally speaking, Jordan has adopted an economic vision which was launched by His Majesty King Abdullah II. It is an integrated and comprehensive plan which is aimed at creating new living concepts that focus on the protection of environment and develop future cities, as well as implement our urban development plans within a legislative framework. It is important for us to develop our transport system, increase our open and green areas, and provide affordable housing. We have submitted our first and second voluntary report from the city of Amman. It is the first in its kind in the Arab world. Our government is committed to implementing the new urban agenda. We have made tremendous progress in the implementation of this new urban agenda. We have taken a number of measures and adopted a number of reports to assess our performance in smart cities.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Firas Konouri, Head of Delegation and Permanent Representative of Jordan. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Rodolfo Osorio de Carrera, Alternative Head of the Delegation and General Director from Mexico.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Honorable President of the Assembly, Your Excellency, Executive Director, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Government of Mexico, I would like to convey our utmost gratitude to the Executive Director for her great commitment and work as the Executive Director and all of UN Habitat in order to create a better and more sustainable future. Mexico believes that it must be supported to ensure that nowhere and no one is left behind. My country is very pleased to participate in the Second Assembly, particularly to have the privilege to chair it. In this regard, and having been called upon to share our best practices, we would like to talk about our national urban plan, which is for the long term that we have developed for the first time in Mexico, which is aligned with the new urban agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, which furthermore go along with the great infrastructure projects which are underway in the south of the country. As part of this strategy, public spaces are being built, parks, libraries, health centers, and many more spaces in the most at-need areas of our cities. Furthermore, our housing project was based on the need for adequate housing according to UN Habitat standards. And this is taking place with a culturally sensitive approach and also ensuring the use of local materials. Also, Mexico has implemented the urban information system, which brings together information from all of the municipalities in Mexico and contains documents about the planning and the laws and standards applicable in housing and urban planning. The interconnection of our communities and coordination for this purpose has been essential in order to share best practices through the initiative Interconnecting Smart Cities. All of this is a testament of our commitment to building a better future for our citizens. Mexico is doing its work in order to make SDGs a reality in our country. We continue promoting realities and policies which will push the use of new technologies, which will allow for us to fully avail ourselves of progress. Mexico would like to affirm its full-scale commitment to an inclusive multilateral system, which we think is the path towards creating sustainable agreements in a highly interconnected world. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Rodolfo Osorio del Carrera, Alternative Head of Delegations and General Director from Mexico. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Luis Chique Huera, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Peru.
Transmito un fraternal.
I would like to offer a warm greetings from the President of Peru as well as the Minister of Housing, both of whom unfortunately cannot be with us today, but they send their best wishes for the success of this assembly under your chairmanship. My delegation aligns itself with the statement made by Costa Rica on behalf of GRULAC. Peru is committed to ensuring access to adequate housing by placing a focus on the most vulnerable populations and also increasing protection of the environment through the use of urban planning instruments. In this regard, Peru has made a number of efforts in order to improve urban planning in order to allow for urban development based on regularization that will allow for consolidated services so that it can be sustainable and accessible for all. Peru is convinced that this is how to invaluably contribute to social development by promoting improvements and having a positive impact on education, public health, food, and the environment. In this regard, we believe that UN Habitat's proper operation in Peru is a major step forward in order to ensure that these goals will take place and also to implement the National Urbanization Plan and the Sustainable Urbanization Plan. We have benefited from the support of UN Habitat in this regard. Mr. President, the global challenges we face are growing, and we will require modern approaches in order to deal with the programmatic aspects, in order to offer responses, in order to ensure the sustainability of services. And we therefore would also highlight equality as a necessary aspect of services and urban design, particularly when it comes to access for the most vulnerable and rural and urban populations. We have to have inclusive communities with solidarity. We have started in Lima in order to ensure to reduce the barriers that the most vulnerable people there face. We are trying to ensure in universal access to sanitation, for example, as a strategic aspect of the national, regional, and local plans as an important aspect in order to develop society and also to ensure development of its individuals, and also to place the focus on human capital, ensuring, therefore, quality service in order to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Luis Chiquiguara, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Peru. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Mohamed Henry Sari Pudin, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Republic of Indonesia.
President of Assembly, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are meeting today against the backdrop of a cascading global crisis that creates various urban challenges. It is crucial for today's assembly to have a substantive, ambitious, and forward-looking outcome in ensuring a sustainable urban development policies. Our works, therefore, should be based within the framework of SDGs and the new urban agenda. As such, allow me to share the following points. First, we need to stimulate multi-stakeholders partnership and community-based approach. The involvement of government at all levels, together with communities and other relevant stakeholders, are crucial in addressing various urban challenges. For Indonesia, these approaches are reflected in our slum upgrading policies and ensuring a livable, productive, and sustainable urban life for all. Second, promoting green development policies. Climate change remains a major threat for many countries, including Indonesia. We need to continue to promote the implementation of a green and sustainable means of urban development policies. We have set a roadmap on green development policies, including through the use of renewable energy and carbon neutral economy, as well as green building and infrastructure. In the development of our new capital city of Nusantara, we aim to fulfill the highest category of green building in line with the concept of smart forest city. Finally, the need for interlinkages and robust multilateral cooperation. We need to also ensure that our discussion does not stop here and should be reflected in other relevant processes, both within the UN system, such as SDG Summit and beyond. In this connection, Indonesia will hosting the 10th World Water Forum in May 2024. Under the theme of Water for Shared Prosperity, the forum will contribute in our effort to seek sustainable solutions in addressing urban issues. We look forward to see you at the forum next year. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Dr. Mohamed Henry Sari Pudin, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Republic of Indonesia. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mrs. Gabriela Lorena Palacios, Co-Director and Minister of Nicaragua.
Honorable President, distinguished representatives, good afternoon. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Nicaragua and in representation of the President and Commander-in-Chief Daniela Ortega and Vice President Rosario Murillo, we would like to express our appreciation for the invitation to the second UN Habitat Assembly, whose theme is a sustainable urban future through inclusive and efficient multilateralism, reaching the Sustainable Development Goals in times of global crisis. We have been working to reach the 2030 SDGs to reach acceptable development levels in the midst of global diversity, the consequences of climate change, and the health crisis the world is facing. These adversities compel us to review the 2030 Agenda and also calls upon developed countries to earmark more official aid for countries in our region in a show of solidarity, equality, and respect for our sovereignty, and also the fact that we are the most vulnerable and affected countries when it comes to climate change, and we also contribute to the ecological balance of the world. Implementation of the new urban agenda is meant to strengthen and reorient development, urban planning, and territorial planning. The Urban Housing Institute and Rural Housing Institute is a major linchpin of Nicaragua when it comes to managing housing projects in accordance with the National Plan to Fight Against Poverty for Human Development 2022 to 2026, which includes creating resilient territorial planning plans. And in conclusion, we hope that the Second Assembly will be able to meet the objectives set out and also allow for decisions to be made for sustainable urbanization, human settlements, and also to explore financial mechanisms in order to achieve the universal right to housing and also move towards the elimination of major gaps for affordable, safe, and environmentally sound housing. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mrs. Gabriela Lorena Palacios, Minister and Co-Director from Nicaragua. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Wong Lim, Head of the Delegation and Executive Director, Center of Livable Cities from Singapore.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues, on behalf of the Government of Singapore, I would like to express our deepest appreciation for the excellent work of the UN Habitat under the leadership of the Executive Director, Madam Maimuna Mohammed Sharif. We'd also like to thank the Government of Kenya and the beautiful green city of Nairobi for your warm hospitality. Singapore is strongly supportive of efforts to uphold multilateralism through collective global cooperation, and we firmly believe in the value of sharing of practices, experiences, and solutions to enhance the cross-pollination of ideas and knowledge. To this end, Singapore and the UN Habitat have jointly conducted 4 editions of the Singapore UN Habitat International Leaders in Urban Governance Program, with the 4th run of the program having been concluded just last month. In all, 161 participants from 60 African and Latin American cities have participated in this program. We draw encouragement from this Assembly's commitment to multilateralism and the localization of the SDGs to address pressing issues, including adequate housing, climate action and sustainability, urban crisis recovery, and economic development and growth. Allow me to share a few examples from Singapore. Since Singapore's independence, providing affordable and accessible public housing for our people has been a key priority and will continue to do so. Over time, as the needs of our residents evolve, we continue to provide affordable and accessible housing solutions suited for young families, older residents, and a changing workforce. Besides a safe and sustainable living environment, our towns and neighborhoods aim to engender a sense of community and belonging. Excellencies, greening our buildings is another key effort. In 2021, the Singapore Green Building Master Plan was launched to accelerate Singapore's transition towards a more sustainable, low-carbon built environment. We also seek to transform Singapore into a city in nature. This includes expanding our nature reserve networks, naturalizing our gardens and parks, and restoring biodiversity into our urban areas. To conclude, Singapore is committed to the implementation of the SDGs, including SDG 11, and the work enshrined in the new urban agenda. I wish the President of the Assembly, Executive Director of UN Habitat, and all esteemed delegates a constructive outcome for this Assembly. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Wong Lim, head the delegation and executive director of the Center of Livable Cities of Singapore. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Nestor Rosa, head of the delegation and permanent representative from Uruguay.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Uruguay is thankful for your leadership in running the Second Assembly of UN Habitat, as well as the Executive Director and her team. You have played a fundamental role in placing human settlements and housing at the heart of the global agenda. In this regard, we are pleased by the presence of UN Habitat in Latin America and the Caribbean, and as well as the rollout of its programs in the region. When it comes to habitat and urbanization, there are specific efforts that Uruguay has undertaken in order to ensure worthy housing, the rights of the most vulnerable populations, etc. The challenges faced are complex and multiple in number. Millions of people are affected, and in order to deal with this, in our urban housing plan, we try to create the greatest number of housing possible in order to fight the housing crisis. The plan is aimed at the entire population, particularly the plan to move forward in a program that was submitted by the Housing Ministry, which takes into account integral aspects, which is supported by the authorities and is aimed not just at building houses, but also to strengthen the community aspect by including the organization and also work with families. The Housing Ministry has also been putting forward urban planning initiatives, land planning initiatives, in order to offer aid when it is allowed for. We have more than 100 territorial planning plans in order to ensure that they are environmentally sustainable, particularly in cities. In this plan, we are trying to ensure coordination of different geographic spaces in order to offer thematic geographic information, which will be key for land planning and management, and also allow for land and urban development, and also to achieve the new urban agenda and the SDG. There is intra and inter-institutional work, both for regional and international cooperation. On this regard, I would like to highlight the important work carried out by MINUVI, the intergovernmental coordination and cooperation mechanism for Latin America and the Caribbean when it comes to human settlements and housing, and also highlight the need, and the microphone was cut.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Nestor Rosa, head of delegation and permanent representative from Uruguay. I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Hamza Karour, deputy head of mission from Algeria.
شكرا السيدات والسادة الحضور. أود في بداية مداخلة.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should like to start by conveying my gratitude to Ms. Maimouna Sharif, Executive Director of UN Habitat. It is for me a great pleasure to be able to participate in this session, which has been organized by UN Habitat on the topic of a sustainable urban future through effective and inclusive multilateralism. We would like to ensure that housing becomes inclusive and sustainable. We would also like to achieve MDG 11. In other words, we would like to ensure that cities and urban agglomerations become safe, sustainable, and inclusive. We would also like to refer to the achievements of Algeria in the field of urbanization, even though we face a great many challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic. We have faced a number of challenges in the field of rapid urbanization, something which Algeria has experienced over the past few decades. Urbanization has reached 72% of our population. And as a result, we have built 751 agglomerations, including 269 cities, in which of a size of over 20,000 inhabitants. We have drawn up an urban development strategy, which is based on a number of axes. Amongst these axes, we have a human development policy with a social tier, which grants pride of place to the most vulnerable groups of our population. We then have a housing policy which is based on diversification. And I'd like to thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Hamza Karour, Deputy Head of Mission of Algeria. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Said Mohamed Al-Amri, Head of the Delegation of Oman.
سعادة رئيس جمعية مول الأمم المتحدة، سعادة المديرة التنفيذية، السيدات والسادة رؤساء الوفود، يسرني أن أنقل.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I relay the greetings of Oman and the best wishes for the success of this meeting. Oman works hard on achieving SDGs and merging it in our long-term strategies and our long-term and medium-term development plans. Our government prepared a national plan to provide a future urban development in Oman and to identify the different areas of urban development. This plan aims to have new communities to ensure better places for living and having potentials for development. It sets out long-term planning standards. Our plan depended on certain directives to have modern and sustainable designs. To ensure sustainability in response to climate change, food security and environment protection, and also diverse economy, and to have sustainable transportation. And urban development requires new structural urban planning for smart villages and big cities, and have integrated full-fledged communities, bearing in mind different dimensions of healthcare, and to eliminate the spread out of slum areas. We depend on urban development legislation to achieve SDGs, to ensure peace and prosperity for all. Cooperation between Oman and Habitat falls under joint programs. We're working hard on having strong partnership with UN Habitat to contribute in achieving SDGs at the national level according to our 2040 vision and our strategy for urban development, and several aspects includes achieving the strategy in all areas and to have a balanced development between urban and rural areas, and to have integrated approach through the technical content of the strategy, and to have an urban observatory to monitor any kind of developments. Our government believes that exchanging experience in this stream, an August meeting will have a pivotal role in achieving our objectives. In conclusion, we extend our wholeheartedly thanks with the United Nations for the cooperation with Oman, which have the outcome of the Green Paper, which contributed to our urban development. Would like to thank the ED for organizing this very important meeting.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Saeed Mohammad Al-Amri, head of the delegation of Oman. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Valentin Zellweger, head of delegation and permanent representative from Switzerland.
Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by commending the Executive Director of UN Habitat, her management team and UN Habitat staff for having achieved a financial turnaround and for having regained the trust of donors. UN Habitat is today on a much better footing than 4 years ago, although it remains fragile. Since the first Habitat Assembly, Switzerland and UN Habitat have engaged in a wide range of project cooperation with a volume of more than $10 million. Among them, projects on improving access to reliable services and socio-economic opportunities for migrants in urban settlements in Egypt, Jordania, and Cameroon, on improving the living conditions of vulnerable populations in urban settlements in Central America and Cuba, and on strengthening inclusive land governance and promoting land access rights for the most vulnerable people through the Global Land Tool Network. Finally, through the Cities Alliance and its Global Action Plan, Switzerland also supports UN Habitat in transforming informal settlements and slums. However, the cooperation between Switzerland and UN Habitat goes beyond the Swiss national government. We also welcome city-to-city cooperation, as we have between the city of Zurich and the city of Tyre in Lebanon, with UN Habitat as implementing partner. Switzerland welcomes UN Habitat's engagement with the Geneva-based actors through the new liaison office. The collaboration with the Geneva Cities Hub and UNECE, the organizer of the Forum of Mayors, has strengthened the links between local, national, and international actors to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The engagement with WHO, OHCHR, and with humanitarian actors through the Interagency Standing Committee has shown concrete results. Mr. Chair, my delegation regrets that the work on the new stakeholder engagement policy has not been concluded. We encourage stakeholders to remain committed to UN Habitat's work. Likewise, we call on UN Habitat to engage stakeholders in its governing bodies and at project level. Local authorities, experts, and civil society provide true added value to UN Habitat. In this sense, my delegation is already looking forward to the World Urban Forum, which will take place in Cairo in 2024. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Valentin Zellweger, head of the delegation and permanent representative from Switzerland. I thank the distinguished representative. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Evelyn Jaboni Mana, ambassador and permanent representative of the Bureau of Burundi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for having afforded me the floor, and good afternoon to everyone. This is for me a great honor and a true pleasure to be able to address this august assembly in this room where the second assembly of UN Habitat is being held. Our topic today is a sustainable urban future as a result of sustainable, inclusive, and effective multilateralism, achieving the MDGs in times of global crisis. In the implementation of the MDGs and the new urban agenda, the government of Burundi has set up the National Development Program, which is in keeping with the objectives of the MDGs, and a new urban development program with sectorial strategies. The Urbanism Code and the Code for Construction is a legal framework which compensates people in cases of public expropriation, especially populations who are impacted. Now, the law on the communal administration, which allows the local communities to have local management plans and community development, has already yielded positive results. In the field of resilience in the face of climate change, the implementation of a multi-risk mapping strategy and the National Emergency Plan aimed at responding to emergencies, as well as the launch of the major reforestation program, has already yielded satisfactory fruit. Now, the program, which is being prepared right now, has enjoyed financing to the tune of $60 million from the World Bank. The project for the resilience of national transport networks from the World Bank has enjoyed $120 million and has already been launched. Just to list a few, Burundi has currently acquired a new plan through 2040, which is the following. Burundi is an emerging country by 2040 and developed country by 2060. Thus, challenges have had an impact on the implementation of the new urban agenda. We have, for example, unfair and unjustified economic sanctions which have struck our country since 2015 through to 2022. And all of these are challenges which prevent us acquiring construction material at affordable prices and which have an impact on the construction of affordable housing. For the implementation of these projects, we ask the UN Habitat and all other UN organizations which are working for development to become involved actively and provide technical and financial assistance to developing states. By way of conclusion, Burundi urges stakeholders to contribute.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mrs. Evelyn Jaboni Mana, Ambassador and Permanent Representative from Burundi. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Sasipim Abram Piblopkit, Director of Foreign Affairs Division from Thailand.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Royal Thai government, I would like to extend my appreciation to the UN Habitat for organizing this second session of the Assembly. At this halfway point in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development and 7 years since the adoption of the new urban agenda, multilateral cooperation is more important and timely than ever. The Thai government focuses its efforts on building immunity and resilience for its people by investing in an inclusive social protection system for all. This has become a necessity, especially in light of the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. At the national level, the National Committee on Housing Policy, chaired by the Prime Minister, serves as the main mechanism to develop national policies, strategies, and measures to ensure housing for all. Thailand has implemented several programs to provide access to safe and affordable housing for people, including low and middle income earners, as well as technical support and finance to empower the urban poor communities to be more resilient. At the city level, Bangkok Metropolitan Administration has set a goal to achieve a livable city for all by 2026, based on the concepts set out in the NUA and SDG 11 to make city inclusive, people-centered, safe, resilient, and sustainable. In addition, The government has partnered with the UN agencies in Thailand to translate the SDGs and NUA into local context. For example, the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security launched projects called Local is the Key and Leaving No One Behind in 8 pilot localities. Meanwhile, Ministry of Interior partnered with UN agencies to declare a statement of commitment to sustainable Thailand, which aims to reducing carbon emissions, protection and conservation of the environment and biodiversity in 76 provinces. Thailand's efforts are guided by the Sufficiency Economic Philosophy, or SEP, our homegrown development approach, and the Bio-Circular Green Economy model, which aims to promote balanced growth while preserving nature and the environment. Thailand remains committed to engaging with all stakeholders to maximize access to affordable housing, effective urban planning, urban climate action, and crisis recovery. We look forward to working closely with the international community to lay a solid groundwork for the SDGs Summit later this year. I thank you.
Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative, Mrs. Saispim Aram Bipbutkit, Director of Foreign Affairs Division from Thailand. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Nanoloch Mina Pabit, Deputy Director General of the Department of Housing and Urban Planning, Ministry of Public Works and Swift Transport, from Loa People's Democratic Republic.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, it's an honor to represent the Ministry of Public Works and Transport of the Lao PDR at this meeting. I would like to highlight the government's and the Ministry of Public Works and Transport efforts to attain Sustainable Development Goal 11 as follows. The government has prioritized integrating the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, which is articulated in the 9th Five-Year Plan 2021 to 2025. The government has also decided on the development direction as quality, focused, green, and sustainable, which has been materialized in the implementation of Five-Year Plan of the Ministry of Public Works and Transport. Several crucial tasks have been conducted for sustainable urban and community development, such as in 2017, all 148 municipalities in Laos formulated master plan that serve as the foundation for urban development. In the last 2 years, 24 large rural villages were converted into small towns to decentralize development and reduce urban migration. Following the submission of the National Progress Report on the implementation of the new urban agenda in 2021, we organized the first National Urban Forum at October last year with the support of the UN Habitat and other development partners, with solicit feedback and suggestions from all stakeholders for a more effective future urban development. Furthermore, I would like to share that the law on housing is being drafted, which will be a vital piece of legislation in the administration of housing in Laos. 7 municipalities have converted their dam to sanitary landfill in an effort to reduce greenhouse gas emission and fire hazard. The Lao government wishes to express its deepest gratitude to the Office of UN Habitat in Laos for its unwavering support. We will enhance our collaboration with the private sector and local community to make our city more inclusive, habitable, and resilient. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Malonsha Miva Padit, Director Deputy General of the Department of Housing and Urban Planning, Ministry of Public Works, Switzerland Transport, from Leo Public Democracy. Then I will now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mr. Dragan Supanik Javak, Ambassador and Permanent Representative from Serbia.
Thank you, Mr. President, Honorable Minister of Friendly Mexico, Executive Director Maimana Maud Sharif, distinguished delegates and colleagues. The first UN Habitat Assembly took place 4 years ago here in Nairobi in May 2019. No one at the time could have predicted that in less than a year, humanity would be confronted with a devastating global health pandemic that produced lockdowns, changed the way of life, and caused massive loss of life. The ensuing war in Ukraine that instigated a new global economic supply chain crisis, an unprecedented rise in the cost of living worldwide, has together with the pandemic put into serious question the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals that is so vital for the future of coming generations. All these problems, including the vagaries of climate change, have in a concentrated manner been reflected particularly in our cities and settlements where generally our present civilization functions. It is imperative that at this second assembly of UN Habitat, we pool our resources and work together on the basis of positive multilateralism to reverse the dire negative threats and trends that are threatening our joint future. For its part, the Republic of Serbia is dedicated to cooperation with UN Habitat, implementation of the new urban agenda and the entire Agenda 2030 process. In order to foster implementation of SDG 11 in Serbia, the new urban agenda was translated into the Serbian language, as well as international guidelines and urban and territorial planning adopted by resolution of UN Habitat at Governing Council in 2015. We commend the efforts of the Executive Director to strengthen UN Habitat during her mandate and the improvement in the financial situation of the organization. I remember very well when the Executive Director came to us in January 2019 and she said that she had passion, and she has delivered with this passion. We are particularly pleased that the Executive Director visited Serbia in September 2021 and that cooperation with Serbia is expanding and developing. As a country with tradition in spatial and urban planning, Serbia is open to challenges, to exchange its experiences and to extend its cooperation with all member countries of the United Nations on topics of sustainable development and urban development and housing, in particular which are in the mandate of UN Habitat. Serbia is actively participating in global events such as the World Urban Forum and Habitat Assembly, being part of the Executive Board since 2019 with permanent representation in headquarters in Nairobi. As an Eastern European country, Serbia is supportive to the intensification of UN Habitat activities in the entire sub-region of Eastern Europe, which is facing its specific challenges and at the same time embracing the specific internal diversity. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mr. Dragan Sapan Evek, Ambassador and Permanent Representative from Serbia. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mrs. Batandi Eva Metalkaf, from the United Nations Scientific Committee of Effects of Atomic Radiation.
Mr. President, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, I would like to thank the UN Habitat for the invitation to address this important assembly. It provides an opportunity where both UN organizations can learn from each other and explore areas for collaboration in building a sustainable urban future in times of global crisis. UNSCARE has been implementing its General Assembly mandate for over 67 years, undertaking scientific evaluation of sources, levels, effects, and risk of ionizing radiation to human health and to the environment. These evaluations provide an independent, objective, and up-to-date scientific basis for radiation safety worldwide. The evaluations cover radiation effects to the public, workers, and the environment from both normal and accidental situations. Through its work, UNSCARE can further contribute to the implementation of the new urban agenda in the areas of safe housing, urban energy, water and sanitation, and more specifically, firstly, radon in homes, schools, and workplaces with the 2019 report on lung cancer from exposure to radon and ongoing evaluations on epidemiological studies of radiation. Secondly, on reducing disaster risks with the studies on exposure of the public and workers arising from the Fukushima Daiichi and Chernobyl accidents. Thirdly, in promoting safe drinking water and food and waste disposal by way of the ongoing evaluation of the public exposure that includes radioactivity in food, drinking water, building materials, and radioactive waste disposal. Fourthly, promoting healthcare through the 2020-2021 evaluations on medical and occupational exposures to ionizing radiation and future data collection in these fields, in particularly in lower middle income and lower income countries. And last but not least, sustainable management of hazardous materials through the 2016 evaluation of radiation exposures from electricity generation and the ongoing evaluation of public exposure from industries using naturally occurring radioactive materials. In order to fulfill its mandate, the committee relies on data and expertise from all UN member states. To date, 53 out of 104 nominating member states have participated in the UNSCARE survey on public exposure, to be completed in July this year, and with your support and UN Habitat collaboration, we could reach out to the remaining countries and less represented regions, in this way contribute to the building of inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mrs. Borislava, from the United Nations Scientific Committee on the Effects of Atomic Radiation. I now call the next speaker on the list, Mrs. Natalie Robel, from the Health Organization, World Health Organization.
Honorable President of the Assembly, Ministers, Executive Director, and delegates, the World Health Organization considers sustainable urban development through the lens of urban health as a growing priority. WHO approaches cities as important agents for ensuring the health and the well-being of citizens. Cities are not only engines of global innovation and economic growth, but also the linchpins to addressing inequality, ensuring sustainability, and securing well-being. Urban systems define the air we breathe, the quality of space we use, the water we drink, the way we move, our access to food, and our ability to treat diseases through adequate access to health care for all. The inextricable links between health, health equity, and urban environments, including urban people, physical features, and functions, will affect our capacity to address the growing climate change crisis, to prepare for, respond to, and recover from pandemics, and to protect the needs of the most vulnerable, such as slum dwellers and migrant populations. Shaping cities in a way that contributes to health and well-being is a fundamental step in that direction. Decision makers who apply a focused but flexible health lens to the new urban agenda will rapidly discover new opportunities and cost-effective, inclusive ways of taking advantage of them, especially through integrated strategic action. We therefore encourage ministries of housing, urban development, cities, and others to work closely with ministries of health to jointly achieve health goals in cities. WHO is scaling up concrete technical support for the implementation of local, regional, and national responses to address urban health. WHO and UN Habitat have enjoyed a long-standing technical and scientific collaboration over the past 2 decades and consolidated this collaboration by signing a joint memorandum of understanding in 2021. WHO will continue to actively participate in and engage with UN Habitat's broad leadership on urban development in the years to come. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative, Mrs. Natalie Robel, from the World Health Organization. I now call the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative, Mrs. Shari Hassam Ahed, from the League of Arab Towns. Okay, we go to the next person on the list. We now call the next person, the distinguished representative, Mr. Dain Courier, co-chief of the Stakeholder Advisory Group Enterprise and member of the Commonwealth Association of Planners. We move to the next person on the list, Mr. Steve Stiefel, Habitat for Humanity. And we'll try with the last person, Dr. Mona Reddy, Habitat Professional Forum. If it's present. No. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will give the opportunity to reply to Russia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have taken the floor in order to respond to the statement made by the delegation of Estonia. One more time, European Union member state, now Estonia, is trying to divert attention of the UN Habitat Assembly from its agenda. That is why we had to take the floor again and to answer to the allegations. We wonder why it was never a matter of concern for Estonia when, starting from 2014, ultranationalist Kiev regime unleashed genocide against the Russian-speaking population in the Donbas region. And the answer is rather simple. An extremely negative record of the Estonian authorities in the treatment of the Russian-speaking population in their own country. And let me remind you that the Russian-speaking population of Estonia represents 1/4 of the whole population of the country. For example, in 2022, the Estonian government has passed the law forbidding education in Russian language, starting from the kindergarten level. The Prime Minister of Estonia repeatedly underlined in her statements that, and I quote, "Existence of a large Russian-speaking community poses threat to the Estonian state, and that is why it has to be assimilated." As in Ukraine, the Estonian authorities glorify the Second World War time war criminals who fought in the Nazi battalions. This policy is similar to one adopted in Ukraine by the Kiev regime immediately it came to power in the result of the violent coup d'etat in 2014. Oppression of ethnic minorities is a crime in accordance to the European Union law. But it looks like the law doesn't work when it has to protect ethnic Russians in the former republics of the Soviet Union, now members of European Union. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we now come to the end of this afternoon deliberation. I give the floor to the Secretary, and we should resume tomorrow morning, Wednesday, 7th of June, 2023 at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you.
Just to announce that this evening, our host, Kenya, is hosting a reception for you distinguished delegates at 7 p.m. And the Deputy Head of State will be there to host you. So we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you, and have a good evening and a good meal.